obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but this life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Listen, not the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, busy with the chest. He beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. It's just as quitting unlikely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on.
Melanie from KOLESIE, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Today you are playing your play-in match. So how important for you is to get to the LAN in Prague?
I mean, for sure, every time we are playing to win, and every game is like same important for us, I would say.
Right now you are on a pretty hectic schedule. You are traveling around Europe for tournaments. So how hectic this part of the year is for you?
I mean, I would say it's even exciting. Of course, sometimes it's like really hard to like just spend a few days in home, then go back to another like different country. I mean, but overall, it's not that many that you can like get if you're playing in tier 1, I would say. So I don't think it's like affecting us so much.
And are you the type of player that shines on LAN, or are you more comfortable playing online?
I mean, I think for now, before maybe I was a bit like the online guy, but right now it doesn't matter for me. Also, I feel like the game is much better on like LAN than online. For me, it's like two different games. If you're coming back to home, then it feels weird for like two to 3 days to just like play it on. You don't feel it, for example, spray. You don't feel it as good as you can on LAN.
Today you are playing against Walczaki, this important match, and yesterday Walczaki said it's very important for them as well to play you for a Polish dominance, I would say. So is that an added bit of importance to the match that you are playing your countryside partners or opponents, I would say?
I mean, for sure, every time if you're facing like your nation in every game, it's the game is feeling a bit different than the other one, and of course the result can be like I think when I was watching the games, for example, Danish teams, everyone can win against everyone. It's like you don't have like any how to explain that, like there is no any pattern on that games to like judge them before. I mean, everything can happen. It depends on the like small decision making, and everyone can win.
I get it. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight. Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last online day of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. These two best of threes that we will have on broadcast today are the most important ones so far, as we are going to find out which two teams will be leaving the competition, but which two teams will book their ticket to the Prague LAN. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo, and we'll be your commentators for today as we finish up the online stage, and I'm getting even more excited about the LAN matches, Pronogo.
I'm always excited about LAN matches, Liuba. I'm so looking forward to seeing which of these two squads in each best of three are going to be moving on. There can be only two, and I'm looking forward to finding out who. We obviously had a pretty big shakeup in the Counter-Strike space, released overnight, for me at least, over here in America, all about this new cash stuff. Yeah. So, of course, that's going to be a fun little tidbit in our second best of three, a little teaser for you guys. Not that it could be played, but you know what I mean. It will be, of course, opening up with a Polish powerhouse, though. This little derby that we've got ahead of ourselves here in our first best of three looks really cool. And bottom line, no matter which one you're siding with in that particular head-to-head matchup, this decider stage is looking like we're going to have an exciting Polish lineup make it to LAN. And the last time that happened was some time ago for a proper LAN event in an arena where it feels like there's a big crowd there gathered to talk about things. And, you know, that's just something I'm really looking forward to. Always looking forward to Conquest of Prague. But for one of these two teams here at the start, KOLESIE or Walczaki, it's going to be a really exciting time.
Yeah, absolutely. One of these two teams from Poland will be moving to LAN. It's going to be a big deal for their fans. It's going to be a big deal for themselves, as we've heard their players beforehand on the interviews. Of course, our second best of three will be Eyeballers versus Young Ninjas, another very interesting best of three, given that we got a veteran on one side and, of course, maybe even the future of Counter-Strike on the other side. Definitely some of those Young Ninjas boys, I expect big things from them. However, we, of course, need to set our sights to our first best of three. It will be, of course, KOLESIE against Walczaki. And I have to say, KOLESIE has been one of those teams that you expect them to go pretty far in competitions. Yeah, they bow out sometimes a bit earlier than expected, but they are a team that is consistently grinding. Same could be said about Walczaki, as we spoke about them a few days ago when we said they play 2 or 3, maybe even 4 best of threes a day. That's a lot of work to put in, and finally that work might get rewarded.
Yeah, I think it's very close to paying off here. Do they come in as favorites over KOLESIE's side? That's a hard question to answer. We know the players. We know Sammy can be phenomenal with the op, although he is a bit of a hot and cold player. We obviously know that Reiko plays out of his mind when given a little bit of freedom and when his instincts are just properly acclimatized to the match. It's something that does take him a bit to warm into, but if he starts shooting on all cylinders, everybody's got to be afraid. You look at the KOLESIE lineup on the other side. Do they have the star power to man-for-man match what Walczaki are bringing, the former ESC guys? Now, on this side, you might be able to actually look at some of these names and say, wait, I know Bolani, I know Friend, I know Innocent, but are they on the same level of star power? That's my question to you, Luba.
Yeah, I mean, that's under question. That's under duress, and I'm very curious to see who's going to sort of be the main man. When you look at the statistics, it must be Bolani, but I would assume that most of his teammates can really carry their weight when it's the most important. Of course, Innocent being usually the player that's down on the scoreboard, but of course he is there to sort of lead the team and be maybe a figure they can look up to when the push comes to shove, given his age and his experience in competitive Counter-Strike. Both of these teams, they faced each other actually once in the Conquest of Prague in best of ones, and it was very close, 22-19. So they went far deep into overtime. KOLESIE got that W, and we heard the Walczaki boys, I think yesterday on the interview, they said that they want to sort of get their revenge and maybe get him out of the competition. So given the fact that both teams are hailing from Poland, given that they've already played each other, there's a big rivalry here. There's not really a lot of friendship between these two teams, at least when it comes to this best of three.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're thinking about this competition and how it took so many overtimes for them to put each other to bed. And finally, that's when KOLESIE strikes while the iron is just about still hot. Might be cooling off a little bit when you get that deep into OT. Those extra rounds, I mean, we could see those again today as part of our fixture here in the best of three. You're talking about a sort of regional rivalry where these two squads want to prove. That is something that comes up. They want to prove that they're the best upcoming team from Poland, or they're the ones that are going to be able to not just make it to land, but go deep in land. They're not going to be eliminated in the last place when the playoffs roll around. Of course, that won't happen until the end of May. A lot of time to play yourself into form, find other opportunities to ply your trade, which we know for at least Walczaki are doing. As we mentioned, their schedule is absolutely absurd. But that is one of the things that does benefit them. They are grinders through and through. And KOLESIE, they do play a little bit less matches, but not that much. It's still pretty comparable. I think both of these two teams are going to be on a heater coming into this particular match. Maybe a little bit more on the Walczaki side, since they did just recently strike victoriously in previous series play to get to this part of the play-in, and of course to win their first play-in match.
Yeah, I mean, KOLESIE, they have that advantage of the fact that they could cool their heads a little bit, going 3-1 in the Swiss stage, it being very comfortable for them, losing only one best of three, and arguably they lost to the best team in the competition. They lost to Alliance in what could be described as a tight-knit, close best of three. So it's definitely another maybe helping hand for KOLESIE getting into this one, given the fact that Walczaki have played a lot more maps, a lot more matches to get to this point. Dust2 and Inferno out of the picture. Something interesting is the fact that this is not the Walczaki default ban, but they've decided to ban Dust2 as it didn't really look too well for them, knowing that their default ban is probably not going to be picked. It is Overpass. Oh, it will be picked. So that will be very interesting. Anubis and Overpass will be our first two maps of play in this best of three. And of course, we just need to find out what our decider will be. Unsurprisingly, Pronogo, it's going to be Ancient.
All right, perfect. So what you're telling me here then, Luba, is, and what it looks like KOLESIE were even thinking about, there was a hesitation before they picked Overpass. They had to consider it because the veto was a little bit unexpected from Walczaki. You point out that's not a map that Walczaki are interested in playing too much. Does this now read like we're looking at Walczaki asking for a 3-game series, win my map pick, lose yours, and then just move on to the decider? Is this a handshake? Or do you think they maybe have something up their sleeve? Was it a gamble that didn't pay off, or is it actually what they wanted for Overpass to be part of this veto?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see where this one is going, judging by the maps, because both teams have done some mind games during the veto. You would have expected definitely maybe a nuke to be picked. Both teams pick it more often than not, and they're comfortable on it, but that wasn't the case. It's not even in the rotation. You would expect maybe a punish pick of Mirage to get in for KOLESIE, given that they're better and more experienced on Mirage, but they in fact picked a map that they don't themselves play all too well and all too much. So yeah, this first map, I would call it a 50-50, given that both teams are very comfortable playing Anubis, but heading into Overpass, I'm very curious to see what they are going to bring to the table, given that neither side really likes to play Overpass all that much. Of course, Ancient was expected as the possible decider.
Cloku over here setting up. He's got the bird's eye view of his camera, so we can be on his ceiling a little bit. I'm used to being a fly on the wall in these sort of situations, Luba, but like never this? On the ceiling. Yeah, that's a new angle, you know, for new ideas perhaps can be generated just from looking at things from a different perspective. The perspective I'm coming into this match for is definitely regional rivalry, definitely a lot of interesting mind games to be possible to be played. Anubis, a map that Walczaki are very proficient at. Doesn't surprise me that they end up opting in for it, but I think this map one could be closer than Walczaki are expecting, and they've got a lot to prove when it comes down to Overpass. So do you reckon then, do you agree with my assessment, Luba, that the veto was won by KOLESIE at the end of the day?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Given the fact that KOLESIE, I would assume that they are comfortable playing Anubis. They're going to have their pick of the side, which is also of consequence, even though Anubis is one of those maps where momentum is the thing that sort of drives you forward, not necessarily which side you pick. On Overpass, I don't know what to expect, but if KOLESIE have decided to pick it and not just it being a punish pick, then I'm almost certain that they have something ready for it. So KOLESIE, they have a big opportunity to win this 2-0, head to land with their heads held high, and also to be very comfortable heading into that land, not really having a lot of trouble in this best of three. Should it go to Ancient, however, then it's completely 50-50.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Walczaki definitely know how to play Ancient. They are proficient at that as well. I do think it truncates down to 50-50, like you're saying, if we go the full distance, if we go all three maps, which part of me wants it to be that way, Yuba. Part of me is saying, I mean, unless Walczaki are just going to storm the gates and show a masterclass in Overpass, which would be pretty unorthodox and not what we're expecting whatsoever once that second map rolls around, I am hoping for and expecting a pretty vicious derby between these two teams. Overpass might be a little bit of a lull by comparison. We might be looking at a situation where the second map might end up feeling like a bit of a dud, right? In fact, if you go all the way back here, here's a poll for you since we're waiting for the players to decide on a server, it looks like. One of the things that we think about as we're thinking about really historic matches is the Boston Major, Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan. That second map in that series wasn't very good. It didn't end up being what everybody wanted to see. This one, though, could be. If Overpass ends up being competitive, as I'm expecting Anubis to be, we could be in the heater here, looking for a barn burner between Walczaki and KOLESIE. Polish derby starting off on the sandy map of Anubis.
Another reason why KOLESIE has my vote is because they have a beer in their logo, and that's always a good thing, given that, you know, if you want to go to Prague, you're definitely going to be drinking a lot of good beer. So another incentive for KOLESIE to make it through. It's going to be a fight from the beginning. Kills go the way of the CTs, traded back very quickly by Cloku and Innocent as they turn this round around. Though Olymp and Sammy already on the site, ready to receive, unable to find the first. It's all down to Olymp. So little help on the tees, but that won't matter as KOLESIE collect their first.
Yeah, that stall out was really good from Walczaki when obviously you're talking about KOLESIE staggering back there on the pistol round a little bit in that B connector after the first couple of engagements. Really good on both sides, but the fact that KOLESIE pounced at an unopportune time, that's a situation where the timing just doesn't end up favoring the defenders. They couldn't scramble back into better positions. and then ones that they did have just immediately fell. So hats off to KOLESIE for a pretty aggressive, pacey pistol. That's not always what we see on Anubis, so something a little bit different already. I'm certainly not too upset. Maybe a little bit more at the fact that I just saw a Mag 7, but that's okay. I will contain my rage and fury, Yuba.
I love the Mag 7. It's brilliant. You just blow him away as soon as you spot him. It's one of the best guns in the game. And you get $900 per kill.
I look forward to seeing Moonwalk in the kill feed, but not as the killer. Olim is going to be taken out pretty early there, actually spraying through the smoke with this SMG duel. Pretty hard to afford helmets on everybody here, so it doesn't surprise us all that he ended up getting domed, bombed down, and this is a force buy from the CTs. They're definitely going to want some more guns if they can make it happen, but I just feel like hunting around in this situation is so trepidatious. Innocent, well, he's actually not going to be the first frag. He'll be the second victim of Buy Me. Flashy with that. All right, here's your chance. Okay,
there you go.
Maybe you're starting to impress me. Remember, this could still technically be a live round. The bomb has about 15 seconds left on it. They are on it. Exist. I don't think you can stop this. He goes for a Molotov Cloaku, already expunging Sami from the location. And okay, we can take it down a notch. KOLESIE have successfully defended the bomb site. And I think they're basically going to wipe everybody. Reiko, yeah, he's not going to get away with that little play. Making a little bit too much noise, even with the debris flying around. That was close for a second view, but we're talking about shotgun frag, allowing you some bait. At the end of the day, that's why the Mag 7 sucks. They thought they could win the round, and, you know, it baited them. So.
Stressy for KOLESIE, but in the end, they managed to pull this one through. And the next should be a quick and easy round, enough for them to get a few dollars under their belt as well. But as I say that, there's another force buy coming in from Walczaki. I mean, they did get 4 kills in the previous round, so their buy is going to look even better than in the last. 2 M4s to boot. This 3-man boost, though, is not really going to make a big difference. Nobody on stairs, so they are going to reposition. That will allow KOLESIE to make some more space around the map as Pluku is spearheading the attack on mid. Takes care of the first, and now they can let the dust settle, as it were, as they just pull back and want to concentrate toward the site.
I wonder if they heard the silenced weapons being leveraged in that engagement middle, because if KOLESIE aren't immediately aware that there are A1Ss in play, that could still be a thorn in their side. Might rip them open if they're not careful. Careful movements only. Walczaki starting to reaggress. Moonwalk looking for any activity in middle. Doesn't quite peer into the river. Might hear that nade. Innocent with the Mac 10 is anything but. And he will end up being dropped. So no longer a man advantage, but that information is transient. Everybody moving over towards A for KOLESIE, with the exception of Balani's lurk.
2 M4s in the defense. This is not going to be easy for KOLESIE. Buy Me in the headshot angle. Olim's still alive, unable to connect on the second, but there's Moonwalk to help. Brings it back into a 2v2, and there's still 30 seconds on the clock. KOLESIE need to make a play, need to make a decision. Cloaku on such low HP, that could be a difference maker here. Reiko looking to tuck himself in the site. An opportunity provided, unable to get it over the line. Now Tag needs to dance around the site, unable to find the frag. And it's Moonwalk alone in a 1 versus 2, a possible one, given the HP of the T's. The bomb planted, but now a chance provided, though Cloaku gets the final frag. It's 3 for KOLESIE, and Walczaki, they missed a very important opportunity.
Not only that, but they do not have the money to keep the force buy wars going. I mean, force buy wars only really work when both teams are doing them, and KOLESIE has not needed to reinvest so much. They've been choosing to opt into the Mac 10s, and they have been, these are expensive rounds. You think about how many players end up getting dropped, but these are more closer to full buys than anything else out of the side of KOLESIE. They are very comfortable here on Anubis. And it has to be said that there's some individual excellence on display already with regards to those entries onto the site. That wasn't an easy site to take. And it looks like B is going to be up next. Also not easy. There's a good number of players here with compromised weapons, but weapons nonetheless.
Yeah, they can still put on a fight. It will be the case. Reiko draws some blood, but now his position revealed. Cloaku wants to swing. Reiko, another frag found. His teammates looking to scramble for this round. Not going to be the case, as Olymp is the last one alive. Still on 100 health, and he does have that SMG to help, but this should be a quick and easy number 4 for KOLESIE, as it is a 1 versus 3. Though Friend Stiff breeze will take him out of the round, and that will be the case here. Easy for Olymp. The bomb is on the ground. Now maybe an opportunity. They're still in play, just lurking around the boxes exist, and it will be number 4 for KOLESIE. You gotta love this all-out brawl coming out since the beginning of this map.
Oh yeah, and the ops coming out now. Sammy not letting the same thing happen over and over again. 4 T rounds on the trot for KOLESIE, showing no sign of stopping, but they're going to be going up against their stiffest competition yet. And to be fair, I did say earlier Walczaki can't afford to keep going with this force buy. That one was probably one of the closer ones. In fact, everything aside from the pistol, KOLESIE has been a contested round win for them. Walczaki are just so close to it getting on the board, and it never quite happens. But Sammy wants to change his luck. Ooh, very close to that frag on Innocent, but not the right pathing for him. Moonwalk might be baited back. Steady staggers forward. Looking instead towards that middle position a little bit later, it looks like KOLESIE not too interested in jousting for this map control. They know that the max loss bonus has been achieved by Walczaki. They know that they are going to have a full buy here.
Sammy looking to get his first frag with this big green. See if it goes his way. And actually, this round was a good opportunity for the teams to catch their breath, given how much action we've had so far.
Yeah.
At some point, KOLESIE, they're going to need to pull the trigger and continue toward the side. They're waiting for a Walczaki mistake, but one that will not be made so far, as the CTs are not really rushing anywhere. They don't want to head into fights for no good reason.
Well, let's see. The fights in middle are compulsory, and that was an excellent flash to get the op off. Friend immediately dropped. Moonwalk has the sidearm out just in case that's what he needs. There's no more flashing that can possibly expunge Cloaku, so he'll pounce at the best possible moment to recover a weapon. But this is now a 4 versus 2, and does not look likely for KOLESIE.
Yeah, finally, Walczaki managed to get around unless some magic happens from the side of KOLESIE. 20 seconds on the clock. That magic is not happening. Both dying. And there's the first on the board for KOLESIE, and all that damage they did so far now pays off, because look at the money on the tees.
Yeah, what money? Sorry, I can't see. Is that can I get a microscope or a magnifying glass? This is not looking good for the way that the overall match went for KOLESIE. Obviously, they're up by 3 rounds, so you can't be too critical, but they've had to reinvest a lot of cash into every one of these rounds. A lot of these didn't even have full weapons for them, despite the fact that they were going up against every firearm you could imagine under the sun, including a Mag 7 for some reason. So Walczaki are happy to be back in the driver's seat firmly. And with that HE wedging them in, look at that.
There you go.
Just stack them back to back to back. A Kobe there to send Cloaku packing. And Exist and Friend, well, rather Belani, have been so gutted by those nades. Oh, that's an awkward right eye, left eye peek. Sammy getting dropped there. And Exist, he wants another show of it. Reiko's considering giving it to him. I shouted that guy out at the pregame segment. This guy you really got to be careful about. But apparently Exist wants to add his name to the tally, and he beats him in a head-to-head duel despite attempted utility usage. Bad swinging there from Walczaki might open up an avenue of success here for KOLESIE. They're rotating over to B.
Yeah, a man advantage. Now the fact that they had a broken buy in the beginning maybe doesn't really need to come into play. Moonwalk knows he needs to make a play, and he does. Takes out Exist. That's one of the rifles. It can be picked up by Friend, but he has no Kevlar, and Bilani is only on 9. So still an active round now for Walczaki as Bybee finds one through the smoke. Maybe too little, too late for the side of KOLESIE. They should have pounced on a site when they had the chance, and that chance is out of their hands now. So little time left on the clock. They can't rotate to the other side, and 3 CTs ready to receive. Already Moonwalk, first point of contact, takes out both of them as Walczaki get their second.
Yeah, when it's 20 seconds on the clock and you've taken your sweet time, rotates have come through. KOLESIE had to shoot their way out of that situation. No hope of doing that with lesser weaponry, with lesser manpower. And these are the nades that started it all off. 1, 2, and 3. Olymp just needed a 3-piece to finish that one off. Some nice shots from Exist, both against Sammy, which is the more superior one for sure, and even a prolonged duel against Reiko. But at the end of the day, you just can't fix that. when you're talking about all of those mistakes that led up to you not having enough players on the docket. Well, a couple of dinks with a Glock are nice, but I think Reiko is going to be sitting pretty here in this anti-eco. Moonwalk's trying to jump out, and Samey's getting activated as well. Reiko has fallen, but he's the only casualty here. No worries whatsoever. A bunch of AKs on the side of the CTs. Looking like maybe maybe a tie game here, but we'll have guns out for KOLESIE.
Yeah, now they can get back on a buy and look a bit better, trying to stop Walczaki from equalizing the scoreline. First, we get to see some replays, but not really a lot happening here apart from Reiko's death, which shouldn't be of consequence given that Walczaki have already built their bank up a little bit. Side of KOLESIE looking to get around for themselves after losing 3 in a row. Now with AKs, it might be a different story, but they didn't really have a lot of utility to start with and hardly have any now. All right. Nades can be tossed back, it seems. Damage dealt from both sides of that window. And not a lot of action happening in this round, still yet to field its first victim. But a B lean from the side of KOLESIE means that Walczaki need to be very careful.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning. They don't have any forward B information, forward mid information. They might be able to push out of a market. Looks like that's exactly what Walczaki are doing with 2 members. Those rotations are going to hit faster than you think. And look at this, there's 2 players outside here. I don't know if they're going to check for exist, but Innocent just got dropped, and Samey does dot his I's, cross his T's. This is a 5 versus 3 for Walczaki.
Yeah, now a lot of stress for the side of KOLESIE as they need to find an opener. 2 players down and only 1 nade to have in this one. They're looking to make some space on mid, but now utility expended. Moonwalk at the ready, unable to hit the shot, but Samey is and takes out another T out of the round. Finally gets traded back, but Friend dies nonetheless in Spiolani in a 1v4. With 25 seconds on the clock, there's really nothing he can do in this one. It will be a tied result.
Yeah, tie game. Okay. He's going to take a few smart shots, but I think he's just going to try to save this AK. That's certainly the numbers game to do, but honestly, he's already being hunted. I don't think he's getting away with this. He could even die after time. Yeah, this looks like a dead after time moment right here. Oh, Reiko might get a little bit too curious. Nope, there it is. The bullet's just signed. He has signed his death warrant, ladies and gentlemen. Should have gone out fighting like a man. Instead, he goes home empty-handed and broke $0. That is not how you want to go out. We saw Balani earlier feeling maybe a little bit stressed out about the server setup on his camera when we did get a chance to see him. Now he's got some other reasons to be stressed out. It's not just that the server ping isn't quite what he wants. It's, well, I just got owned and I got no money. 4-4, Walczaki have put up a brick wall. That was initially looking like it was just paved over by KOLESIE. Polish construction jobs happening on Anubis. Right now, it feels like the more KOLESIE are providing information to Walczaki about where they like to lean, where they like to go, the more Walczaki are finding those creative avenues towards victory that we always credit them for. Problems over at B, push 2 out of A instead of trying to find some forward momentum elsewhere. And just an interesting solution to a problem, one that we don't get to see leverage too often.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew what they needed to do, given that there was some noise being made towards B. You know that you need to pull the trigger and make some aggression happen, and was the case. Tech 9s all around, though 2 P250s, a bit worse for wear behind the side of KOLESIE. Moonwalk struggles, but connects that kill, and now the attack commences towards B. Taken out is by me. Samey, though, there to cover with the op. An easy double for him defending the site as Walczaki take the lead. And they're feeling really good. This CT side, as you said, now looks impenetrable. It seems like they have finally found their footing in the first half, and they could continue training together rounds. It's KOLESIE that needs to make an adjustment.
Luba, we've casted Walczaki a good number of times, and I don't think I can count on more than one finger the number of maps not matches overall, but just maps that Moonwalk has been the top fragger for. And that reason I can't count past one is because it just happened now, and it's never happened before. The Moonwalk is fragging out of his mind, and Sammy seems to be activating as well. Not quite the adjustment he needed for the second frag, but the confidence is brimming here on the side of Walczaki. Yeah. Will that be a mistake? They've got AKs in spades, but the Opera going down so early, it's a little bit of a scary one.
Maybe too much confidence from the side of Walczaki. Olimp through the broken smoke manages to catch Exist. Left on 15 points of health, so still defending this A-bomb site won't be the easiest thing in the world. 3 players heading towards cameras. Moonwalk unable to connect the double. Did some damage on Innocent, and Olimp just wants to survive for as long as possible. The cavalry arriving, but he maybe doesn't even need any help. Finds the first, not the second. Vilani in a 1 versus 2 now. Gets his 3rd frag of the map. He knows he needs to find the next frag. Not really try to plant so early. Now knows where one of them is. Does he expect the second? The answer seems to be yes. Re-smoke camera. Molly to CT, and now he can plant the bomb comfortably. Or is it? Reiko already lurking through that smoke. They're isolated. This is an opportunity, but the one that will be short-lived as Walczaki grab another.
It's a good bomb plant for KOLESIE. It's a good amount of damage dealt where only 2 players on the defenders are surviving. The problem is that in the preceding 5 rounds of play, Walczaki have been able to win so many rounds with so many survivors. They've got so much money to burn through. KOLESIE have a big order to fill, and they don't have enough time to fill it, Yuba, because we're already looking at only 2 more rounds played in the first half. There will be money for buys for the rest of this half. There's nothing that KOLESIE can do about it.
Yeah, and in theory, I mean, you want to have a lead if you're starting on the T side of Anubis. One of the rare T-sided maps in the pool for a long time. I mean, you gotta say that they have been expecting to get something, especially given their flying start at the beginning, going 4-0, feeling really good, unstoppable. Even their bye was broken, and afterwards, even when they got a chance to get a bye, it didn't really look like they had the proper ideas necessary to get around over the line. One thing I do have to say, Innocent has a pretty good-looking setup for streaming.
Right? We could all be a little jealous of that. Just so you guys know, one of the things I was thinking pretty deeply about as you were talking about the measure of, okay, KOLESIE's buy, have they been able to do much of anything with their economy? Since round 5, they have had 1 gun round. Everything else has been broken. So Walczaki have just been brutalizing them in close wins for the first 4, and they've looked so much more stoic and so much superior in the subsequent rounds. It was not easy for KOLESIE to get it over the hump to get to 4 in the first place. It is currently not easy for them to get back to winning ways. And look at the buy they have now. There is a Galil. There's no op. Oh, but there's an opener.
A kill. As they take out the first guy, now Sammy might be in trouble. So many targets to hit with that op. Some rotation coming in, though missed shot. Now a lot of trouble. That incendiary will keep them at bay. Friend blown up, 4 versus 4. Some damage dealt to Bielani and Kloku as well. And Reiko looking to do something over this smoke. That will be intel, but the B-bomb site is empty. By me, the only line of defense, looking to find something. His head will be leaving his shoulders. Bomb planted, and with a man disadvantage, I mean, they do have the cash to send their bodies toward the site, but will they actually do something with it?
Very tense now. Sammy can't quite blow open the smoke to help. Reiko goes in thinking he might have some coverage. Not true at all. Spam through the smoke now for Olimp. He does dart back around the pillar. This is a tactical retreat from Walczaki. Doesn't look like there will be anything doing here. Sammy might get an exit on the way out. Will do so. And he's got nothing else he can offer. Is he going to be hunted by Kloku? The answer is no. So we will get a 5th round on the board for KOLESIE. A very important gun round victory, if you can call it that. Obviously, they had rifles, but 1 discount and no sniper. A full buy, perhaps, is going to be in their future with that victory. We could see, at best, a tie score. Maybe that's what you need if you want this first map to be neck and neck. Not just the fact that it's tied up, but that KOLESIE get a little bit of momentum back in them after essentially falling so flat for the past 6 rounds.
Yeah, finally a sigh of relief for KOLESIE. They can breathe a little bit easier, but still they would love to grab number 6 by half's end, and they want to bring in some pace. Moonwalk not ready enough, though. Cloaku dies to his own Molotov. That's a bit unlucky. A lot of space acquired by the CTs. It's a 3 versus 3 very quickly in the round. 4 players going down. Let's see what the plan is for KOLESIE. It's Friend spearheading the attack on mid. His teammates very far away, and had he died with the bomb on his back, would have been a lot more difficult. Oland looking to do something around that smoke. He'll be unsuccessful. Good timing for Friend, as now they can waltz into that A bomb site.
Yeah, and look at where Baimi is, so far forward from A, but he's not going to get activated until the bomb is actually planted. Sammy going for his own little hunt. Nobody to find. KOLESIE, they're mostly already dug in onto the site. Exist looking for the backstab, and Sammy doesn't look in the right angle, so the double doors will be his downfall. And now it's just Baimi. He's got a little bit of a utility belt here. His position seems to have been called out by Innocent, but that's just a guess. Now confirmed, no further doubt. Everybody going to be shooting back at him from the same angle. Is he going to get anything done here? The flash, they don't peek off of it. They're maybe a little bit testy about it. His first frag is found, but he's running out of time.
Yeah.
The bomb is too far ticked. Baimi says bye to the rest of the lineup. And that, my friends, is a tie game here in the first half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another tied result at the half. I don't know how many we've had in the past few days, but it's just another on the notch as the Polish boys on each side go blow for blow in the first half of our first map. It looked like Walczaki might be in a very good position to even get a commanding lead, but not even a minimal lead acquired as we head into the second pistol round. Now that the sides have switched, the odds makers don't know what's going to happen, but it will be a fast push towards mid. 4 players defending the A bomb site. Is there an anti-strat? Is that the idea of the side of KOLESIE as they want to keep this site alive for as long as possible? That will be the case as they collect the kills. The T's unable to find the frags back. One, though, found. There's another. Moonwalk trying to dig his team out of a very uncomfortable round. Doolies at the ready as they blow away too. Baimi now alone in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, with only a Glock in hand, no upgraded pistol here, P250, nothing at all. Can't even say that he scarpered up a USP on the way in. No kills, no bodies, nothing to salvage. Even with a minute on the clock, there's not enough time here for him to aim, train, alt-tab, quickly figure out how to solve the Pythagorean theorem and grab himself a couple of headies for his trouble. A hat trick necessary. And, well, that's certainly an interesting... You guys know any jokes? Is this is a little bit of a pause and a friendly conversation happening at an airport cafe, maybe? I'm just seeing, hey, you guys in for the land? Yeah, us too. Wait, there can be only one of us. And then the other guys get ejected. Back to customs. Finally, a swing. Well, never mind. He goes straight back to it. They can't put him down. He's too powerful. All right. He's finally been bested. And that is a 7th round for KOLESIE. Now, you were talking a little bit about the first half there, Yuba. And what I'm hearing, what I'm feeling is a tale of two streaks. There's 4 for KOLESIE. They finally got some momentum back afterwards for the final 2, but it was 6 in a row for Walczaki. A little bit unorthodox for a way to get to 6-6.
Absolutely. And this round was a bit comedic at the end of the day. As soon as the camera players were dead, we knew that Bimey is not going to clutch it out, but fight he did up until the very bitter end. Of course, now only pistols on the side of Walczaki. They have that 1 or rather 2 P250s. Nothing really to do. It should be an easy cleanup. The side of KOLESIE just hoping that it will be the SMGs collecting the kills so they can build up some bank for themselves.
Yeah.
But KOLESIE are back in the lead, and they're going to be doubling it in this one. So they are back in the driver's seat, so to speak, but this CT side is going to get tested in round number 15.
Yeah, remember, this is also both pistols won by KOLESIE on their opponent's map pick. Walczaki showing a stronger mid-table of results. And I love their deathball style NT side in general, so to see it activated here and now in the second round, which is a little bit of that, you know, saved, we've got a couple of pistols, that's it. It didn't turn into anything here. It was an easy mow down, a little bit of an eco. Doesn't look like any SMGs got any frags, so I guess they died to the right players, you can say, but you know, it was nothing too out of the ordinary per se in terms of the result, but the idea does have a lot of legs, and we see Walczaki get so quote-unquote lucky, certainly successful with styles like this where they group up deathball and push into an area with lesser weapons, overwhelming a better equipped CT side.
That was the case many times, not in this situation. I guess that you can't really win with Glocks, though. We've seen them with broken buys make it work so many times before. So we might get to see that in this best of 3 as well, even though, as we could have spotted during even the veto, let alone the first half, that these two teams know each other on a bit of a bigger level, higher level than was the case with their previous opponents. So
yeah, it's an interesting point, the mind game, right? With that veto, leaving overpass open. KOLESIE opting into it. So it feels like that makes Anubis a must-have for Walczaki. If they drop it here, their odds of winning the whole series go way down. So KOLESIE are going to have a lot of work to do there. Make sure that they secure Anubis, and then they basically have the series in the bag. That's what it would say on paper. On practice, Olymp is able to get right into this site. Easy as you like, and nobody here to respond yet.
This is a bit of a bonus round from KOLESIE, but even with that said, you want to keep your guns for the next. There's really no chance, no reason for you to try your hand at this retake, even though they do have a few nades and that defuse kit on Innocent. Simply, best bet is to save what you got for the next. It will be a one-round game after 15 rounds played as Walczaki strike back, and they're not really prepared to let the same thing that happened in the first half happen in the second, and that's KOLESIE sort of stretching their lead at the beginning, so they need to make that bit of a mini comeback right. This time they strike back right away. As soon as they could have, they got their buy, and the buy was good, at least talking about weaponry. And at the end of the day, that 1 kill was enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, 1 kill is all it takes sometimes, where Anubis ends up cosplaying as Inferno. Or sometimes Dust 2. B site gets blown open with just a single defender, and everybody else scarpers away. Campers runs across the street, dodging traffic on the way out, making sure they don't end up getting exited on a little bit. Losing guns, as you mentioned, the economy not quite foolproof, bulletproof just yet. Friend will have a sniper, so I'm glad to see him back on his preferred weapon. We'll see what he can make happen here.
It will be a slow round from the side of Walczaki as they're looking to break open the B bomb site. The CTs, they took their sweet time taking control of water. Cloaku blind, but manages to find a frag. 1 for 2 is not enough, not good enough of a trade for KOLESIE in this one. Friend, that's a freebie as he takes care of Reiko, shoots him in the back. Bomb will get planted, but this gives KOLESIE a window of opportunity. They just need to wait for Exist's flank. The problem is they lost the main guns they had aside from that op. Now the SMGs need to make some work happen, and it won't be easy for Exist against an AK on long distance. He needs to get close, and that will be the case. Another free kill found. Back into a 2v2 we go. And the MP9 does great work. Moonwalk alone. Now between two rocks. Finds one, not the other. And Exist collects a triple to still keep KOLESIE in the lead.
Yeah, an AK will be recovered. Maybe the sniper, if he can find it. That would probably be a better thing to bag. KOLESIE onto 9 here. Looking very solid on the CT side, and more so than Walczaki were hoping for. As a reminder, our first half was such that KOLESIE would score 4 on the trot, losing a number of players in the making. Walczaki so close, yet no cigar. And after that 4-round opener, they went on a 6-round tear. That's what it feels like we're seeing a repeat of. But will Walczaki make good on the second half of that promise? CT Eco still stressed, but holding. Strained. They're not having the greatest of times, but Friend is happy to use his sniper to great effect. Moonwalk had his number dialed in. Talked about his performance earlier. 18 frags now.
He's feeling really good today. And that's a big victory for Walczaki. And I just have to point out one thing. Both oppers playing very aggressively, over-peaking. That the same thing happened to Sammy in the first half. Finding the first kill in water, just disengage. You have the advantage. But he re-peaks and gets his head blown off. Happened to Friend in this one as well. So that puts some strain on this CT defense. Can they mount it up? And can they pick the better site to hold, as there's 2 players on B, sometimes even 2 players, sometimes even 3 is not enough to hold that site. And it seems like Walczaki want to get to B exactly. Some utility, more expended. They still have some left, but now it's Walczaki's time to actually make the next play.
It is Walczaki's time to make the next play. We got a bit of a rotation coming over while everybody burrows in and gets comfy. Obviously, the CT defenders have read correctly that it will be the B site. Maybe Innocent thinking about rotating away, but he's constantly just checking the back of Temple from mid. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. 30 seconds on the clock. Doesn't feel like a lot of time to play with here. They got to clear so many defenders and get the bomb down because Exist is still peeled off all the way back at the A site. Now they're starting to make noise, clearing Glyph with a Molotov, burning him out, torch and burn operation. Cloaku good for 2 and put some damage down range. Innocent's bought enough time for Exist to get there, but the bomb will go down with just 2 seconds to spare. Oh, they're all stacked up in the same spot, but this looks ugly.
Very difficult now with so little HP left on the T's. They need to find the next kill. Solid flash moves Exist out of position, but the re-peak will be same as demise, and it's only Moonwalk left. He's been on fire today. Let's see if he can crown that with a clutch. Finds the first and now looks for the second. Bomb tick the half. He's gonna find another kill, and it will be Walczaki on 8. Still a 1-round game.
Look at that. All right. Not only is it just a 1-round game, they did better than their previous score of trying to make it so that their streak was 6 after 4. This one could be a lot more than that. Obviously, KOLESIE unhappy to have lost a couple of rounds here on the CT side already. They wanted to chain these together. They wanted to still be able to afford proper guns into the next couple of rounds. And it would have been a tight buy had they won. They didn't. And Friend has been dropped an op from Exist. They're hoping that this is enough to get them back to double digits, back to winning ways. While Walczaki, on the other hand, well, they're very happy to be at 8. And it looks like they're ready to turn the screws.
But look at the buys on both teams. Nobody really happy with what they could buy into this one.
Yeah.
You got 4 FAMASas in the hands of the KOLESIE boys. Yeah, you got that Friend up. Hopefully he can make some damage happen with that. On the other side, you got a few Galils around the Walczaki buy. So nobody really happy with what they got in this one, but they'll be happy if they win the round. Both of these teams, as they'll reset their opponent. Smokes in camera. Innocent, does he want to peek through it? The answer seems to be negative. So a lot of real estate gained by Walczaki now. With 60 seconds on the clock, they can turn to either site. And it seems like maybe a cheeky B split, though read by KOLESIE.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Obviously, KOLESIE are burrowing players back in, but Walczaki, they have all the angles sussed out. Moonwalk with the bomb, spotted by Innocent, gets the frag, and Olymp, a very important second kill. That needed to be a multi from Cloaku. Instead, it's nothing, and Belani honestly should think about tucking tail. and shifting out of there. He has no business even attempting to shoot a player at this point. He will just be eliminated, and he needs to keep every gun he can. You touched on the buys being so weird, but as Walczaki plant the bomb and guarantee a tie game again, something worth noting is it's really odd to see 4 FAMASs versus 3 Galils. That's the battle of the second rates, you know. let's see whose second star is best kind of deal on the lineup. Not what you would initially expect. Olymp on the hunt with 2 HP. How do you feel?
Well, might be a bit overambitious, but if he catches Exist, or rather not, that won't be the case. Friend just looking to survive. Olymp doesn't really matter for him, even if he lost his gun. He did his job in this one, did his part. Ooh, he's going to take that off away.
My
and
God.
the loss as well. Olymp gets a quad in this one. Just icing on the cake as his team gets another, and now a lot of trouble for KOLESIE.
That's a lazy clear from Friend. He had his sniper out. I don't know how he doesn't see him on the re-peek outside. He peeked out earlier and then tries to react, but whips the shot. Olymp making it work with 2 points of health. Outrageous.
This is going to be very difficult for KOLESIE. I'm not just talking about this round. This one is all but done, given that the only gun they have is that Exist FAMAS, and you don't really see a lot of highlights with that weapon. USPs all around, simply nothing they can do. It should be Walczaki on double digits. The question is, will this sort of discombobulate KOLESIE's defense in the rounds that are yet to come? Some damage dealt by their own Molotov. Moonwalk wants to enter the site. Should be a cleanup, not so easy, but manages to find enough as his team just run over this defense and get themselves to 10.
Yeah, that was pretty unceremonious. Double digits immediately secured by Walczaki. Looking for a pretty big victory here in the series. If they take Anubis, they keep their dreams alive for LAN. It feels like the overpass gamble in the veto looms large, applies the right amount of pressure, and makes Walczaki feel like, okay, we got this. They're rising to the occasion. It's not a test that every team passes, but they definitely gave themselves a hard route there to Prague. They're going for it. T-side, of course, the favorite side, and they hit double digits first in a very contested match. Some nice utility to get themselves out mid and defend it against that new position of the brick hole in mid. And that's going to give them a nice position on water. It looks like finally they're going to be targeting A for a change.
And they're just waiting for a mistake to be made before they try to run over this defense. 2 players defending A and a quick rotate from Innocent as well. So it could be a bit difficult for Walczaki. Some damage dealt by utility through the smoke. Exist finding nothing, but Friend wants to go through the smoke. He's just baiting them. Exist doing his damage, and Friend still an unknown entity, though gets taken down. It's a 3 versus 3. Innocent now already posted up to defend the site. His teammates rotating, but now it's a counter rotate as Walczaki want to go to the other side, or maybe just bait out the defense. As you can see, an over rotation from KOLESIE. It's Innocent alone again on this side, defending it by himself. Now that has been heard. He's seen the player, and he knows that there's one underneath. By me dead, Samey, last one alive for Walczaki. A very confusing round, a very weird round from the perspective of both teams. Seems to be going KOLESIE's way.
Yeah, Sammy would have to pull off a pretty low percentage 1v3 here. Even if he's able to clear Belani, who's taken a very smart position outside of B, in that B main area, so that he can rotate when he hears the bomb plant. Getting the bomb down, killing the first guy, and then getting into an advantageous position for the 2 rotators afterwards. None of that feels very doable, but I guess the bomb part of it will be. He's got to make a choice. Now Belani's right there. GG go next. It's 10-all after 20 rounds played.
Yeah, incredible. KOLESIE saving themselves, keeping this map alive, keeping it in play. Good thing for Walczaki, comparatively to some of the other situations. Losing this round won't really automatically cause a reset, given that they still have a lot of cash to splash.
Oh, yeah.
But still, this is a very tense map, especially for Walczaki. We talked about them. You go to overpass, you don't really expect a lot, so you need a victory on Anubis.
Yeah, definitely feels compulsory. Another full buy out here for the T's. No AWP on the KOLESIE side. Keep that in mind. Defenders will not have Overwatch from a sniper Friend on the rifle. All of them are premium, and they have 2 kits. Reasonable utility still in the coffers as well, waiting to be dispensed. Doesn't feel like a particularly difficult round for KOLESIE. Certainly won't be an easy one either, though. It's a buy-on-buy action. And Walczaki, they are going to be pushing forward here with Sammy as tip of the spear. He gets taken out immediately by an unorthodox place on top of the box. Innocent, a very important opener. Friend, can you do one better? Answer is no. Olymp and By Me have both combined. 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, a very uncomfortable position for Bilani here as he just needs to survive. He needs to concede this site, especially with that molly heading down. He's going to have to stay his ground. It will be the bomb plant, but CT's coming from each and every angle. Not going to be the easiest hole for Walczaki, and they know it. They need to send players in forward positioning. You can see Olymp very deep towards CT, though Innocent takes care of Moonwalk. Now it's Olymp's time to shine. Not going to happen, and it's only Ray going to 1 versus 2. You spoke highly of him, but this seems to be impossible. Makes it a reality. I mentioned it being a 1 versus 2. Now it is a 1v1. Low HP, unable to connect the head. It is Exist saving KOLESIE, and it is 11 for his team.
11 for his team, but the money is so dry. They're going to have a buy into the next. It won't be with all the bells and whistles, and if they lose that, they're reset on 11-11 while Walczaki can power to the finish line. Still a very close game, still a very tightly knit opener to our series, neck and neck, and Walczaki are not going to let out without a fight. I mean, they got the bomb plant down, so of course they're going to buy into the next. And the guy with 23 frags is wielding the MAC-10. Tell me I'm real right now.
It is most often the case that they put a weaker gun on a stronger player, or at least a player feeling good in that match. Not really sure what the point is of that. I was always confused by that in professional play, but I would assume that the idea is, well, if you're feeling good, go through a smoke, get a kill, and make it easier for the rest of the team, which more often than not does pay off for a team that does that. So who am I to disagree? 3 players on that B-bomb side, only 1 bullet caught Innocent, so he still will be battle ready. Not even a single point of health taken from the Walczaki players as they're looking to spread this defense as thin as possible before they pounce to what seems to be the B-bomb site.
Well, I was going to bring this up a round or 2 ago, but even as Friend is looking for a frag in middle, it's worth pointing out here, Walczaki, they are way more successful attacking B. And look at that, maybe mid as well. A has never been their friend. Now their friend is dead. Well, it's not their friend, but their opponent's friend. And look at this. Wow. Olymp and Moonwalk are combining to sell that this is an A attack. I mean, Cloaku is trying to flank the flanker. They're going to pull away. I guess maybe this actually does the opposite, huh? They know it's not A because they didn't stop. I mean, on the one hand, it feels like Cloaku's flank could be huge. On the other, right now, with his pace, it is ineffectual. Yeah. Innocent is going to get shot in the back of the head if they're not careful.
This is going to be very difficult for KOLESIE to keep this site. Innocent might be under duress. Olymp, easy as you like, and Bilani falls to the ground as well. It seems that the result will be tied yet again, as Cloaku is only looking to save this gun. But now it's Walczaki again being the ones with the momentum, being the ones with the guns. Well, on the other side, KOLESIE are going to need to really think about their options heading into the next.
Yeah, and they'll have some time to do it. The 40-second bomb timer is not going to be subsumed by a hunt. You got Olymp nearby, unlikely to make a huge push into the A site. Cloaku does have to be a little bit concerned about that back entrance, but for now he's just going to be tucking himself in. What he can't see can't hurt him. So the saying goes. Nah, Olymp is definitely making a lot of noise. Cloaku's holding his nerve for now. He's very, very concerned. Will Sammy do it to him? Sammy will not. But getting a couple of frags on the way out and holding on to the weapon, most importantly, there's very, very slim odds for a KOLESIE victory in this next round. This feels like where Walczaki get to map point. And if the money isn't good after this round, which it very likely will not be, the Anubis could be theirs very easily.
Looks like it, feels like it. So Walczaki doing a very good job taking their map pick if it goes their way, because KOLESIE, I would assume that they also have something to say even with a broken buy like this. 2 FAMASs, 1 M4. Innocent only on the USP, hoping to pick up a gun off the floor should he be provided an opportunity, but that shouldn't really be the case as he's isolated on the A bomb side. And one thing you have to say, unlike a lot of other Walczaki T sides, it is slow. It is at times very methodical, so this shouldn't really be a problem. I don't expect them to walk into a stack.
No, it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. They're actually, as opposed to their usual death ball style, they're more just wandering around, poking and prodding, seeing what's going on at the extremities, and finding success everywhere they look thanks to those unarmored players, those players that didn't have a lot to shoot back with. At the very least, we do have some consolation frags bringing it back in the other way. A 2 versus 3. KOLESIE have a chance to get into a position to actually stop this, but with the bomb down, onus is on them. Cloaku has a kit, and Exist with the FAMAS coming in through B main.
Yeah, but Exist is the player that needs to make the next move. They know where Cloaku is, so everybody is looking towards him. There you go. That might be an opportunity. Still 2 Ts to be dealt with. A smoke on the bomb. Exist unable to get to the site. Does damage on Sammy, and that is enough for Cloaku. He wants to commit to this defuse through the smoke. Woundwalk takes care of him, and it's 12 for Walczaki. It will be a single map point.
Just one. Maybe they only need one. It certainly is the strongest that they've looked in the most consecutive rounds, where it seems like everything on the KOLESIE side just comes up a little short. Sometimes Walczaki dismantle them convincingly. Other times it's a more slow-going experience like this round was, where it feels like they're just being torn asunder from each flank, left and right. Finally, another tactical pause, even keeping one in reserve. Not that they can really make use of it unless we're talking extra rounds, at which point you get 1 per half or 1 per overtime instance. So not relevant at that point. I guess they could try to burn both of them. You can take 2 in a row, right? Or is that only when 2 different teams take them?
Not really sure what the ruling is on it. I think that you can take 2 in a row. I think I've seen that happen. But yeah, now that you mention it, I would not be able to make a bet on that. Though, 12 to 11, it is as close as it possibly can be. Let's see if Walczaki can get it over the line, or if KOLESIE still have some life left in them on Anubis. Not a lot of guns, well, not a lot of good guns by any means. 2 SMGs, a single rifle, and not the premium kind. They're hoping that these 5.7s can do some damage on close distance, but it is Walczaki's round to lose. It is their map to win.
Great way to put it when you think about the fact that Sammy's on that AWP, everybody's got an AK besides. This is the map in the palm of their hands. They aren't going to be leaning towards that A-bomb site now for a sudden stylish finish that just hasn't worked out for them. They're going to stick to what works, stick to what is reliable. While KOLESIE are making a mid push, it's Walczaki setting up for this B hit. Very slow going right now. Olymp needs to be on guard because mid players could end up waterfalling down, and then he would be in a lot of trouble.
Olymp, first contact, not gonna go his way. Cloaku collects the kill, still on 46 points of health, but not looking the right way. Friend collected a frag of his own as well, so it's still an opportunity and an op in the hand. Reiko and Moonwalk looking to save their team in this one, looking to get it over the line, but the peak not going to go their way. Reiko hits the deck. Moonwalk on 25 kills in 24 rounds so far, but now needs a quad to actually win this one. Has the idea that he is going to get stabbed in the back, so he'll dispense of the first, but still 3 more to be found, and such little time left on the clock. At some point, he needs to commit to the plant. That's not going to be easy with so many CTs scrambling around the site. Fake plant, not going to draw anybody out. It is going to be Innocent falling, Exist getting the final kill, and it's all tied up after 24 rounds. We're going to overtime, everybody.
Extra rounds required to settle the score on Anubis. That felt like Walczaki should have had that round, yet they got a little bit bungled in middle, not expecting Friend in particular to burst out of hiding and immediately start eliminating them. And of course, recovering the AWP. That's the worst thing that can happen to the primary opper, who was turned discount weaponeer for a little bit. Of course, that's going to end poorly. And Walczaki making the decision to kind of ego peek him after that on multiple occasions felt like a real fool's errand, especially the final kill from that dark position. And Villani, he's going to take it right to them. Of course, at the immediate trade, maybe makes that less successful, a bit more questionable. A boost, hey, Moonwalk. Maybe he wants to see if he can abuse a timing here right through that smoke. That's a cool set piece.
Yeah, that's going to bring Moonwalk quite deep on mid and Innocent. No chance of reaction. Now a lot of space acquired by Walczaki as they're again going to be splitting that B-bomb site from every possible angle. Cloaku, you're not going to survive that one, buddy. As Walczaki get themselves to the site. Even a player spotted in water. Reiko, I don't think that he's going to ego peek friend this time around. That op being a threat in this one. Bomb planted. It seems like Walczaki will be taking the lead yet again.
Yeah, can't separate these two teams, not even in extra rounds, but somebody's got to get to 16. If we both go 15, we go another set of overtime rounds. Settle the score one way or the other. Good opportunity to remain hydrated, especially since we have such yummy looking water on the ground over there. Oh, and coming out of there too. It's everywhere. It's just in your eyes.
For a sandy map, there's a lot of water on it.
I guess that does beg the question, are they going to remove one of the sandy maps when they put cash in? Because I kind of hope so. Three sandy maps is a lot. You can have a whole best of 3 of just desert.
Might be a bit too much. I mean, a lot of people are saying that it should be Mirage, given its longest stint in competitive Counter-Strike. A lot of people are saying that it should not be Mirage by any means, as it is the only good map in the pool, something I wholeheartedly disagree with.
Well, I wouldn't say the only good one, but it is a classic, and you get some real fundamental Counter-Strike there, both a tactical layer that goes pretty deep if you want it, and the more puggy, I'm just going to shoot you layer, which is also pretty exciting, too. And that's part of why we're all here. Friend here to frag. He's going way too deep, and he's full white. Now full dead. See you later, buddy.
That was so unfortunate. A bit unfortunate for Olymp as he almost dies to a molly. Unforced errors all around as Olymp could have died to that fire. Cloaku again under duress. His teammates will be rotating back, but Reiko deep in the site gets taken out by Cloaku. Still battle ready with 73 points of health, looking to find something through that smoke. Moonwalk is not going to be exiting that smoke anytime soon. It's a 4 versus 4, but Moonwalk will find Villani, and that will bring a lot of pressure on top of these CT defenders, as now they're looking to guard at least one site, but now it's basically free real estate for Walczaki to just waltz into A.
Yeah, Exist has a good rotation spot. The problem is it will be heard by Moonwalk if he drops. So Moonwalk on the lurk, everybody else slowly migrating over towards the other side of things. Olymp is going to grab the AWP, Bogdan's Law. And yeah, there's no warning sign. The smoke blooms and that's it. Bomb planted by me, rotating over, and Moonwalk is going to be trying to catch each and every CT that possibly steps into his crosshair. Cloaku the first to fall. And now I think KOLESIE realized their odds of winning this round have just hit 0. Walczaki are going to be up to 14. They could win every single T round here, and that would really put the pressure on KOLESIE.
Yeah. That will make it almost impossible for KOLESIE to even get to another overtime, but I don't think that it has happened so far in the Conquest of Prague this year that we go to overtime and it's 15-12. I might be completely wrong on that. Ooh, Exists. Nice and aid, but still, finding the kills is not enough. It's Walczaki having a 2-round lead as they open things up in overtime. KOLESIE desperately need to grab this 3rd round of OT.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. They need a lifeline to hold on to, because if Walczaki goes straight for the final round here, they get to 15 in just 3 rounds of play. Are you really going to go flawless on your own T side? Are you going to channel that first half magic for KOLESIE? You can say that you're going to, but even then, your best case scenario is a tie game. And if you slip up once, that's it. Walczaki have it. So need a little bit more than 0 chances for error. And by me, well, there's a big one. Given over to his opponents. Olymp is going to be able to frag elsewhere. There's so many duels happening all across the map, and Exist was set up nicely as Moonwalk does succeed in the trade. His 31st frag here in overtime. and across the map of Anubis. He'll grab that AWP since he was dinked. And he's going to link up with Olymp for a 2 versus 3.
Well, let's see if he can connect the shot. That will be the case. Brings it back into a 2v2. Friend, an easy frag with Moonwalk being so low. Olymp alone, unable to take care of Friend. And now a lot of trouble for Olymp. He needs to find that next kill, bring it back into a 1 versus 1 where it would be a possibility for him to claim this round. And he's still hunting. That will be a freebie. That's done. Nice and easy. So much time left on the clock, now heading into Cloaku's head.
I love this. Walczaki, Olymp, just sitting here waiting because what he wants to do is make it seem like he ran straight for A, and Cloaku, meanwhile, is not budging. Ice in his veins, doesn't believe that the bomb is being planted, doesn't believe that that's what's happening here. He will finally abate from his angle, will not be guarding those tunnels anymore, and instead he will rotate over to A. There's a heads-up duel waiting Olymp here. You can feel the tension.
So little time left on the clock. Olymp needs to hurry up. He needs to find that kill, but Cloaku already set up on the defense. That's going to be inconsequential. It's 15 for Walczaki as Olymp saves the day and puts them on 3 map points.
Takes a fat rip of his vape, too. I guess he needed it after that. Ridiculous. Little 1v1 clutch at the end, 1v2. Really impressive stuff, honestly. Olymp has been a quieter player. I mean, he does frag out quite a bit. He can get some really nice entries. And he also doubles as a secondary lurk for Walczaki sometimes, on a map like Nuke T-side, for example, which sadly we will not end up seeing in this series. I was hoping for something like that between these two, but Walczaki very happy with his performance here at the end. His 22nd frag in that 1v2 clutch. And now they switch to the CT side. They need 1 round to put KOLESIE to bed, 16-12, or whatever they might end up getting. Right now, Baimi being very aggressive. Maybe forgot he's on the CT side all of a sudden. Everybody's in mid. Yuma, what's going on?
Oh, Sammy, though, he might get a shooting gallery here. Missed shot from the other upper. And there's Moonwalk to lend a helping hand. Everything is falling apart for KOLESIE. It's 4 versus 2. Exist and Friend trying to keep their dream of continuing this map alive. But that dream is fading quickly. They at least do have a bomb on their back, and they're together.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, if you're going to lose, lose with a friend, or rather lose with Friend.
Lose with Friend, yes. Lose with Friend. Your friend exists.
Oh.
Ah, well, Olymp doesn't anymore. That's a collapse. Now we need to see if they can crowbar their way into the A site. Baimi in a very back position, and Exist, he didn't even have his gun out. It doesn't look like Friend can quite finish Baimi off. He's playing with his food. He's calling for the boys. The Tech-9 is out, and the map is over. Walczaki, 16-12. Didn't need a single extra bit of overtime, just the bare minimum, just the bare essentials, and that is how they finish Anubis victorious. And you go up 1-0 in the set.
That was their main objective heading into this best of 3. They know that they're going to have a tough time on Overpass, having not played that map so far. A punish pick from KOLESIE will be the next, but Walczaki do their work on their map pick, and they were the better team. Of course, slim margins and a small difference, but in the end, it is Walczaki claiming map number 1 through overtime, because let's not forget, when these two teams faced in the best of 1, it went to overtime, it went to multiple overtimes, and it was KOLESIE taking that victory. So Walczaki feeling really good about this one, but their job is far from over, Pronogo.
Far from over, but also that one was easy by comparison. You're talking about triple overtime. In this case, it was only 1 and only 4 rounds at that. Walczaki are going to be pretty happy with their performance, and that was a hotly contested map. That was the map with all the pressure. They walk into Overpass, they might not even know all of the tactical moves that they would want to have as far as it being a map in their regular rotation. You are talking about a team that should just outclass them. They're not going to have any pressure. This is almost a break for them until Ancient, and if that facilitates some kind of ease of mind, some kind of nice and easy play, sometimes the underdogs playing without any sort of pressure can do miraculous things. And even though it's weird to call Walczaki an underdog when we're talking about them being up a map in the series, they are on Overpass. So I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun map nonetheless. Maybe not the best quality of Counter-Strike, given that neither of these teams really like to play Overpass, but maybe they practiced it, and maybe they're bringing something fresh into the mix in this first best of 3 of the day. We'll be going on a short break, and we'll be back with map number 2.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Welcome back, everybody. It was a fun time on Anubis as we did go to overtime, but Walczaki making it work and not losing a single round in OT might actually lift their spirits enough so they can pose a threat on Overpass, a map they don't usually play, a map they usually ban, and I'm very curious to see what they are going to bring to the table, given that, I mean, we spoke Chrono ago when the veto was going on. They decided to ban Dust 2. It's not their favorite map. Maybe they were hoping that Overpass is not going to be played at all because KOLESIE don't really play it a lot, but now when you think of it, maybe it was all part of the Walczaki plan. Maybe they were preparing Overpass under everybody's noses.
Maybe they, opened up a couple of YouTube videos in the break and saw where the smokes are and, the techniques to get that incendiary going and playground. And they're like, yeah, we can do this. This should be an easy time.
I played it on Faceit like a few times. It's okay, guys.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, we got this lock, stock, and barrel. This will be a 2-0. The thing about Walczaki is I could believe that they at least have the basics down to play their style. Their style doesn't require a lot of deep tactical maneuvers. It's more instinctual Counter-Strike, and that's not a slight against them. That's not a critique. That's just a description of how they are in terms of their play style. I think that's going to suit them really well on Overpass CT side. The T side, as you might expect for a team that doesn't know the map or have a lot of reps on the map, that's where things can fall apart. And that is where Walczaki usually do some of their best work when grouped up. So, I mean, they might accidentally themselves into a map win here, but that would require some mistakes from the other side. KOLESIE should be sitting here as significant favorites, even if they don't play Overpass that much.
Yeah, absolutely. KOLESIE, they don't play it a lot, and when they do, it doesn't really look too good. But if it's in your map pool, you at least expect it to look solid, to look good enough to beat a team that don't usually play this map. I mean, the good thing for the side of Walczaki is the fact that they're starting on the CT side, so that might bring them a little bit of confidence. You spoke about that before. If they can get the ball rolling, I can see this being a tightly contested map, even though we're really with low expectations for the side of Walczaki on Overpass.
Yeah, low expectations. They're coming in as underdogs for the map, if not for the entire series. And so KOLESIE, obviously they themselves have an org. They are represented. They are, a legit contender in the space. Walczaki obviously are flying under a more almost pirate banner, not in the sense of they're just not affiliated with an organization right now. So they're rocking it out a little bit more old school, a little bit more punk style. So I want to see what that translates to. I want to see what they end up doing with that kind of information, with that kind of lack of pressure. Where can they go on Overpass? How far can they go? Could they actually end the series here and qualify to LAN on a map that they just don't play?
That would be a statement. Like, imagine a world where Walczaki win Overpass comfortably. Of course, that is far-reaching, but let's just hear me out here. If they can actually win this Overpass, that might be a statement for all the other teams on LAN. What if they can actually play Overpass well? What if they have the 7-map pool where they're comfortable playing any map that can be picked? It puts other teams in a big disadvantage when it comes to the veto, right?
Yeah, the biggest issue that I could foresee with a team like this just having Overpass as a map that they can play, that they demonstrate that it's possible for them to play, if they end up getting to LAN and that's no longer something that you can punish, this could even be an investment in Walczaki's future as a team that goes to LAN. I'm interested in seeing what ends up happening with it, and we're about to get started and find out. You talked earlier about KOLESIE, the beer in their logo, the handshake that they're offering. They'd be a great fit for Prague, but right now they are down a map. Anubis exiting in overtime. Walczaki on the CT side of Overpass. This is where KOLESIE's comeback needs to start.
Yeah, they got to start here. They got to be good in this one, and they need to start firing off on all cylinders from the beginning, from the get-go. Some utility used by both teams. And all right, you can already tell that Walczaki know a few nades to toss. That smoke landed to Monster. But of course, the attack heading toward the A-bomb site. Sammy under duress, nobody there to help. Okay. Good flash, but still not able to draw first blood. Able to run away. Reiko isn't. Sammy out on the open, taken out by Innocent. Olymp now trying his hand as to stop this attack. Moonwalk on the rotate, manages to take care of Exist, but still a mountain to climb here for Walczaki if they want to claim this round. Nice shot from Olin, but it's traded back right away. It's Moonwalk and Buy Me in a 2 versus 3 as they're looking for the next frag, but the T's are tucked in. They're just waiting patiently for the next kill to happen for the aggression of Walczaki. There you go. Buy Me double, and Bielani now alone. That bomb plant, or rather defuse, is stuck, and Bielani doesn't want to peek. Not just yet. He wants to take care of one of them, but he's sticking. The defuse is happening. Can he stop it on time? The answer is yes. Right on the money. KOLESIE grabbed the first.
Yeah, hands in the air, some nice in the chat, because that was so close to going the way of Walczaki on the defense. They get it down to the last man. Cash bounties paid out for all 4 other T's. Buy Me, I mean, his frags were monstrous. Here's the first, and the second almost immediately afterwards. That flick correction on the right. He was so close to essentially willing that retake into a reality. Walczaki are going to have to go home empty-handed again, carving up the bathrooms as they realize we were so close. We could have had it. A 3-man boost in the graffiti area, however, might net them something.
Go. Olin on the boost, a bit confused why Buy Me isn't the one on top, given that he has the best gun in theory, especially on long distance. Still, though, this isn't going to pay dividends, and you'd expect this boost to dissipate at some point. They're not going to keep it for such a long time. If KOLESIE stay their hand, it might not even come to fruition, though they're still on it. But 3 players going towards Monster now. The Walczaki boys know they need to reposition and prepare for what could be a KOLESIE attack towards B. Bielani spearheading this attack, might get caught off guard. Friend there to support. Now a lot of trouble for the defense. Moonwalk needs a multi, but only finds one. Buy Me unable to even get that. Some damage dealt, 2 players on a sliver of health, but now Walczaki need to find the next kill, and it's not going to be easy, especially with Ploku on the backstab. Nice retort from Reiko through the smoke. Sammy finding nothing, but Reiko wants to be the main man here. There's that scout in action, and a 1 versus 1. 1 bullet will do it. Let's see who gets it. It will be Exist, and KOLESIE claimed their second. Almost dying to that molly is Exist, but he'll survive and gets his team on 2.
All right, I'm seeing a very similar little recipe here from Anubis's first half, if you guys can recall. Walczaki end up losing the first couple rounds and then go on a tear, a streak, asunder up towards a tied half at the end. And KOLESIE are losing everybody but one in both rounds so far. Walczaki refused to relent. And look at this. Of course they force buy again. That's exactly what happened on Anubis.
Why not? When you did so much damage, you could try to reinvest and hope that this time the triple boost pays off. It doesn't seem to be the case, as KOLESIE are looking to take Monster again. This time not really waiting so long on that boost. So good thing for Walczaki is the fact that they can position themselves in solid spots in order to stop this attack. But it will be a B hit. And I think that there's no change in KOLESIE's mind in this one. Some utility expended, very little left. Moonwalk starts it off, but only finds 1. And that might not be enough in this case.
No, it might not be, especially since the nearest rotation is a little bit further away. Sammy donating his smoke from CT spawn, knows the lineup. Olymp gonna burn alive behind the barrels. Sammy might have an easy target, soft target for Friend if he's able to get the right aiming. And there is one more SMG on Buy Me. It's Reiko's flank towards Monster. He dodges the player's short, but no, doesn't end up getting the right way. The short water will still be hostile territory. And Samy's committed with the scout. I mean, I don't think he's going to get anything done here. That's a premium rifle picked up, 2 of them, in fact, and KOLESIE are starting to stabilize.
Yeah, much better for them. Get their hands on some more guns, build up some economy. It's not still going to be perfect, given that they've lost a lot of players, but they get the rounds, and that's what's important at this point in time, especially when you start on the T side. You want to collect as many easier rounds as possible, not let them slip. Otherwise, we could see Walczaki bringing it back. It won't be a force buy this time around, but they still, of course, given the loss bonus, have enough money to invest into something. So still a threat, Walczaki is in this one.
Yeah, still a threat. Feels like they just refuse to ever go home empty-handed with USPs. They will never show up to work without a little bit more to their loadout, even if it makes them bankrupt later. And Reiko is good for one. That was a position that is certainly one and done. Maybe not even advantaged the way that it was being cleared. A little bit of information for Walczaki to play off of, but they've taken away their B-heavy lean. KOLESIE still looking to target that site.
See where this round is going to go. Cloaku looking to make some noise towards A and keep the rotators at bay, though they will be moving back to B, it seems. So still KOLESIE up against it, even in this one. That Olymp SMG, the best Walczaki got. He's going to see that smoke being expended, unable to finish off the frag. Baimi, though, good on the scout. Moonwalk with the dig, finds one, not the other, though. It's a 2 versus 2, a player very close. Now in water, looking to do some damage. Will burn in the flames, trades all around. In the end, go KOLESIE's way. And it's 4 on the board for them.
2 players at less than $4,000 on the T side, despite them winning so many in a row. Lyuba, the same blueprint is active. And now we've got that loss bonus. Now we've got those premium rifles on the CT side. I can guarantee you Walczaki are not done shooting. They are not done fighting. They have been doing economic damage, leaving 1, 2 players alive at best in these situations for KOLESIE. And the T side will eventually start falling down. We do have AKs, but the first of the concessions is already here. Balani on the MAC-10.
Some damage dealt to that MAC-10 wielding player through the smoke at Monster. And now you got to say, Walczaki, even though they lost the 4 opening rounds, they seem to be looking quite good. Samey with the op. It is Opera's Paradise, though that repeat cost him his head. Reiko, quick looking for the trade, finds a double in the toilets, looking for number 3. There you go. Bielani was half HP, and Reiko will collect. Now only Innocent left, finds the first. That's an easy one, but now you got still 3 CTs to take care of.
Pick up his molly off the ground again, since he just expended 1. Now trying to flush out those CTs, but a wall of utility. Oh, and just everything. HE and some lead. How's that taste for a Walczaki first? And not only that, but that money we were talking about. Oh boy, there was no hope for a second buy, not after all the casualties.
They lost too many players while winning the rounds. This is a chance for Walczaki to bring the result back. And this small streak made by KOLESIE could be melted away very quickly. Let's see where it brings us now. Tech 9s all around. Of course, they needed to spend every dollar they had, and they did just that, but it doesn't really give them a lot. 3 Tech 9s, 2 P250s, a whole lot of utility to use. I would have expected Innocent or Friend to not make so many concessions, buy a better pistol so they can have a bigger opportunity in this one. 5 Tech 9s can run over a defense very easily. This way, not so easy, especially when you concede the first kill. Olymp gets a free frag, and he knows that 1 more is in water. It will be a boost onto sandbags. And Walczaki just looking to maintain this B defense quite well against the pistols.
Yeah, not a whole lot for KOLESIE to do in a round like this. Staring down the barrel of quite a few premium weapons. Utility being expended on both sides. Only a couple of smokes and a molly left on KOLESIE. Innocent trying to dispense with what he can, but even though he's clearing these positions, there's more to come from Walczaki. The flash, keep them at bay with the smoke. All 5 could stay alive for the CT side, and that would be in stark contrast to how KOLESIE have survived those first 4 rounds.
Should be an easy cleanup for Walczaki. Should they win this one, of course, the next will be no buy for KOLESIE. Second round loss bonus won't really allow them a lot, which means that Glocks will be all around. Could be a 1-round game unless KOLESIE save themselves heading into this B bomb site. They're gonna need to pop some heads with these Tech 9s. By me, ooh, he's burning. A lot of trouble there. Moonwalk might get overwhelmed. That will be the case, though. Olymp there to lend a helping hand. He'll get a double to end the round, and it's Walczaki on 2.
Yeah, with 3 alive afterwards, so they can at least stabilize their economy, even though it's not as good as having all 5. Reinvestments are going to be galore, and there will be one player who's not buying a premium weapon that is able to just pad the coffers for this particular round. Replay to see some of the frags here. Olymp, once again, performing very nicely. Grabbing himself a couple of frags here, and the stylish stylish USP, their execution P shooter, able to finish the job. They're only on 2, but doesn't it feel like Walczaki have tasted something different in the air? Only pistols. We've got a Deagle and 4 Glocks for KOLESIE. Something tells me, Yuba, Walczaki are going to be enjoying this one.
Yeah, a chance for them to pad out their coffers, put some more money in the bank, and be a bit more comfortable heading into the next buy round. Exist with that Deeg, still waiting to make some damage happen. He did make damage. The Reiko and By Me take care of things. That Deagle taken by Innocent, and he's looking to find a frag with it. Sammy ready on that AWP, posted up towards toilets. Should be an easy one for him. There you go. There's the first. Not finding the second, but no trouble with the USP. It is a 1-round game after 7 rounds played.
Yeah, that's the way that it goes, apparently. Walczaki are able to do this not just in this map, but also in the previous. When you think about how Anubis started out, 6-6 at the end of the first half, but the way that we got there was streak of 4, streak of 6, and then 2 more for KOLESIE at the end to tie it up. We are going to have a moment here, it looks like, getting right into this round. Number 8, and this could be for a tie game. It looks kind of likely given that Friend's on a Scout, Balani's on a Galil, so certainly not the favored buy on the T side, but let's see what KOLESIE can do with it.
Well, gonna take it slow this time around, as they're looking to poke and prod around the map, maybe find our way to exploit a weakness. Reiko, not the best timing, but gets the frag nonetheless. Left on 5 points of health, won't be surviving, won't be getting out of there. Now the defense spread thin a little bit, while Walczaki need to concentrate and find the next kill in this one.
Yeah, that also is an opportunity for Friend to upgrade to the AK. Exist losing that duel is not a great sign for KOLESIE. He was one of their top performers on Anubis. Needs to make sure he's still firing on all cylinders now that we're on to the map that they're expected to win. And, well, Moonwalk and By Me, I mean, Walczaki apparently know all the tricks. They know all the little spots. They know all of where to stand and how to do it. I mean, it's not something that they don't know details about, Yuba. They have clearly been prepping a little bit about this. The timing might make it a big deal. Olymp just trying to buy the time, and the pounces in from Moonwalk. Swings on for the 3rd kill through Munster, and even potentially takes Balani down. But it will be a hold with the Galil. The smoke is out. The off is on the other side. Sammy from Graffiti. His position almost called out there. Oh, the headshot. The tie game took everybody but Sammy at the end of the day. 1 CT stays alive, and we go again. 4-4.
That was close. That was difficult. Moonwalk. I have not seen that play work in a long time on Overpass, but there you go. A triple, whipping his team back into the round. And of course, playing a big part in this scoreline being all tied up. KOLESIE back on pistols. 3 Tech 9s, 2 hand cannons, some utility there to be expended, but it seems like a Walczaki lead is imminent. The question is, can they find that opener, the KOLESIE boys, and maybe make it easier for themselves to get closer to a site? But Sammy knows what's up. He's very deep on long. A chance to catch somebody out and even escape with his life, as nobody is looking at that part of the map. Sammy maybe just missing the timing. Reiko gets dinged, left on 14 points of health. Will he even escape? The answer is no. Now Olymp needs to do it all by his own, but Friend deletes him out of the game, and Sammy still late on the flank. By Me looking to control the site, but finds only one. Moonwalk through the smoke. Exist knows what's going on, and he's just praying that Sammy finds the next kill. Very deep on Banana, spots Innocent and takes him out of the picture. Exist out of the round, and it is 5 for Walczaki, but a close fought round coming in from KOLESIE.
Yeah, they are putting some pressure on the economics. This is something they weren't able to do as successfully on Anubis first half, where Walczaki were in a position to absorb a lot of that pressure, keep a lot of players alive, and not actually fold economically. This buy is fine. They will have everything that they need for the next round, but if they drop it here, if they end up capitulating, the loss bonus is non-existent. This could be prime reset material if it goes KOLESIE's way. And obviously, the replay had a whole lot of action. Thinking about all the different frags and the way that they came, there was a period of time where it was just trade after trade after trade. That's how KOLESIE get their way onto the site. That's going to be something that doesn't happen too often. And now Sammy on the hunt with the op, I'm sure this is a bit more common.
Absolutely. Again, on long, hoping that somebody is going to poke his head out, and now it could be a possibility, but a heavy lean from KOLESIE towards B. It worked so many times before that B bomb site, but a few times they've been caught out. Sammy catches out exists. That's a +1 for Walczaki. And some even ground could have been gained, though Sammy pulls back. KOLESIE now grouping themselves in front of B, but a rotate has been made. 3 players defending, and it should be a quick rotate from Reiko as well. Somebody is going to have to find a multi-kill on the KOLESIE side. Moonwalk looking at that smoke by me, just tagged up a little bit, but Yelani on the ground. A lot of trouble for KOLESIE as this attack again seems to have been stopped.
Yeah, not just stopped, it's fizzling out and dispersing as we see it. Keeping 5 alive here would be catastrophic for the final 2 rounds of play after this. Oh, Friend won't allow it. Moonwalk is opt. That was a tight move on the movement. Friend was able to pull it off. They're going to reassess this attack onto the B site. Feels a little bit worrisome here. KOLESIE going up against a lot of CTs.
Very difficult, spots the player, takes out Friend. 4 versus 2, they can't plant the bomb. They're gonna tap it though. Cloaku trying to keep this round alive, but now they know the last player's in the smoke. Takes quick care of Innocent. It's 6 for Walczaki, and KOLESIE struggling to get back into things.
Yeah, struggling is a good way to put it. They have once again capitulated 6 rounds in a row. And if KOLESIE aren't able to win the next 2 to at least tie things up, well, Overpass isn't a map where you immediately associate it with T-side victories or even half-size games where everybody's tied up at the first half. But this is a Walczaki that doesn't play Overpass. This is a Walczaki that has never played Overpass. It is a punish pick that KOLESIE did. They seem to be the ones getting punished right now.
Currently, yeah, seems like it. So much loss bonus and another bomb plant means KOLESIE can't afford themselves a buy. Not the best one by any means, but definitely something they can fight with. Again, leaning towards B. Olim, did he spot the shoulder? The answer is no. Almost loses his head. Villani not quick enough on the trigger finger. A lot of ground gained by KOLESIE, but they still need to enter the site. Moonwalk's going to get boosted yet again. There's no way this works, Pronogo. There is absolutely no way that Moonwalk survives and isn't cleared by KOLESIE as they try to enter the site, and they'll be entering headfirst into B. Villani spearheading the attack, takes care of the first. Sammy dead. Moonwalk good only for 1. That was actually by me taking that kill, and Reiko now against 4. Simply no chance, no opportunity. KOLESIE get back into the driver's seat as they finally end the Walczaki streak.
They do indeed, and they need that last round so that their CT side can play by similar rules as what happened on Anubis when the halves switched over. Give themselves as much of a fighting chance as it may be necessary, because clearly Walczaki have some gumption about them. They are not going to go empty-handed on Overpass. They will take their pound of flesh. KOLESIE want to make sure that it's not a drop of blood. That will be the Faustium Pact here. And, well, one of the things you got to keep watching out for, these aggressive plays from Walczaki CT side. One thing that maybe is evidence of them not being as comfortable is that they barely did this. It was really only Sammy, and for Exist to get a kill there as well, that also makes it a bit risky here on the B site.
Moonwalk, that's an amazing flash. Not able to connect for a triple, but finds a double and a lot of information gained. Now KOLESIE want to enter the site, not checking barrels. And Olymp punishes. It's Walczaki having a minimal lead at halftime's end, but still a fighting chance on a map they don't play.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
And we're back, everybody. Walczaki 7, KOLESIE 5 after first half is done and dusted. KOLESIE grabbing that round number 5 for themselves, that was huge. That was very important. That gives them an opportunity for an even scoreline very quickly in the second half, but the pistol round needs to be theirs. Otherwise, Walczaki could extend their lead further at the beginning of the second part of this map.
Yeah, this really could be a story of Walczaki qualifying to LAN on a map they don't play. This series decides one of the next two teams, one of the last two teams, to qualify directly to Prague. Friend opens up with a 2K in Playground, having himself a little bit of a good time. Not going to be a problem for KOLESIE, but Walczaki back onto the drawing board, it looks like. They want to stay with a little bit of momentum here, trading blow for blow earlier. They got some ground to burn. Pistol round victory would be very sweet. Execute coming up in A.
Let's see what that's going to bring them. Exist already posted on the site. Blind shot through the flash. Catches by me. Innocent in trouble. Burning in that molly. Not going to stop him from collecting a kill. And it's Olymp against 5. Would be a bit overzealous to say that he has a chance in this one. But if he could plant, that'd be nice. Not going to happen, though, as they're swarming him. And KOLESIE collect 6.
Yeah, they were being pretty patient there, KOLESIE. It kind of reminded me of that T-side pistol round and second round after the fact on Anubis, if you can recall how much we were waiting at the airport for one of the players to peek and one of the other teams was a 1v3. So either way, Walczaki in a similar situation at the end of it all, but Olymp will go down. We had a pretty solid series so far. We didn't check in too much on the fragging this map, but it's worth pointing out Moonwalk has 12 kills. A bit of a cool-off compared to Anubis, but still pretty damn good for his level. And leading the charge for his team. Nade goes wide. Walczaki are not going to be damaged by too much. It's just Olymp and By Me. A little bit tagged, but this is a rare pistol. They are not forcing, if you can believe that, for Walczaki. They only do that on the CT side, Luba.
Yeah. They know that they can't concede this round, and then when it's all tied up with AKs and some utility, they can try and get their hands on another round. Though this should be a quick and easy cleanup for KOLESIE, as 3 players are located on A. As soon as they get the intel, they should be getting the kills as well. These Glocks shouldn't really pose a threat, even to Friend that got Dick. No. Still alive, though, and kicking. His teammates there to lend support. Villani and Innocent collecting the frags. It will be 7 for KOLESIE.
They were all chasing Friend. What the hell?
They knew there was Dink.
I dinked him, too. Yeah. Everybody wants a piece. Everyone wants to be friends. KOLESIE say no thank you for a tie game here in the second round of Overpass. Really surreal to think that we are talking about a Walczaki that are performing enough on a map they don't play, but they could conceivably win the series here. That doesn't really compute in my brain as a logical statement. Counter-Strike sometimes runs counter to logic, and we'll have to find out what Walczaki have in store for us, because this is their rifle round. No off, but okay utility. I say only okay, not that many flashes. They're going to have a one and done kind of execute here.
Barely any utility for Walczaki to use.
Yeah.
They're going to have to conserve it, as I do. Olin just trucks the smoke toward the A-bomb site. I don't think it even landed where he expected it to. At least judging by the mini-map.
Yeah.
But it's all right. By me. Ooh, that's a nice frag, though. Cloaku good on the trade. That'll spread out the defense a little bit. Exists under duress. No chance of survival, as he was looking at a different angle. Now a lot of space acquired by Walczaki. Moonwalk spots out another player. That might be intel for the A defenders, but only one guy will be defending that B-bomb site for now, as a lot of T's are going Cloaku's way. He's going to have to stand his ground very well. He does have 2 pieces of utility to soften them up with, but this is going to have to work wonders for him in order to claim this round and get KOLESIE to the lead. Cloaku waiting for some support, finds one, finds another, and now the round tilts into KOLESIE's favor. Only Moonwalk left, 1 versus 3. Time not really of the essence. Kills are what he needs, but so many CTs around this site. Finds the first. One is low, so that might give him an opportunity, but as I say that, he's still waiting for a mistake to be made. Not going to be the case, though. 10 seconds on the clock. You either got to go away or try to fight. Fight he will, though not expecting friend. It is KOLESIE on 8.
All right, KOLESIE managing. They've gotten the first 3 round wins. The pistol, the conversion, and the gun round after it. At this point, we're entering into max loss territory for Walczaki, so they should have some kind of move planned here, talking over what they want to do, figuring out their freeze time. Get a replay on some of the kills. Walczaki had a lot of promise in this round. What really fell apart for them was trying to throw utility onto the site from outside of the CT side of Monster. That's just not where you throw that from, my friends. But that's what happens when you don't play the map. Trying to pop themselves outside of the short pipe. Innocent not on the boost. Instead, it's Belani, the first point of proper contact here for KOLESIE. Doesn't look like Walczaki are interested in accelerating in that direction anymore. They'll pivot up towards the connector.
Shouldn't be too difficult for KOLESIE given the long-range angles of overpass. These Sec 9s and that SMG.
Yeah.
Should be easy pickings, but you never know, especially with Walczaki, and they do have some tricks up their sleeve when it comes to these sorts of buys. Gonna smoke out exists, but still, that jump spot from Friend should be spotting out a few players at some point. Now knows where the attack is going. Gets dinked again. Friend with no luck defending the site, but he has friends to help support this site. He's going to go down, and so is Exist. Now this round is active for Walczaki as they get the bomb down, and also a rifle to boot. Pronogo, this is a possibility now.
Yeah, and they need that kill onto Innocent to secure it. After that, it becomes a whole lot easier. But KOLESIE are going all together. This is the perfect protocol. Try to swing onto the site when you know that your opponents have too many moving targets to hit all at once. And Walczaki, they weren't properly ready for that. It's when you sucker punch your opponent that you have the element of surprise, and Walczaki didn't get into the right positions, maybe because they don't know him yet. That is another round for KOLESIE. These are so close. That one's a bit of a heartbreaker because not only do they not win after a little bit of an investment, but they don't even clear the majority of the players. So KOLESIE's money is going to be just fine.
Yeah, they'll be feeling good about this one. Put themselves in a very good spot. Friend will have that AWP. Of course, Walczaki now expecting to use this round to good use. Expecting to close this gap as soon as possible, still be a threat in the second half, as it, apart from individual rounds and some very close fought situations, it really wasn't the case. Walczaki caught lacking so far on this T side. Making a buy will finally get something over the line.
Yeah, you would hope so. One thing to note as well, that KOLESIE did do a 2-man push outside short pipe into the T spawn facing angle. That's where Reiko cleared one, or Bimey rather, cleared one and then was destroyed after the fact. This is a problem that Olymp even faced, and now Bimey faces it again. They're being so aggressive. Walczaki don't know if they can safely take some map control in the mid game. It makes it a lot harder to only have one player in an area or to fully abandon one part of the map on the T side and just flex backwards. afterwards, you do get paranoid about the CT pushes. That's something that clearly demonstrates KOLESIE's aptitude for the map in a way that Walczaki just didn't demonstrate themselves. A hit in the making.
Yeah, but the A kit already dissipating currently. Losing 2 players very early will cost Walczaki. So many CTs already on the site. Defending it, they take care of one, but like a Hydra, there's always another and another as KOLESIE hit double digits.
All right, it's starting to seem a little too easy. If Walczaki are going to give us a fight on Overpass, that needs to be in the future and not in the past. That means we need a little bit more from them here in the second half. Tactical pause, the first they've used, maybe in the whole series, but definitely on Overpass. Talk over their options here. Figure out who's going where. Because positionally, they've been being outplayed by KOLESIE. I did say this during the camera segment there at the beginning before we jumped into the map. The T side is where you can start falling apart when you don't know a map. The CT side, it's a lot more instinctive. It's a lot more just basic architecture. And Walczaki impressed us with their knowledge of a lot of different things. Where to put Moonwalk, for example, outside of the CT side of Monster. Obviously, a number of boosts that didn't end up coming into play. They knew the lineups, they knew the utility, but that's the T side. That's where they're really struggling.
Well, let's see if it will be the case this time around, as they're finally hoping to make a dent in this KOLESIE defense. Taking it slow, looking for that initial pick. Not going to happen just yet. I mean, only a 3-round difference can be extinguished very quickly. The problem is, it's going to take Walczaki a bunch of time to break that CT economy of KOLESIE.
Yeah, that's another really good point, because KOLESIE just keep stacking the players. They haven't lost the majority of the players in the majority of their round wins. That's a recipe for an almost infinite CT economy. Walczaki would need to maul them, I think, twice on a full reset where every CT goes down, no saving, in order to get an easy third round. So far they haven't demonstrated they can do that even once, and we're asking them to do it twice consecutively in order to tie things up. That's how dire Walczaki's nemesis has made the situation. By picking this punish, it turns out it is pretty punishing. Cloak to blind in the barrels. That's going to lead to an easy layup for Olaf. There's a lot of defenders here, but I guess it just doesn't matter. Well, we asked them to break open the defenses. Can we do it one more next time?
Seems quite good. That attack towards B seemed calm, calculated, and very explosive. Didn't really give an opportunity for the KOLESIE boys to mount up a defense, and its friend and Exist just looking to keep their guns. The latter is lost, and friend wants to keep hold of this up. Of course, he can buy it back in the next round, but it would be a big investment, and as long as he can keep it for next, that might be a thorn in the side of Walczaki.
Well, they are all on the hunt just about. Had 2 players awaiting. Op goes wide on Moonwalk. I think Friend is just going to be dead to rights here. And there he is. 1 player going down for Walczaki, but it's a round victory they needed. Baimi can drop him the AK, and we will be thinking about what is coming next. We have a bit of a tech pause here. Gives us a chance to really catch up with what this all means. Flawless entries onto the sites, and Baimi even finishing the last frag as Moonwalk took a dive to Friend's op earlier to run him out of the bathrooms. That's a full wipe. I was saying you needed that twice, and then you're good. The next round is easy. You might even start seeing some concessions as early as this upcoming one. Round number 19.
A possibility, definitely. I mean, soon enough, we could have a tied result in this one, and maybe this overpass still has a few twists and turns left, as finally the side of Walczaki get their first on the board in the second half. And that feels really good. Getting that first round, not letting KOLESIE run away with it so far, that's important for Walczaki. If they can find some opening picks heading into this one, they might find themselves very close to tying up the scoreline. Not a lot of concessions will be made on the side of KOLESIE, as Friend does have enough money for an op. They have most of the utility they need, a few kits scattered around here and there, so they'll be all right in this one, but facing a reset, that's a definite.
facing a reset on the momentum as well. This tech pause will give us a brief period of time to opine about what happens if we go to Ancient, which looks possible. I was going to say likely, but obviously Walczaki helped change our minds a little bit here. Olymp having a bit of a smile to himself as he reconnects to the server, it looks like. And then sooner rather than later, we'll be readying up that in-game chat indicating players are looking to get back into the swing of things. Beautiful. Yeah, Walczaki don't want to be thinking about Ancient right now. Walczaki want to be thinking about Prague because they won it in 2. Hard-fought affair overtime on Anubis, 16-12. Walczaki made it look easy once extra rounds were achieved. They'd rather not have to do that again against KOLESIE. That would be the 3rd time in the tournament that a map was required for that. But now we get back into things. Round number 19 on your screens and in your ears. Samey with the AWP. Everybody else on an AK on the T side. And 4 A1S on friend side of the op. That is going to be how this round starts off. Bit of a slow going take towards bathrooms.
Yeah, not a lot of ground gained by KOLESIE. It seems like they have some fears in them. Let's see if maybe Walczaki can use that to their advantage. Utility used toward the A-bomb site. Innocent looking to hold on off this site, but still he needs to wait for the cavalry to arrive. Completely blind is the captain, unable to find a single kill, and that's big for Walczaki as they found a foothold to A, but still exists as an unknown entity, a threat as long as he's alive. Already that all posted up, and Saber will have an easy time taking him out.
Yeah, that's really good play from Walczaki to expect somebody even in that position. KOLESIE were maybe being a little bit too lackadaisical, like, oh, it's not really that big of a deal, and that gave it away that something fishy was afoot. Baimi hadn't seen anybody rotate up through connector. He was burrowed into the little picnic area, so glad to see that the connection, the communication, it's all on point for Walczaki, and they will post up a 9th. Everything is on these guns being saved. Bilani looks like he could be dead to rights. Friend maybe first if he's not careful, but Olymp will end up falling. Bomb will detonate. An AK offered over their courtesy of that eruption. And it looks like KOLESIE will barely hold on to things, but their money is dire.
It's tight. It's tight. We will have a small technical break for things to be sorted out. And we should be getting back into things very quickly, but KOLESIE needs to talk. Do they want to risk it with the loss bonus they've acquired? And it's not big, but they had some money in the back pockets they could use to save 2 guns. Do they want to invest in this one, risk it all, and possibly even allow Walczaki to be in a very good spot afterwards, or just go and eco, concede another round, make it 10-all, and then fight with a proper buy in your hands?
Walczaki are real tricky with it, finding all kinds of angles, all kinds of weird places to be. Friend and Bilani, the only survivors of the last round for KOLESIE, and you're going to need to be bought around with just a single 5-7 on the side of Cloaku. No further investments, just what Bilani's util had. They know that they're going to need to win an unlikely round in order to reset the momentum. Otherwise, Walczaki are going to bowl them over, and the loss bonus hasn't stacked up quite enough for a proper CT buy in the next.
Well, with what they got, they can do something. This is tricky. Bilani gets the opener. That's how you use hero guns. You don't have a lot of them. 2 for the matter, but you make it work exactly this way. A +2, and now definitely a chance for KOLESIE to maintain this lead as Walczaki are still scrambling to figure out what the hell is going on. Losing 2 players so early means that they might pull the trigger and walk into a stack. That will be the case. Olin spearheading the attack, sees the head of one, but taken out by the other. Bilani's AK completely destroying the attack of Walczaki. It's Baimi and Samey hoping to dig themselves out of this one. Not missing a beat is Bilani and Samey tucking tail, running away. Of course, tossing that AK over the wall, but he'll be saving this up for the next. It will be 11 for KOLESIE.
Yeah, it will be 11. That is the round that they needed to win, and keeping all 5 alive. Not that there was much invested, but any recovered weaponry is so important here. And Save Me gifts them a secondary sniper. If that's even something they want, they've got it. Suddenly, KOLESIE have just happened on an opportunity. The world is their oyster. Overpass should be theirs.
Look at that. Discombobulated moonwalk.
Yeah.
And Villani continues to frag. He was on 8 HP for that last guy. Could have snowballed out of control for KOLESIE multiple times in this round, but still, Walczaki unable to use the opportunity provided. Now back on a bye, it will be KOLESIE, and they do have a double op setup. Friend, that means that he can play it a bit more aggressively as he wants to find that first kill. Though Sami's op strikes Innocent through the wall somewhere. I'm curious to see how that landed. By me looking to gain some forward momentum, sees a player and takes him down. This still has a few twists and turns. Cloaku good only for one, and this round is over, Pronogo.
It's over as soon as it starts. Walczaki needed this round. They had no money for a buy in the next. It would have been a reset right in front of map point. This is their last best hope to end this in regulation with a favorable result for them. And with Reiko finding exist and suddenly going from double op to maybe no op, his friend is in the lion's den right now. He's going to need to watch out. Sami likely spotted him on the jump, but fading away down the stairs. I think he's just going to go ahead and make the call. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's in the lion's den, all right. He's in the savannah, and they are prowling towards him, licking their chops. He's basically got meat stapled to his ankles. There is no way out of this one. They've trapped him in. They've set the bait. They catch the man. He gets one shot off, and that is double digits for Walczaki off the back of a full wipe.
Yeah, only one round separating these two teams yet again. Of course, luckily for KOLESIE, they have money in the bank. They can buy back up, and they can be a threat in the next, but we might see this map go, ooh, that was sexy.
I missed you on the jump. I'll catch you on the way down. No need. I got these X-ray goggles on eBay. 11 to 10. Easy enough for Walczaki now. You said it earlier, a full buy. You're talking a bunch of A1Ss and a full white Villani. Doesn't matter. Exist will frag despite it. And that opener could be exactly what the doctor ordered for a KOLESIE 12th. Walczaki's money still pretty shaky, all things considered.
Yeah. They need this one. They need it desperately, though Moonwalk gets caught out. Sami finding a frag for his team yet again, opening things up for the T side, but they're still a man down and looking to gain ground. Innocent forward positioning on long. He might get swarmed by these Ts if they clear him well enough. Here's the footsteps, expecting a player to poke out. There you go, by me, dead. Sami late. Now he's dead as well. And Olymp left in a 1 versus 4. It looks like a KOLESIE map point. Can they get it over the line? Yeah, why the hell not? Villani catches you while you're flying, plucks you out of the sky, and it's 2 map points for KOLESIE.
A force buy required, a really unlikely force buy victory required here just to extend play. And then they're going to need to win another round after that. That's for extra rounds. That's for overtime. I think 13 to 10 is the most likely scoreline here. KOLESIE have done the hard yards, done the hard work. They can send us to Ancient off the back of a very exciting overpass, despite the fact that neither of these two teams are particularly proficient on it. Walczaki overperforming, but I just don't think it was enough.
Yeah, they're equally strong or equally weak. That's the question, but it doesn't matter in this matchup. Some surfing from Friend as he did spot a shoulder up there, looking to punish, and he's going to connect that flick. His teammate dead, but Friend on the repeat catches another. That was a tad too much. There's still a 3 versus 3 as Villani wants to get this over the line, though gets traded back right away. Moonwalk is low, and that's a factor to keep in mind as Walczaki want to get this one and, well, extend play on overpass.
Yeah, and we're playing Wingman now. They might as well only exist in this 2v2 on the B site. And Moonwalk, he has absolutely everything to do in this set. Reiko's already fallen, looking in the wrong direction, worried about a boost, worried about a jump, worried about a player that wasn't there, chasing ghosts. It's Moonwalk's opportunity now. He'll have to pre-aim against Exist. It's just too easy with no little health. That is a wrap on Overpass. We go to Ancient for our decider in the series. One of these Polish squads will be making it to land, but Walczaki are going to be kicking themselves for not studying a few more nade lineups or strats on the T side. That is what really struck them down.
At the end of the day, it was not enough for Walczaki on map number 2. The last map will be fun. It will be Ancient. The map they played triple overtime earlier in this competition. KOLESIE doing great work in the end to take it over the line, even though it was close, something we have to agree on. I mean, Walczaki do play a solid Overpass, at least against their Polish brethren. So at the end of the day, they put up a fight. So they're not really heading into the decider after being battered on map number 2. They fought well. Of course, KOLESIE was the slightly better team, and now Ancient will tell us which of these two teams is going home and which of them is going to Prague.
That's right. Which of these two teams fails at the final hurdle? Which of these two teams will manage to make it over the line? Ancient triple OT, you say? Well, it wasn't required for Overpass, but extra rounds were necessary on Anubis. Ancient could be the mother of all finales in this Polish derby, and I am here for it.
Yeah, we're going to be very happy to cast this one. Of course, we will be going, first of all, on a short break, and we'll be back with map number 3.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi výbava analytika plichtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Welcome back, everybody. 2 maps were not enough to separate the Polish derby, and we're going to Ancient. The map these teams played more than 40 rounds against each other last time they faced each other. So, Pronogo, we have a treat on our hands, it seems.
Oh, yeah, this isn't just your average treat. This is way too decadent, way too much of a delicacy. All you can eat sweets on display on Ancient, because if we're talking about a 40-round bangerang, I really feel like these are the 2 teams to do it again. Even today, based on the track record, almost every round of regulation on Overpass, and of course, more than the typical 30 that we would see coming into Anubis by comparison. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here. We're talking about at least 24 rounds, maybe a bit more than that, as we get into Ancient here today. Here and now, by the end of this map, one team goes empty-handed away from the competition, and the other team has to figure out their travel arrangements to Prague end of May.
It's KOLESIE and Walczaki heading into map number 3 of play. KOLESIE starting on the CT side. Let's see if they can mount a defense. They started off quite well. The Walczaki side looking to make some space with these pistols. A few pieces of utility there on Olymp, and Bimey already in cave, hoping to find something. 3 players in Donut. Look at that on the mini-map. That's going to be very difficult to dislodge for the Walczaki side should they opt to go towards A, which currently seems to be the case.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. Not a whole lot of action going on towards B, but they smoked Donut off initially. They could wrap around. Already one player disengaged from the Donut defense. Exist, falling back to the CT spawn. They're trying to figure out where this attack is going to come on in, and to me, of course, it does look like the B site after all. You got that bomb rotated back over. Sure, it's been very quiet. Only a decoy being expended earlier. Everything else is just Kevlar, ladies and gentlemen, and the flashbang from Olymp to set up the follow.
Yeah, but there's Cloaku with the dualies. Exist looking to find something. Cloaku gets dinked, left on very little HP. Still a man advantage for the CTs. Short-lived as Reiko finds a double. Is Bilani and Friend looking to find this round. One on the flank, one popping ahead. Friend finding another, and it will be a KOLESIE round.
Yeah, that's not how we thought it would go, but in a blink of an eye, the last 3 kills come in, while Chaki's advantaged positions destabilized, destroyed by a few nice shots. A big proponent of it was the Cave player. You talked about those dualies coming in a big play. The flashbang from Olymp didn't blind anybody. Everybody was already further back on the defensive side. You're talking about quad, cave, maybe even the rotate spots. The flashbang might as well have been saved for the post plant. Not that he had any idea it wouldn't be required earlier. Got a little bit lucky on the first push, and that luck ran out real quick, while Chalky conceded yet another pistol.
That's a bit unfortunate when you miss the insta-smoke to something like that. It will land after all. So well done for KOLESIE, though Olymp opens this round quite well as he finds that extra man exists dead on the floor. That'll spread the defense a little bit as KOLESIE need to scramble to cover all the angles.
Yeah, pretty risky situation now for KOLESIE. You're talking about a 5v4 for the T side, and even though they have lesser weaponry, the force buy is better equipped than it would have been thanks to that bomb plant. Now sieging middle as they rotate over towards the B site.
Looking to make some space on mid. The CTs are. Now they have control of that part of the map. Friend looking to just be tucked in. There you go. Olymp dead. But it brings him back into a 4v4, but the B-Bop side is there for the taking. The side of Walczaki can just waltz in there. Nobody there to stop them. They can plant the bomb, and with that molly, Bilani needs to wait a little bit before he can get close. Innocent through the smoke, causing a little bit of damage, and now the retake needs to happen. They don't have a kit. That's another factor here. No utility to use for the CTs as well. Moonwalk looking to do something on Rip, but there's a double from Bilani. Moonwalk retort by me on the dig, finds one, and now dancing around the site, hoping to get the next. Not going to happen. It's a 1v1, but Moonwalk such low HP. Innocent swings and collects the second for KOLESIE. It was close, and Walczaki, you can say that they got what they wanted. They got the bomb plan. They're going to have a buy in the next, maybe even a better buy than KOLESIE, but the result goes to the CTs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Walczaki have already leaked the script by this point. It is not possible for them to win rounds early on. They need to concede 4 rounds, Zuba, and then they get 6. It's happened every time. That's just the way it works. So that's what they're going to be doing on the T side here. And the force buys and the bomb plants are going to continue to come on through. Let's see if they can make the script a little bit different for the third installment in our ongoing saga, because it was a carbon copy in the sequel and it didn't end well for him.
Yeah. It will be an op in the hands of Friend. We'll see if he can use it, because he might need to. Neither side having a lot of nades, so I would assume the CTs at some point are going to have to pull back and stay put. Let Walczaki take the map as long as you can take the round. Now going towards A and looking to sniff something out there. Another smoke on elbow on mid means that KOLESIE don't need to think about that part of the map, at least for a little while.
Yeah, KOLESIE would give anything to have a little bit more information. And this is a good amount to satisfy them for now. Doesn't surprise me that Baimi is once again the T-side lurk on the other side of the map. Friend able to put him down with the op. And when you see that guy isolated, you're pretty sure the attack's going to come in on the opposite end of the spectrum. And that is true in round 3. Walczaki pushing through Red Room, pushing towards CT spawn, and pushing towards this A site. Balani's already lost his head.
Yeah, now trouble for the CTs. They need to find the next kill. Exist might do just that, as Moonwalk is so low, waiting for that smoke to fade, though Cloku dead. Exist not expecting a player in the corner. Olin dispatches of him, and now it's a man advantage post plan for Walczaki. Friend and Innocent not wanting to give this round over just yet. They don't want to concede and just save their guns. They're looking to do as much damage as possible. A kit there to be picked up. Not going to be the case, as Friend just misses it by a bit. And now they decide to pull back, save their guns, as Walczaki get their first on the board.
Yeah, much earlier than before, much earlier than the script would say. KOLESIE showing cracks earlier on Ancient, and Walczaki immediately punching back. Not only that, but of course they can try and take a gun or two away on their way out. This is less a hunt and more so their own evacuation, cut short by that sniper. Olymp and Sammy obviously going to keep their own guns. It's kind of a poor man's buy across the board for this next round. Round number 4 should be an interesting one. Walczaki can get creative. In this case, it was just keeping 2 players where normally there's only 1, letting the lurks bait out the subsequent kills, and it just became way too much for KOLESIE to handle. They had to concede early.
Maybe some crack in their defense. In this round, definitely, as that M4 and op will be the best they got. Exist wants to do something through that smoke. Conceded a bit of damage from the molly. So he might have to be careful for the remainder of the round. Gonna take it slow this time around the Walczaki side, just looking to make some space and wait for a push to happen. Not gonna happen just yet, so at some point, Walczaki are gonna have to start taking this map. Start taking some map control of the rather. Friend just waiting, looking at elbow. Now he might be under the test. Let's see if he has what it's necessary. No, he's just gonna pull back though, turns around and takes care of Olin. That's well done from Friend. Puts a man advantage for his team.
Yeah, and they know there's a second player throwing the utility, so they can keep that in the back of their minds as they secure other parts of the map. They won't necessarily be caught unawares by Moonwalk. Remember the lesser weaponry on some of the other players. Even though the op has been firing nicely, this is not over yet. An active round indeed. Baimi still on the other side. Moonwalk trying to dance with Cloku, and he dances with death and flubs. Trips over his own feet. The footwork a little bit too much there. And now with the op pushed away, Baimi might get activated later on. 35 seconds on the clock. Friend's got an op kill, but he still hasn't seen the bomb. They're rotating away.
Oh, what's going on here? Have they read this? It looks like so. Baimi expecting an empty site. Gonna be anything but that. With 20 seconds on the clock, they need to concede this one. There's no way for the bomb to rotate on time. Baimi just looking to survive. It will be a KOLESIE third, as Walczaki have just fluffed around that should have been theirs by right. Only 2 rifles were in play, and that was more than enough.
Yeah, it was more than enough for KOLESIE, and they leave with 3 alive at the end of the day, upgrading to an AK, keeping an A1S as well for Cloku, who didn't previously have one. So we're looking pretty good on the side of the defenders. KOLESIE giving themselves a very nice accounting. I feel like that last round could have gone either way at various points. Friend obviously fragging well with the sniper and keeping a lot of presence all around the map, finding impact. The biggest problem for Walczaki is that they didn't realize that the A site was actually open. Who would take an op pick in that situation and immediately pivot away when there's already coverage on the other site? Somebody who knows the tendencies of the other team, that's for sure. The reads are sublime.
Innocent might get a freebie here over the smoke, not spotting the player, and now might be in some trouble as Miami takes him out. Maybe a rifle there for the taking for the Walczaki side, and Olymp uses that Tech 9 quite well. Now trouble for KOLESIE.
Okay, this is a lot more action than KOLESIE were bargaining for when they saw the start of this buy. Pistols continuing to try to run through. It's Moonwalk who peeks without the support of Sammy. Even though it's just a deagle, it might have helped out. Balani putting up a very important defense there from Donut. And all of a sudden, Exist has got the cross. He gets a couple of bullets peppering him, and then Friend gets the setup going. This is a salvage operation for KOLESIE, and it looks like they've successfully ran off their attackers.
Yeah, Olymp needs to look for a different opening. We'll have a single player on the site, but no Kevlar means aim punch will play a part in any duel he does, apart from maybe hitting that instant headshot, which does not look like an innate possibility. Did not spot the barrel, but has an idea there's a player inside. Maybe there's a window of opportunity here. Missed spray. Unable to connect it fully as Bilani's left on 18, and now no chance for Olymp as the CTs are scarpering to get to the site. You know that this is done. Just a question of can he find a kill beforehand. Doesn't seem to be likely, pulling back. Luckily for him, nobody there to punish, as he seemingly will keep a hold of this M4 for the next round.
Yeah, very tight escape at the end, but KOLESIE's fourth round and Olymp's consolation prize A1S with 1900 in the bank to equip himself with. Remember, he didn't have Kevlar in that last engagement, so he's gonna have to buy that. With the helmet, of course. Yeah, dire times already for Walczaki. This is not how we expected their T side to start. They are pretty adept at Ancient, both of these squads, quite proficient at it. You can see the odds are starting to swing in favor of KOLESIE, brought to you by our partners at Tipsport. Partnered up for this Conquest of Prague, just as they did last year. Walczaki continuing to put the pedal to the metal. They've decided to go for a lower utility, heavier on the rifle purchase for round 6. See how it works out for them.
We're going to figure that out. So little utility, but Olymp needs no nades as he just slinks towards that site. Takes care of Cloku, and now a lot of trouble for KOLESIE. Exists through the molly, not going to get anything. Moonwalk was ready to receive, and already, if you're Walczaki, you got a few players sent towards B looking to take those guns out, not leaving anything for KOLESIE, and the next Innocent spotted, and now swung on as Reiko deletes him.
Yeah, Friend can't get anything done either. Too zoomed in, not expecting by me so close. Balani trying to tuck himself in the cubby position. Well, it's good for one. Okay, he might be able to escape with that sniper. Nobody else available to immediately punish. The hunt is costly for Walczaki, and he's got that sniper in his hands. Still being run down. They're still trying to take that away from him, and they will be successful. A second round of full wipe. The T side looking much better now, and not the greatest of money. Cash is not there for KOLESIE, so this next buy is going to be ugly.
Yeah, this was very important for Walczaki. Getting him back in the driver's seat, and I love these plays towards A. You know that it's scarcely guarded, especially in the early stages of rounds. You know that there might not be a player even considering the prospect of T's just walking through main. And Walczaki using that to their full advantage, putting themselves in a very good position. A tied result might yet happen, as this is a very scuffed buy on the side of KOLESIE. Innocent wants to make a play, nice flash, but it gets traded back right away, though Exists brings that man advantage back. Bilani escapes with his life. And now Walczaki need to make the next play, need to find the next kill, though Bilani needs to play it passively on B, as his teammates are nowhere to be seen. Still posting himself up. The question is, will Buy Me clear? The answer is no. Well, at least not well enough. Bilani now aligned and finding another. There's Exist with the frag, and KOLESIE not letting Walczaki close the gap.
No, Walczaki's just got reset in a brutal way. And, you know, that last whiff there from Sammy was a really hard shot to hit, but he had two sitters on the players pushing straight down towards the B site, and he whiffed both opportunities that were much more conceptually reasonable shots for an Opera to hit. Pointing that out because Sammy is a feast or famine player, and I gotta be honest, I haven't seen the explosiveness that I'm used to from his flicks, his corrections. He sometimes is forced into weird situations on the T side off where he entries with the damn gun, and he has not been able to do anything close to his usual heroics. KOLESIE, on the other hand, seem to be firing on just fine cylinders, if not all of them, and now, yeah, they've gotten that little spunk in them from the earlier attack in the previous round. They know that the buy is broken. Walczaki down to pistols, and hell, they've got a hero AK. It was already taken out earlier. It's shuffled around. Reiko will pick it up, but nobody really shooting back right now on the side of Walczaki. Not on Ancient, not on map 3.
Absolutely. Finally, they get a hope in this one. Still, that Reiko AK could pose a threat. Bilani takes care of Olymp, and Buy Me takes that rifle as he's on full HP. Not for long, though. Reiko manages to take out Innocent. Still trouble for KOLESIE in this one. They're not out of the woods yet. Friend not really allowed the luxury of missing a shot. He wants to continue down ramp. Will he expect the player tucked in already? Timing not gonna go his way. Oh, look at that. Buy Me so unlucky and loses the gun. Nice flick from Friend, and it's only Reiko left. 1 point of health, and Friend connects. It's 6 for KOLESIE and a calamity for Walczaki.
Yeah, they're starting to look their most flat they've looked all tournament long. Walczaki being dropped, gapped by 4 rounds right now, and it doesn't really show any sign of stopping, at least in my opinion, looking at it. KOLESIE look like they're going to win this half with a statement number of rounds. Walczaki need to hurry up and get back into the driver's seat. Maintain control of your vehicle. Doesn't feel like Walczaki have been able to do that at all. Slow-mo.
Even gets dinked.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can't stop him, dude.
And you know that you might have a good game when your Opera is firing on all cylinders. Bilani as well. The same scoreline as Friend, so they're the ones really pulling all the weight for KOLESIE at the moment. Another broken buy for Walczaki. They have 2 AKs, but 3 MAC-10s. A lot of utility still to be expended. Friend repositioning, though no support from his teammates. They might swarm him on mid, but with these nades raining through, he's going to reposition at some point. No, just a re-peek, and that'll cost him his life. Why do that? Exist now might get caught off guard. Innocent needs to pull back in cave. Some trouble yet again for KOLESIE in a round that they should be taken comfortably. 2 versus 3, but now an easy avenue towards B, but they don't have the bomb. Pronogo, it's left on elbow. And it seems like KOLESIE have all they need to win this one.
It's coalescing right now for KOLESIE. I've been saving that one. Applause, please. Walczaki are looking a little worse for wear. They had some good opportunities, Friend being very friendly indeed. And now the wide swing comes in. Buy Me needed a low percentage multi-frag right then and there in the elbow. Bilani instead is the one to grab the 2K and succeed. Conclude that round with a clinch in favor of KOLESIE. They confirmed that they won the first half, 7 rounds to the better. Right now, a distance of 5, and even though Walczaki are finding clever ways in here and there, they just can't get any stability. Tactical pause for KOLESIE of all teams, given that they are trying to figure out their game plan for the last leg of this first half. There's a lot on the line. I wouldn't mind, even if I'm up by 5 rounds, taking a moment if I feel like maybe they're starting to drown me in all the possibilities. And as an IGL, as a tactician, I need to come up with a proper response to all of what's being leveraged. Try to hold it all in my head at once and piece through the parts, figure out which responses are likely and which ones need to be accounted for. Let's see what Walczaki are going to bring to it, because of course they can talk too.
7-2. I mean, we expected a close-fought battle, as was the case in the first 2 maps. Walczaki bringing so far very little to the table to this discussion, constantly trying to fight on broken buys. Maybe they'll have a bit more luck in this one. 1-for-1, that may not be enough from Exist, as Cloku is under duress, finds one, not the other. Great trades from Walczaki. Friend on the rotate, off shot misses, and needs to hold his ground for the time that his teammates arrive. Some damage dealt, but still not enough. Bjelani, do you want to go through that smoke? Now you're tagged on 33. With the flash, you go through, hope to find something, but you're flashed as well, Bjelani. And KOLESIE forced to concede unless Innocent can make a play, and there's a freebie found. Now he continues all around. Friend goes through Donut. An incendiary towards CT. That will hold one of the T's, but still there's one in Donut. An easy frag for Friend. Time not really of the essence. Both of them have kits. Olymp looking to make a play. Outside Temple he goes, but now his position is known. Completely missing the spray, and KOLESIE grabbing 8.
Man, even when it looks like Walczaki have an absolute lock, stock, and barrel. Hook, line, and sinker. Dead to rights. Other ones. They can't win the round. They can't get it over the line. It's actually ridiculous that KOLESIE find a way around any obstacle put forth by Walczaki. Bomb plant, man down, doesn't matter. We got a flank. Innocent on the wrap-up. Friend finding weird angles with the op. Who's going to shoot me in my ass from Donut at this point in the round? It's not something that happens in the average situation. These are not normal retakes, but KOLESIE and Walczaki have fought so often that of course nothing is normal. And Friend with the op kill, well, that's a little bit more routine. Been playing very well today.
Oh yeah, definitely. Innocent, a nice spray. Connects with the help of Cloku towards 2. Yeah, they lost a player, but it's a 4 versus 2. And Bjelani already awaits on the site. Player to poke his head outside the smoke. No trouble for 14th kill of Bjelani, and it's only Moonwalk left. 1 versus 4. Doesn't look likely, doesn't look possible. KOLESIE hitting 9. Does Moonwalk have something in store? Missed shot from the op gives him some hope, though. 16 points of health means that he is next on the chopping block. Walking into a crossfire shouldn't be difficult for KOLESIE. Ooh, for a second there, you thought it would, but they still hit 9 and 7 rounds of a lead. They're knocking on the doors of Prague.
Knocking on the doors of Prague and knocking on the doors of double digits in our decider. It feels like they are within touching distance. Walczaki needs some measure of grace here. Some stabilizing force to be applied to them. Oh, and God help them if they lose the next pistol round. It's over for them almost immediately. But let's focus on the last round of half number 1. We've got a bunch of Galils and AKs on the side of the T's. Once again, jousting for control around this forward B short area. And mid is uncharacteristically open. Olymp taking advantage.
Yeah, he'll be looking to stretch his legs there. Bjelani might be in a little bit of trouble. He's isolated with the flash. He peeks, but anti-flash was the plan of Walczaki. Ooh, Friend destroyed, and so much ground gain. Finally a chance for Walczaki to get the round, unless Innocent makes a big play in the molly. He burns, but takes a kill nonetheless. He's going to need 1 or 2 more for his team to have hope in this one, and that's just not going to happen. With Olymp as well, taking that backstab. He's already on CT spawn. The rotators won't be anticipating this one. Bomb planted. No. Walczaki, they should be getting 3. There you go. Finds the first and the second, running away with it. Still running away with this map is the side of KOLESIE. 9-3 at the half, and very little to grasp on for Walczaki.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. A commanding lead for KOLESIE at the half. They're looking to book their ticket to Prague in just a few rounds, while Walczaki gasping for air, grasping at straws. There's very little they can do, and they need this pistol.
They need this pistol so badly. Let's see if Walczaki can make it happen. That can be the start of what their comeback looks like on Ancient. It's a map that they went into triple OT against KOLESIE earlier in competition, best of one phase. KOLESIE got the better of them there. Apparently needed less rounds to do it now. It seems to be the narrative. Now on the defense, Walczaki accept them towards the B site. It'll be a retake.
Yeah, let's see if they can mount that retake well. Olymp has a kid, and he has not the courtesy of dying. Bimey on the boost, finds a frag. Reiko dead, but Olymp answers back. Moonwalk still looking to make space on ramp. He might get taken care of. Rather, he finds two. Now it's Cloak who in a 1 versus 2 finds the first and escapes from the second. It will be a stick, but Cloak who finds the kill. It's KOLESIE on double digits.
Well, that's it, man. You might as well wrap it up right here and now. Walczaki down 7 rounds with a dead pistol, and of course there's going to be a CT4 spy, but they can't get up to their usual antics of dropping 4 rounds consecutively before they start chaining together their comeback. At that point, KOLESIE will have already started figuring out their travel arrangements, because it looks like they are going to Prague. They will let their opponents stew in it with a little tactical timeout, if that is in fact theirs. And one of the things that we always think about when it comes to how the CTs work on Ancient, it is one of those things that they can so easily be overrun if you're not taking smart, aggressive stances. You need to be a little bit further forward ahead of the site. All those plays we saw KOLESIE go for in those crunches around the B short area, to a lesser extent in middle, very seldom over towards A. These are examples of how KOLESIE are going to piece together a game plan against Walczaki's defense. Walczaki need to be really on point with the shooting, and they need to have confidence to be aggressive. And that just feels like it's too tall of a task when you're down 7 rounds.
Well, their comeback needs to start now if they still want to have hopes of getting to the Czech capital. 4 players towards that B bomb site. This is going to be an all-out brawl should KOLESIE decide to move there, but of course Walczaki won't be staying put. They'll be rotating their pieces around the chessboard, as it does seems to be like an A hit. Maybe the rotate will be on point. Still a lot of decisions yet to be made by KOLESIE, but they want to commit to A. Moonwalk tucked in. Let's see if he can keep them at bay. Reiko there to draw first blood, but Olymp already dead. It's a 4 versus 4. Some damage dealt, and that HE follows. Still 2 players defending the site, and you also have Bimey and Temple. This is an opportunity for Walczaki as they want to keep their hopes alive. Innocent dead, only 1 left, but Friend has made it a 1 versus 1 and still has the bomb on his back, making Bimey over-rotate. Friend has an empty site.
He sure does. Bimey's also going to double back here from the CT spawn, but there's a way to plant this bomb so that you're safe from this angle. First, he checks it with his rifle. He's gone. No, he's right there. He waited, and now it's his time. A clutch to keep them in the game. Is it even enough to do that? We're about to find out in the next round what the buy will be. But praise be to Bimey. That was so damn close to being a Friend 1v2.
Yeah. They managed to make this risk pay off. Send 4 players on A, maybe make a little bit of noise, rotate them all on the other side and hope that you got it right. Was the case here for Walczaki, and they keep their hopes alive. Now only pistols in the hands of KOLESIE. Won't be really easy for them to win this one, as they're leaning towards B. Olymp has an easy job taking care of the first, but still under duress is this side. By me blind, they're looking to swarm him, somehow escapes, followed by a player with that Tech 9 and another that will be the death of him. But still, was enough time for the rotation to be made. Only a bomb plant will be happening and nothing else for KOLESIE.
All right, they keep 4 alive. The bomb plant goes down. That's 1 point in favor of KOLESIE, but now we're starting to get a couple of more stable showings. Walczaki need to keep this momentum active. They cannot afford to be losing rounds the way that they ended up losing that pistol. And it's really good on them to have reset it, to have gotten back into the driver's seat. But this car ride is real shaky right now, and they're trying to speed so that they can catch up to where KOLESIE went.
Easy as you like, the retake for Walczaki. 5 rounds left to go for them to tie up the scoreline, and this one should be the simplest of them all, as there's hardly anything in the KOLESIE hands. Let's see where this takes us. Moonwalk looking to farm up some cash, and he'll be successful at that, though only 2. But paying off that gun, and Friend takes care of Olymp. Maybe there's still something for KOLESIE to say in this one. Friend looking to put that deagle to use, but it will be on the floor after Reiko deals with him. Exist, though, putting up a fight, Pronogo.
Yeah, and with a real small gun, too. Nonetheless, it will be cleaned up for a 6th. And starting to attack the economy ever so slightly with a round victory like that. Walczaki will at least have some more cash to splash, but they're going to be dealing with having only kept 2 alive. Rebuying 3 primary weapons is going to drain their coffers. That's the flashbang to kick things off in middle. We talked about Walczaki needing to be aggressive on the CT side, and that's an area that they need to win those duels a little bit more. People have been saying CT side's favored. It's not 8-2 favored, so KOLESIE are just real happy with the way that this all started. 9-3 on the half. Very impressive indeed. Every other map has been 6-6, but they have cooled off ever since the pistol.
Yeah, it seems like it. KOLESIE's still looking to do something in the second half. They've got only that 1 round when the half started, and so far their hands have been quite empty. But now back on guns, and they can look to do some damage. Though, you gotta say, is 5 nades enough when there's more than a minute on the clock?
That's a good question. Doesn't feel like KOLESIE have a great set of answers here to take control of one part of the map and then leapfrog into a site from there, but that's exactly what they have to do. A trade is one way. Cloaku will take Olymp out off the back of Exist's entry attempt. 4-on-4 now, and Moonwalk needs to be cleared. If you're clearing with bodies, you will start running out of them as you enter under the crossfires of the site, and it's from bad to worse as Innocent falls elsewhere. Now this turns into a 2 versus 4 with real low percentage points. No utility at all.
Yeah. If you exit this smoke, Sammy's gonna have a fun time. There you go. Friend dead. And Bilani left. 1 versus 4 and no trouble for Walczaki Opera as they really cut this gap down. I mean, it seemed like a commanding lead, a shoo-in for KOLESIE. Now with 3 rounds separating these 2 teams, it looks to be like a completely different story.
Yeah, we could be talking about a new chapter here at the end of Ancient, one that looks quite contrary to the first half. You can see there's not as much gruntlement on the faces of KOLESIE. They are quite disgruntled with the way that the last few rounds have gone. Trying to take back to it with pistols, and they're just getting mowed down in middle. One player not even exiting the flames. The HE's fragmenting, shrapnel in his ankles. Looking pretty dire now for KOLESIE in this round. And really that they were looking for is a frag and a bomb plant. They're not going to get either if this continues in the way that it has been. 2 donut players. This looks like Walczaki through and through.
Yeah, no problem. Long range with rifles. Bilani has different opinions, and Moonwalk running out of ammo, though did enough damage for it to be still a simple, quick, and easy round number 8 for Walczaki. But for a moment there, you would have thought, what could happen if KOLESIE hit a few shots?
Yeah, especially since it looked like Moonwalk was dead. You would have only had to deal with the player in red room, and then you would have had a nice opportunity to maybe surprise for a bomb plant, having dealt with 3 players on the CT side. Instead, they get 1. They'll have to be happy with that, or at the very least make it work. And 2 rounds separating our 2 teams is not where we thought we would be after the first half. From 9-3 till 10-8, it is a strange shift in how things have gone. And look at that. Exist found the timing between the sprays, between the taps, and Bilani looking for more action in the cave position.
Would be sigh of relief for KOLESIE should they stop Walczaki from closing out this round differential. A man advantage means the defense is spread. But can Walczaki read this situation with 2 players on B? Defense might be mounted, especially with that up, wanting to post up as soon as possible. But with 70 seconds on the clock, you got to say KOLESIE can still change their minds and go to the opposite site.
There's plenty of time. That is definitely not the problem right now. Moonwalk hunkering down on Donut, certainly paranoid of a low noise take towards A. It's not going to be anything like that, however. They have read the situation correctly, and the last bits of utility are earmarked for B.
Let's see if Sammy is good enough to hold his ground. Smoked off, and that op not going to hit anything so far. 35 seconds on the clock as the attack commences, but do they have the courage to run through the smoke? The answer seems to be positive, or just waiting for the fade, rather. Still that player on A staying put on the site as they walk into B. Same hits his shot, and Reiko does as well. A lot of trouble for KOLESIE as they're losing manpower very quickly. Bilani looking to alleviate some pressure, but not gonna happen. And even on more pressure is Innocent. There you go. 1-round game while Walczaki looking to complete the comeback.
Yeah, they deny the bomb plant view, but there's not enough money for a full buy on the other side. The bomb plant wouldn't have quite made it happen, but they could have forced a little bit easier. And a little hand stretch from Reiko as there's another tactical timeout being called. And the teams will talk over their options here, but Walczaki are looking pretty good. The last one for KOLESIE. Seems like maybe they should have saved a little bit more to talk over their options going into the T side, because they thought this would be easy. They were already tasting those beers you were talking so much about, Luba. Apparently that was just a trick of the mind. Walczaki 1 round away from tying us up, and this is a round that favors them. Look at that buy.
Ooh, you don't want to be in this situation if you're KOLESIE. Conceding so many rounds in a row and now needing to compensate with pistols. Only that one AK looking to do some more damage than these sidearms can. You want to run over the defense as soon as possible if you're KOLESIE, and that will be the case on B, but Reiko draws for his blood, still tucked in sight, and Bilani held at an arm's length by those flames. It was the rifle that went down, and now even more trouble for KOLESIE as the rotators have moved. Koloku unable to find anything exist either. Innocent finally finding a frag, but a 1v5 not a possibility. 20 rounds played, and Walczaki tie up the scoreline.
Not only do they tie up the scoreline, but they do so in such dominant fashion where every CT was in the right place at the right time. There was no hope to get into that site, especially when Friend goes down first. Not like he's the T-Lurk anyway, but regardless, it's a total misfire. You have no support, no utility leveraged in the midsection of that fight, and all of a sudden, the execute comes in after he already goes down. That's not how you want to lose your lead. That's not how you want to let your other team walk right into a tie game.
Now so much momentum of the side of Walczaki. Olimp, though, caught in no man's land, needs to pull back and survive with 64. The CT's looking to make the rotates, find the intel, and figure out where KOLESIE will be going. That deep molly will force Reiko out of position and allow a lot of space for KOLESIE, though. As I say that, Innocent gets shot in the back, left on 18 points of health. Now they can even allocate another player towards B, as that's exactly where the attack is going. Over the smoke, but nothing happening for KOLESIE as Cloakwu and Bilani hit the deck. Exist just next on the chopping block. And Moonwalk might be in a little bit of trouble. He just needs to survive, as his team has so many more players left alive. Sammy missed shot on the repeat, not finding anything, but Friend only good for one. And it's Innocent, and his 18 points of health, looking to stop Walczaki from taking the lead.
Yeah, him against the world at this point with 40 seconds on the clock. Luba, are Walczaki actually doing it? They've conceded one round of the last 8. So far in the first half, about to be 9 when Innocent falls. We're going to be 2 rounds away from Walczaki punching their ticket to Prague, an organizationless team with no supporter backing any longer at the start of the competition, going by a different name, and now all of a sudden so very close to Prague. The bomb will be planted. Innocent's 1v4 turned 1v3 comes to a close as we stare down the barrel of Walczaki at 11. They are in the lead.
The only silver lining for KOLESIE is that max loss bonus and a bomb planted, so they'll have a bye in the next. Not the prettiest one they've ever had, but something to fight with and try to tie up the scoreline. They did not anticipate that this was the way this map's gonna go. Don't forget, they beat Walczaki first time they faced them in this competition after more than 40 rounds played. 3 sets of overtime were necessary for that. And after the first half, even after the pistol, we thought, all right, KOLESIE got this. Now, no longer the case. It's Walczaki looking for revenge.
Revenge is best served cold. It's good to wait for it. It's good to wait till the end. And Walczaki have been waiting all first half long to get activated. Bilani finally gets an opening for his team. You said it wasn't going to be a pretty buy, Yuba, and you were right. Not a whole lot of utility. A concession in the form of multiple Galils, but KOLESIE have 3 AKs. They are working with tools that very much shoot back. They just need to find the right angles. 5 versus 4 now.
Yeah, some space could be acquired by KOLESIE, though Walczaki still, even with a man down, they're taking these forward positions. Will KOLESIE even anticipate this? The A site completely empty, which could be a way in for KOLESIE, but the question is, will they go to the right site for the time being? It seems like it is, but you'd have to expect that Walczaki will rotate a few pieces around this map. Oh, look at this. They're going towards Sammy. Will they expect him so deep? The op strikes, unable to hit the second man, and Moonwalk only good for 1. This 2-for-2 trade, not profitable for Walczaki. And KOLESIE may be breathing a little bit easier as they make their way to the site. Vimy cannot cross to it from this smoke. Does he want to go through it? The answer is yes. An easy frag found the first, not the second. Oh, close. But it is a tie result, and we'll be going to all 24.
All 24 required, at least. We could see overtime after all. It seemed like such a distant possibility after the way the first half ended. But that was only the second round for KOLESIE in the second half. They have struggled so hard to get on the board and to be relevant contenders in some of these rounds, even with rifles. They finally put the pieces together. It's an endless cacophony of trading back and forth, blow for blow, player for player. But KOLESIE got there first, so they are back on the board for their second round of the second half.
Yeah, but Walczaki still have the money. Their buy looking perfect. The other side, not so much. Still concessions made with 3 Galils in play. Sammy gonna get tested again. Last time out, only good for 1 this time. Unable to find the kill, but still alive and kicking with that off. And looking to make some space on the ramp. Nothing Bilani can do.
No, that's much better the second time around. Able to take care of Bilani. A man advantage for the CTs is gutting for KOLESIE right now. They really need everybody available to shoot. And if there was a lot of utility on Bilani, that's even worse, because that is one of the concessions that goes when you start lacking money to spare. Slow walking through swamp, treacherous territory. Can KOLESIE piece together a B hit? There's 3 defenders here already. Rotation's pretty far as of right now. Maybe Buy-Me getting a little squirrely. All the way back at quad, we could even see him start to peel away if the read isn't right.
They should pick up that AK, and they did. Everybody going towards ramp. Let's see if Walczaki can stand their ground. 2 players in cave, and that might be the right play. As KOLESIE is not going to ramp, they want to go to heaven, and Sammy will send them there. There's Reiko as well. Good only for 1, but Sammy posted up yet again with the op. Now, only the 5-7. That duel on the site could be crucial. Innocent looking to find a frag for himself, but the bomb is lost. Innocent 1v4, but 10 seconds on the clock. These kills are inconsequential as there's already CTs defending the site. It will be Walczaki with a series point.
Unbelievable scenes to come all the way back from 3 rounds to 9. They are in the lead. They are looking at series point. Could we see it ended here in regulation on map number 3? KOLESIE, their dreams of Prague starting to melt away. But what if we got one more round in us? What if we just had one more chance? A tactical pause from Walczaki, their second of the series. Something that they don't leverage often, but they need a little pep talk. They need to realize that they are on the precipice of a LAN event.
1 round, all that's necessary. The comeback led to this. It was a long struggle for Walczaki, even through the Swiss stage. They battled it out yesterday as well. And something you have to note, even though KOLESIE play a lot of Counter-Strike, Walczaki do it more. They're on the grind, they're battle hardened. And now, cooler heads might prevail. Look at the buy on KOLESIE. They will have an op on Friend. Everybody else not looking as good.
That's really catastrophic here for them to have not a complete buy in the final round of regulation across the whole series, and of course, most importantly, on Ancient. HE's dispensed with multiple artilleries used in the B site. Nothing there. Friend is the first pick. And this is going to scramble Walczaki into an A defense.
Yeah, Sammy in trouble. So many angles to hold. Finds a kill nonetheless. Rather, it's Olin that stands his ground. Finds a double, but that's not enough. Yolani left on a single point of health. Buy-Me burning in the fire. Needs to wait. The CT's already available for the retake, but can they get into the site? Reiko has a smoke, but he's staying it, or rather keeping it in the utility belt. He wants to smoke the bomb as soon as possible, as soon as he can get the chance, which might not be a bad idea with KOLESIE so far away from the site. And there you go, the smoke blooms, not on the bomb, rather in Donut. Still a good play. Buy-Me looking to alleviate the player in main. They find 2 kills, only 1 left. Friend looking to clutch. He needs to find the frag. Unable to do so, yes! It will be overtime after 24 played.
Unreal clutch from Friend in the 1v2. Everybody else had fallen. It was a 2v3 retake onto the site for Prague point. It didn't matter. They had 1 chance to end it in regulation, and now it's extra rounds on Ancient. We've been here before.
That was so close. KOLESIE saving themselves, and that op on Friend. So instrumental. 3 kills in this round. Yeah, 1 got from a Glock, but does it even matter as he brings them over to the line, takes them to overtime? We'll have extra rounds on Ancient, as was the case last time these 2 teams met.
If they make it all the way, they go into the LAN playoffs. Hell, if they manage to get to the final and get some highlights, that moment from Friend that qualified them here, it feels like. That's where the wind changed. That's where KOLESIE changed their answers, their destiny. What an unreal way to will yourself to extra rounds and perhaps all the way to Prague.
Well,
must be thinking about that.
A lot of work ahead of them if they want to do so. Choked a lead, a big one, in the second half. Managed to get to overtime. That'll lift their spirits, but is it going to be good enough? Because still, I would assume that it's Walczaki with the momentum on their side. Even though they conceded that last point of regulation, they were the ones tying up rounds in the second half.
Really surprising that the lead got away from them so heavily. KOLESIE should have been able to finish the job. But we've said that about them in regulation before and needed extra rounds to decide. Last time we were in overtime, though, it was Walczaki 16-12 on Anubis just 2 maps ago.
Yeah.
Now, will overtime be kind to KOLESIE? We already have a tech pause to start things off. It looks like Innocent. I don't know, is that one of those tech pauses where, hold on, I got to make sure my toilet's working? Like, what's going on, dude? Come back to
I
the
think
chair.
it could be one of those situations. I mean,
just got to test it real quick. Hold on, guys.
You don't want to be even more uncomfortable in these high-stress matches, right?
I want them to be uncomfortable. I want them to suffer for their art, you know? If we got to hold it, they could do too. That's my logic. Come on now. Big boys. Either way, this is where we separate the men from the boys. And KOLESIE should have been enough to make this happen. They're all back in their seats, ready to continue on the T side. Walczaki, on the other hand, I mean, they're just... They might as well, if they're breathing and they're not sleeping, they might as well be playing Counter-Strike, as far as they're concerned.
Usually is the case if it's not sleep or eating, and they're okay with sitting at their PCs. Sammy out of position, just waiting for that flash to fade, but that'll cost him his life. Olim striking back. Still a 4v4 and a chance for KOLESIE.
Yeah, no AWP in play for Walczaki. Friend, on the other hand, 22 frags to his name, leading the charge alongside Balani. Reiko's been the heavy hitter here, but it's kind of gone under the radar. Not too many highlight rounds, just kill after kill after kill. Friend cracking off the shot. Olymp has fallen elsewhere. Reiko's got a kill for every round that's passed by. Can he get to 25 as we start overtime off? A 2 versus 4. Friend sure is low. They're going to go for it because money's not a problem, but can he get anywhere? The answer is no, not quite. Even catching exists at a weird timing. Yeah, it's just by me now, and I don't think he's getting very far, Yuba.
No, I wouldn't assume so. He's going to get decapitated? No, not going to be the case for Innocent, at least. By me, looking to keep that AK for the next. The side of KOLESIE, looking to take that AK out of his cold, dead hands. Nice tracking from By me. But unable to survive until rounds end. It's KOLESIE taking the lead.
It's always so funny to me thematically that the AK is the prized weapon. Not only cheaper, but it's a dark side weapon. It's for the bad guys. But the CTs always want some. Always looking for it. Walczaki, no different. But they won't be able to get access to it. And a lot of this is based on the fact that Reiko kind of just pushes the smoke, phases the smoke in an attempt to catch somebody off guard. Almost worked out for them all the way back on the regulation there in that final round. But he was 1 kill off of being helpful. Ironically, if he got to 25 kills, he would have been pretty good for his team. He'd already be securing Prague point, but not the case. And now, a little bit of action towards B. Cloaku very, very busted up here. Feels like he's seconds away from death. Ren just scoped in on the smoke, waiting for it to dissipate. How's another one taste?
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for a little bit longer before they can enter alley. And that's going to give them time to think about their life choices and what led to them having to play overtime, having to save themselves to get to overtime. Let's not forget that. If you've just joined us and are confused by what I'm saying, it was a 10-3 lead for KOLESIE at one point.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Won the pistol round in the second half. Won basically every pistol. I don't actually recall a Walczaki pistol loss or a pistol win in this series. Just to point at how hard they've fought. Sammy, an easy sitter, but that was Cloaku, the low HP player. If you're going to lose a player to a NOP, that's the one that you want to lose.
Absolutely. Now a change of heart from the side of KOLESIE as they're just running toward the A bomb site. Olymp needs to survive for as long as possible. Tucked in behind Big Box. Sammy takes care of Friend, and Olymp there to strike. Though struck down is he. Moonwalk dead. Sammy and Reiko making it work, and Reiko gets another as Walczaki tie up the scoreline yet again.
Yeah, tying up in overtime, pretty important. You think maybe there's some history at play here. These are two Polish lineups, the regional matchups there. Apparently, there's some talk afoot. Either way, 13-all. And Walczaki have a little bit of momentum. On Anubis in overtime, you were talking about 4 in a row to finish it off. They didn't drop a single T-side round, and then they won the first CT round to finish it off. That's how Walczaki scored victory on the first map, and Overpass didn't need these extra rounds. So to see more contested play already does tell me that we're in for a bit of a long one. I wouldn't be surprised if we go an extra set of OT.
Oh, caught outside is one of the CT players. Managed to scrape back, but Olymp does not, as Cloku opens things up in this one. The T side seems to be finally working for KOLESIE now that we've reached overtime. Let's see if they can work it enough to have the lead when the side switch exists. Easy as you like, though is going to get traded back. Reiko wants too much, as Cloku has his number. Moonwalk brings a frag back, but still a man advantage for KOLESIE, and a lot of room for Friend actually to stretch his legs in Red Room. Though a smoke there to stop him for a bit. 2 T players in A main. Moonwalk needs to dispense of both of them. Can he do it? Finds the first, left on 19 points of health, and needs to reposition as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, the other player is not making any noise. Innocent is very much a guilty party to the deception here, and Friend will be able to clear Moonwalk. That allows the bomb to go down. Baimi couldn't find any other sign of life on the map. He's got an AK. He just picked up a flash and, a nice little bevy of utility on the way to A main. This is a doable 1v2 retake. It's not guaranteed. It's not even necessarily likely. He needs to get past that Brokey Temple position first and see if Friend can have his number. The answer is no. Now he's got 2 flashes and a smoke. The kid is on his back as well. Yuba, this is easily possible.
Yeah, depending on how he diffuses, where he puts himself. Just to bait out that smoke break, not going to cause anything, but Innocent through the smoke catches Baimi, and it will be around for them as they claim the lead at the half of overtime. KOLESIE 1 up over Walczaki.
Yeah, this has been real difficult, neck and neck, for KOLESIE to have the lead at the end of OT1, half 1. It's just a bit of a surprise, and none of these rounds are particularly typical. These are really arcane positions for Walczaki and KOLESIE to be losing players in. They open just fine with all the duels in middle and sometimes around the B alley area. Oh, it looks like we might have a bit of a reset here, yeah. But these rounds are so wonky when it comes to the mid-range. You know, when we're talking about a situation where the players are already, it's a broken round, players have died on multiple sides, it's a 2v3, it's a 3v4. These are weird situations where the players are in odd spots. What do you even do about dying to a flank from Friend coming in through CT spot? How is Moonwalk supposed to expect that? So everybody being pretty tricky about where they are, and it's obviously been paying out very slightly in favor of KOLESIE now by the fact that they are 1 round up. But going back to CT spawn, I actually don't know if the CT side's going to be where they do their best work. It felt like they were on a roll for T and then just immediately had to switch over, as is the way of Overtime's format. So what are you thinking, Luba? Do we have a recommendation? Do you have a prediction?
Oh, a prediction? I wouldn't dare.
More Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, that's the best bet, to be politically correct. Otherwise, you might be in trouble next time you enter Poland.
Right. Oh, it's to see if his drink dispenser was working. That's the tech pause. Okay.
Well, all right. You need to take down a few drinks. in such a situation. Calm your nerves and see what you can do in the next. Of course, 1 round separating these two teams, 2 necessary by KOLESIE, 3 for Walczaki if they want to make it through this round of overtime and go to Prague at the end of May.
Pretty wild for either of these two teams to make it there when you think about it. Nobody was saying them. Nobody had them on their lips when it came to qualifying out of the Swiss stage and into the play-ins. I don't think this is the expected result. Eyeballers makes more sense. Everybody else, a bit of a surprise.
Pleasant surprise, definitely, for KOLESIE and Walczaki. I mean, you had Sinners in the competition.
Right.
You got the reigning champions of Fnatic. I mean, they didn't really look good, but you still want to see Fnatic succeed as an old school name. They weren't long in the tournament. So I'm very curious to see what either of these teams can do once they get to LAN, because I don't think there's any doubt that heading in there, you're going to be an outsider, an underdog against a team like Alliance, maybe even Sashi, Eyeballers to a definite extent. Of course, that's expecting Eyeballers actually beat NIP youngsters today, which is always a question because young ninjas have played some pretty good Counter-Strike.
Young Ninjas do play some pretty good Counter-Strike, and they shoot really solidly as well. I'm sure they're itching to get onto the server, given how long this series has gone. We're in extra rounds and in an over longer technical pause to the point where they're pulling out the replays from earlier in the game. Man, so many rounds ago. Was this even the same map, Yuba? I don't remember.
This series has dragged on very long. We had overtime in the first map. The second map was unexpectedly close, it finishing 13-10, so it could have gone to overtime still. This one, you don't know where it's gonna go. We might end up casting this match a couple more hours. Why not?
Yeah, I think there would need to be a reschedule. Maybe we can play the rest of overtime tomorrow.
I mean, like at Wimbledon, when it takes 3 days to finish a match.
Yeah, that's one of those legendary things I've only heard about but never dived into. Sounds pretty wild. But the technical pause has left us for now. We get back into things on the next round of OT. KOLESIE up by 1, but back on the CT side. Walczaki, are they going to be liberated from their defensive shackles? Are they going to feel like now it's their turn, their time? Find a good spot. KOLESIE already being aggressive. Cloaku, and supported by Friend over here in A. Olymp will likely be tested by this. Everybody else cowering behind a smoke in the door towards B.
Yeah, Olymp will be going elsewhere. The timing might not be on his side should Cloaku decide to push even forward. Gonna be a bit of a slow round. Some utility exchanged across the map. Still no sign of the T's from the CT perspective. But it does look like a B attack through and through, and they're just setting themselves for an execute. Still, of course, a lot of utility left in the hands of Walczaki. 2 players defending the site. Rotators will be a little bit late to the party, so not going to be easy for KOLESIE to keep this site in their hands.
It's going to be pretty challenging. Yeah, you mentioned only 2 players over here. Olymp still making some noise out middle. Cloaku hasn't budged from A main, so 2 players on the B side are going to have their hands full in a big way. And, well, Balani already forced back towards quad. Behind the smokes and behind the frags, he needs to consider guarding his life. Olymp's rotated in through middle. The other anchor onto the site, Innocent, trying to keep cave position live. It is dead. Reiko bowls him over elsewhere as well, with Balani hitting the deck, and that's it for this defense. It's all coming undone. KOLESIE have conceded another round. It's a tie game in overtime.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a long day at work, it seems. We were sure of that even on map number 1. That one's done and dusted a long time ago. Now on map 3, going through overtime, hitting all 30. maybe even further, and Reiko through the smoke catches that second kill. After that, you had to know that the round is over and that it will be KOLESIE conceding. Let's see if they can get back to winning ways in this one. One thing to note, if they lose this round, Walczaki will have an advantage in terms of equipment.
Yeah, I was just looking at the money. Seems a little low for OT, and so, well, Friend had to rebuy everything. Same for the rest of KOLESIE. Not usually how that first round goes. They'll have a little bit of cash, but it will be with some concessions. Particularly, I don't think there's going to be an AWP if it's another full wipe. Cloaku survives, peeking towards Sammy, who has come into his own a little bit here with 19 frags. Oh, look at the entry from Moonwalk. Unbelievable.
Now that's +2. Friend posted up, but is he enough? His teammates all across the map. Good flash as Olim takes care of Exist, and this round is crumbling for KOLESIE. As they're in a 2 versus 5, somebody needs to make some heroics happen, and I don't think that that is gonna happen. You already see that Olymp lurk going towards the A bomb site. He's gonna check it out, and even if he dies, that just means that his teammates can pull the trigger. There you go. A tree grenade takes him out of the round. Good play from Bielani, just turning toward the other side, but Friend needs to fight. That op needs to survive. Bielani was missed by the op, but the AK strikes him down, and it's all down to Friend. 1 versus 3. Can't stop the plant, but can find a kill. Finds the first, not the second. It's another match point for Walczaki.
All right, series point once again on the board. Now it's in overtime. Now it's do or die. Well, more like do or play more Counter-Strike. And Walczaki, they'd probably be all right if they didn't continue playing more Counter-Strike. I think their hearts would still function. Their brains would still have thoughts. KOLESIE really need this 15th round. Really need another chance. And the op is back on with very minimal support elsewhere. Low utility on multiple players, a FAMAS on Bielani. There's concessions in OT. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, this is not the way you want to face match points of your opponents. And Walczaki, do they want to waltz into A? That's the question. Exists. Very little he can do with that angle, only find intel for his team. Maybe, if he's lucky, strike somebody's head. So it's A side there for the taking for Walczaki, and we could find ourselves in a 5v5 retake, though still a few twists and turns in this round as Walczaki are looking to spend their utility towards mid. Olim saw a player Exist, now rotated toward the site. Player boosted up. Does he expect it? Moonwalk ready to activate. 60 seconds on the clock, but the thing is, Walczaki still haven't grouped up, only sent a player as a lurk, and the rest of them going elsewhere. Olim takes care of Innocent. Friend fires back, but Moonwalk, there you go. Now he strikes, and a double might be enough. KOLESIE crumbling, looking to dig themselves out of this one. Friend, no chance. It's all down to Bielani. But the bomb is going his way. Might be an opportunity. Finds one. Does he expect the player on ramp? Just misses him. And there's more than enough time for that bomb to rotate elsewhere. Bielani needs to hurry up, and 3 players left to find. Walczaki on the precipice of their comeback coming into fruition. Through overtime, they do it. And they are knocking on the doors of Prague. Bielani on 73, no kit either, and so many T's to find. The first one should be easier, not even going over the first hurdle, and revenge is a dish best served through OT, through a comeback, and Walczaki booked their ticket to the PLAYzone LAN in Prague.
Vite de Praze. Welcome to Prague, Walczaki. You managed to make it through without organization, without support, and of course with extra rounds. Overtime on Ancient required, just as it was on Anubis. And KOLESIE hands held in shame. 10-3, and they lose in overtime. What a collapse, but Walczaki, what a performance.
Oh yeah, you need to keep your heads cool in these sorts of situations. You need to find a way to complete that comeback, and so they did. We'll be looking at these polls in Prague. Of course, the Polish community, they were very happy that they got at least one team there, so it will be Walczaki as they get a number on KOLESIE. They lost to them in the Swiss stage, but when it mattered most, Walczaki got the victory. I would assume that this rivalry is just beginning, Pronogo, as these teams go blow for blow, they go head to head and make it a very nice contest.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you're going to be locked in combat for so damn long, I'm pretty sure you're happy to joust with them again and again and again. Walczaki are obviously going to be pretty happy with this result. But yeah, realistically speaking, these two teams should just keep meeting up all the time. That would be great. We can have some more ridiculous overtime barn burners between these two Polish teams. And I'm sure that at the same time, you know, some of them are thinking, damn, he's so good. And then, you know, he added that he would like to play practice, whatever that copy pasta is. They'd be starting to add it in, see if they can't get some of the homies onto the right side of things. But that's that. KOLESIE are out of the competition, seen out by their orgless brethren of Walczaki, the upstarts, managing to make it in. It's a pretty cool logo for an orgless team, I just got to say. So I'm glad to see that, plus their ridiculous style of play. They almost won Overpass. Let's not forget, a map that is their perma. KOLESIE just really had to go the extra mile to bring them to heel and get it over the line. Eyeballers versus Young Ninjas is up next. It was supposed to start a little bit earlier, but now it is about 15 minutes aside.
Yeah, we had a grueling best of three to start the day. 3.5 hours it took for Walczaki to actually make it through the LAN, and we have one more spot yet to give out. It's Eyeballers against Young Ninjas, of course, as always, right after the break.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napij.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Roy from iBallers, thank you so much for coming to the interview. A pretty exhausting tournament, I would say, for you. You played to the whole length, to the last possible round. So how do you feel right in front of the match with Young Ninjas?
I think it will be an exciting match. My previous team, Young Ninjas, I was a good game against them, and there's a lot of histories, so I think it will be a good game.
Well, in terms of your history with the team and also with the history of the organization, how prestigious is this match, especially for you, since you are a whole Swedish roster and you're playing against organizations such as Ninjas in Pyjamas, but their academy, they don't have any Swedish players.
Yeah, it's not the same anymore, I think, because there's, as you said, no Swedish player anymore, and I've not played with any of them in Young Ninjas right now, and I don't know the coach. I know the coach, but I've not played under him, and so I don't really have a connection to them right now. So it's not really the same as it used to, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
And also, when it comes to the A-team, to the whole organization, they are moving to East right now with their ownership. So do you feel like you are the next team, next organization, maybe next project to claim the Swedish flag and to drag it with you?
Yeah, I think that's the eyeballers that our main goal, to be the #1 Swedish team, to put Sweden back on the map, as we were big once in a for a long time ago with Fnatic and NIP. We were the leading nation in the CS at the beginning, but I feel like we're on our way up in Sweden. So yeah.
Yeah, great to hear that. Also, there is a big news right now. Cash is coming back to the map pool. So how excited are you? And will it change your map pool in a significant way?
It depends on what map it will replace. We don't know it yet. But I've never played Cash professionally. But I know JW have played it a lot with Fnatic when it came out. And he said he likes it and it's fun to play. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. It just depends on what map it's going to replace.
Yeah, he especially might be happy with the map coming back, that's for sure. Also, for the last question, what do you think about Young Ninjas roster right now? How tough of an opponent they would be?
I don't think we should underestimate them. I mean, there's a new lineup. I know Sita, the Young Ninjas coach, a lot. He's a very hard grinding guy. He knows a lot of stuff, and I think the players is good individually. So I think it could go both ways. Honestly, it's MR12, and everything can happen.
Looking forward for the match, and thank you so much for the interview, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tane from Young Ninjas, thank you so much for coming to the interview, and congratulations for your victory over Unity. How tough of a match it was for you?
Thank you, and hello. I mean, against Unity, I think it was, to be honest, one of the easiest matches. Like, we were just playing good individually, everyone was like shooting good, we made good decisions in the match, so yeah, like, if you look at the event, I would say that was the easiest match probably in the whole event, yeah.
For us, Czech fans or Czech esports people, you are the ruiners of the fun because you actually beat Sinners and Unity as well. So how important for you would it be to get to Prague if you already came a long way?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I don't care, we are playing as a mix in this tournament, and like, if you will qualify, then it's amazing, like, new experience, like, we'll go to Isle of Lance, so that's amazing, but if you lose, like, nothing happens really, like, we have a lot of matches that are incoming in the upcoming months, so yeah, like, I wouldn't say, like, it's a very important match in my eyes.
Sure. As you said, there's a lot of changes currently happening in your roster, in your team. What a turbulent time for you. How do you feel personally? And did it click with your current new teammate, with your current stand-in?
I mean, yeah, like at the start it was tough, to be honest, but recently I think it's getting like better and better, and I think you can even see this in the results as well. So yeah, I would say it's better every match, and we are gaining confidence pretty much every game that we play in.
Great to hear that. Today you're playing against Eyeballers, and they definitely will be the favorites, but there is a lot of VRS points to play for from your side. So what do you feel about your opponents, and do you see them as a really strong team?
Yeah, of course. We've played against them on LAN as well, and we lost. But I think on online it's like a bit different game. And of course, like we will be the underdogs, and I would say we've been the underdogs for the whole tournament, I would say. So like we have no pressure. I think we can win against them. We managed to win against Sinners previously, so I think we can just do everything, and we can win this match.
That's true, and good luck with maybe another upset. Thank you so much, and see you.
Thank you a lot. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for the last match of the online phase in the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. It's Eyeballers against Young Ninjas to end this part of competition. After this, we will know which 4 teams will be participating in the Prague LAN, of course, in the PLAYzone Vodafone Arena at the end of May. Pronogo, I'm very excited about this one, but I'm really unsure that this best of 3 is going to top that previous one.
Yeah, it's going to be real hard to get all those extra rounds and all those very close games, especially with the mind games starting as soon as the veto. I think Eyeballers versus Young Ninjas is a much more straightforward setup. You heard from the interview in the Young Ninjas corner from Tane. He said that we're playing as a mix, and qualifying would be great, but it's not really what we're here for. This is just to see which of us 5 is going to get, maybe moved up to another team somewhere as we're proving stuff, or until we get into a more steady lineup. Meanwhile, Eyeballers, of course, they've got a lot on the line. They've got members like JW, who obviously recently did make a return to LAN, and it was wonderful, hoping to do it again. And they could be real contenders for winners of the entire tournament. They just need to prove that with a handy victory here as the heavy favorites.
Yeah, I can see that being an innate possibility. Of course, Eyeballers heading here as favorites. They are a team that didn't really struggle a lot, even in the Swiss stage, right? It went as smoothly as you could anticipate it being. Yeah, they lost to Unity at the beginning of competition, and it wasn't upset that best of 1 they played against Unity, where, if I recall correctly, they choked a big lead to go to overtime and lose after that. Afterwards, they were very successful, beating each and every opponent, among which was Walczaki, that we just saw go to LAN. So in all theory, you can expect, of course, Eyeballers to be the favorite team heading into this one and sort of going through with maybe even a 2-0 result. But Young Ninjas, you said it yourself, they are a team that shoots very well. They are a very young team, and a squad that I would still assume has a lot to prove, even though they're heading into this one as underdogs.
Yeah, they do have a lot to prove. They're also the team that had to make it through the second round there. This is their second best of 3 of the play-in. They made it through 3-2, narrowly escaping the Swiss stage. And Tane said, listen, the easiest match of all was actually the one against Unity. I'd say that tracks from looking at how they have navigated the competition. I don't know if that means that Vister is single-handedly vibing it out with the whole rest of the squad, and that's why he ends up being such a good addition. But, either way, we're going to have a little bit of the hair of the dog to start up our series. Ancient is where we closed last. We're going right back, but I promise you it's going to feel different with these 2 teams. Anubis up next. So interesting that we're going to see 2 repeated maps. Overpass vetoed, so if we need a decider, it will be Mirage. We are going to be green and then sandy. Well, I guess that's something that happens every now and then in a map pool like this. Not very surprising picks, especially Anubis from Eyeballers. I'm thinking that this is a fairly bog standard veto, especially by comparison to the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. I would assume that the entire best of three is going to be a lot different than was the case in the last one. We've had maybe some more tactics coming into play than was the case in a lot of rounds in the previous best of three. And if we consult Tipsport, of course, our odd makers, they confirm what we've been saying. Eyeballers heading in as favorites, but there is still an opportunity for the Ninjas.
Yeah, the main idea that I'm seeing here is going to be JW, as you see on your screen. Eyeballers overall, they might be a little bit slow to wake up here on Ancient, just based on the fact that it is a map that is a little bit more middle of the road, in my opinion, based on what Eyeballers have displayed in the past. Also, Young Ninjas are just really well practiced on it, so it makes perfect sense that it would be open to them when Dust 2 was not. Now we're talking about Anubis for the second map. That one feels like a more of a casual cruise to victory for Eyeballers. So let's see how hard they're shooting when we start our proceedings off on our first map. That, to me, is going to tell us whether or not Eyeballers are going to take this handily or whether Young Ninjas have a shot.
Of course, it's going to at least give us some context of what we can expect from this best of three. You got JW on screen. You said it yourself. He made a return to LAN, and now he's maybe even hoping to do one better this time around should he get to Prague. I would assume that still Eyeballers, if they make it through, they are one of those teams that you can expect them to really have a conversation about even winning the trophy, even though, of course, you got Alliance being the much more developed team, at least from standpoint of looking at their matches and how they went recently. You got, of course, Sashi that did sort of make that sort of a surprising come to the 3-0 result and actually going to land without much trouble. But I would still think that Eyeballers might even be a team that's definitely able to beat Sashi, definitely able to beat the Poles that we just saw go through the land. Of course, Alliance is the big dog in that land, at least judging by the rosters and the teams and the form.
That's right, yeah. And we are also going to have a chance to see whether Eyeballers can properly assemble that as their resume coming into Prague. Going up against the Young Ninjas, this shouldn't be a huge challenge for them, but something tells me that the Ninjas are ready to be proper upstarts. On the T side of Ancient, no less, Eyeballers will get ready to defend.
Let's see where it takes us as we begin things in our second and last best of three, not only of today, but for the online stage. Eyeballers starting on the CT side, which of course is to be expected, this being a Young Ninjas map pick. Some utility on both sides. JW also has that diffuse kit and 4 players located towards B. Let's see if it's an anti-strat or just a risk taken by the side of Eyeballers, as Bob is going to have a lot of work on his hands. His teammates looking to rotate, but maybe that might be a mistake as all the Ninjas are in red room. Apart from one, though, they lose their heads, lose 2 players. Third not going to happen as they bring back 2 frags and allow themselves a little bit more space. No, looking to clear the site. He'll be unsuccessful at that, but Maxter down a very low. And he takes the last kill. Eyeballers get the ball rolling.
They sure do. That was really good from Eyeballers. I thought Young Ninjas were going to be dead to rights when JW stuffed a smoke into the CT doorway there and then just made sure to hold them down. Young Ninjas, they end up bursting forward pretty surprisingly. I'm impressed with their gumption in that kind of situation, but just because they had the endurance doesn't mean that they had the aim, and Eyeballers were able to get the better of them, especially after Maxter survived a duel he wasn't really supposed to win in the first place. So that's how that ended up with a 1 in the Eyeballers column. And with an A4, couple A1Ss, and only 1 SMG, this buy looks really good for Eyeballers. Less about farming, more about stability.
Ooh, nice shot from Maxter. Of course, this should be a pretty clean cleanup from the side of Eyeballers. Dex looking to farm up some cash with that MP9 will be successful on the first and the second. Nothing that Tank can do as Eyeballers hit another round, convert that pistol round victory.
Very nice, very clean, not losing anybody Everyone comes home from that particular operation, and that's how you know eyeballers are going to be sitting pretty going into the next. They only had the one bonus weapon. You can call the FAMAS that as well, but it'll work in a pinch. And the MP9's pretty damn good anyway. Ancient a little bit less so than a map like Anubis or Mirage on the CT side, but certainly something that you could still see come to fruition around that B alley area. Two-man CT push was thought about from eyeballers down A main. Joski on the lurk. Everybody else gathering up towards mid and B for the Young Ninjas. Feels like Deck's going to have his hands full again over in Cave soon. It's Rolf to take first contact. It's just a bunch of nade damage, shrapnel in his eye. Nice smoke from Dex. This is going to slow things down a little bit with 1:15 on the clock.
Yeah, a bit of a slower round this time around, as Noah is looking to make some space towards B, as was the case in the pistol round. Let's see if he can do it. The answer is yes. Note was really good in their previous best of three. Something of note. Dex looking to re-smoke K, but this still might be troublesome. Bob XD bringing it back into a 4v4, as eyeballers now looking to take control of this round.
Depends on how active Bob gets. They might not have control still by the end of it all. And Young Ninjas, they're deciding where exactly they want to attack B from. Main is smoked? Okay, they go back to Cave is smoked? All right, well, I guess we're gonna have to ping pong around until they run out of smokes. 30 seconds on the clock, and Dex in a position of power.
Oh, there you go, a double found and a triple to follow. Rude gets blown away by that nade. The lineup gives him an opportunity, but 20 seconds on the clock, even less now, and Cave smoked off. Nothing that Rude can do going through the smoke. Giving himself a chance, but 10 seconds on the clock, and now they know exactly where he's at. Running through the smoke, bomb in his hands should be the death of him, and Bob collects.
There you go. Bob being a rock. It was a full house between him and Dex. Very nice play from eyeballers. Keeping two alive is certainly a hell of a lot better than one, so we'll take it on the money side, but a little bit of economic pressure exerted by Young Ninja's headhunting, and this is it. Dex really making his money with that FAMAS in Cave. This guy's going to be a problem on the defense. Young Ninja's going to think about how to uproot him. But it won't be in this round. It's only Deagles here. A full deco with a little bit of Kevlar picked up by 3 members. Young Ninjas just want to see if they can get a headshot feel-good frag round. Otherwise, eyeballers will be up to 4.
Yeah, seems likely. Tane not going to hit that shot. They got some Kevlars, of course, as you mentioned previously, so they might get their hands on a rifle or two, which would improve their chances in this one. Of course, Rude the only one not deciding to invest into basically anything, as he wants to get that big green as soon as possible in his hands. A lot of space already acquired by eyeballers, and Bob XD should be up to the test, as he has an AK against a few pistols going his way. Ooh, gets blown away by Vister. And now a bit of trouble for I, as JW is isolated on the site. Shot missed, needs to fight. Can he do it quick enough? His teammates trying to rotate back around, and that will be the case for this side. But JW forced off the angle. Bomb plant happening, and Vister not missing anything. Rolf actually is missing, unable to collect this kill with the M4, finally does. And now they continue to the side, but Rude has got his hands on the AK, and he's gonna put it to use. JW, another missed shot, and time is running out. They have to hurry. Finally, Vister falls, and Maxter now joining his teammate, trying to get this one round. There you go, manages to do it. Smoke to Donut, and very little the tank can do. Trying to take out the diffuser, not gonna connect, and eyeballers collect. Number 4, Thane, dead.
Well, even a death at the end, but that was an excellent attempt from Young Ninjas. Outsized impact with the hand cannons. Unreal, and really appreciated as well to see signs of life from them. I'm glad that they're not taking it lying down. Vister, nice headshots. Maybe the reason why we weren't singing his praises too much in the previous series of play against Unity, where he felt more like a tag-along, is because he just didn't have the deagle in his hand.
Yeah, looked like it. Let's see, more aggression on mid. A lot of flashes going on. A double found. Maxter and Bob collecting. And also Dex there to help, though Tane brings a frag back. Still a man advantage, short-lived for Eyeballers. JW making space in main, but does that even matter? Let's see if it does. Will they expect him to poke his sniper out? Bomb is gonna get planted. JW not gonna let it happen. And Tane alone in a 1v2. Good thing is the CTs are spread thin, but he needs to Ferrari peek JW at some point to scope on the angle and ready for battle. It's number 5 for I.
After the previous round, I was a bit worried JW would flux that up, but he ends up being just fine. I really like actually how he fell back to a decent position after the first frag, but he had the presence of mind. He knew where that bomb was going down. That was calculated from the old man. Really cool to see. It's something that I'm always very appreciative of, is the previous generation of talent. JW now, it was Scream before his return to competition. I'm really glad to see that, and Young Ninjas are really glad to see a B site, perhaps a little bit under strength. The longer they wait, though, the less it'll end up working out in their favor. A full buy available for the Ninjas.
They're looking to get their first on the board finally. They were close in a couple of situations, couldn't get it over the line. Dex wants to be sneaky through the smoke. Joski, not the best timing, though Dex now still in the smoke, finally claims the head. Ooh, even able to run away, but does he want to fight? Oh, the answer is no. He figured out that he might be under stress. Maxter double with the help of Dex. Roll fast as he takes down a player. Bob will add the finishing touches, and it's I on 6.
Man, this is too easy for Eyeballers. The Swedish side working real nicely together. I think Young Ninjas should take attack if that's something they're thinking of doing, but no, there it is. Comes on through. We need to talk a little bit. 6 already. Young Ninjas not on the board yet. They need to find some way to convert the chances that they've had in maybe 2 rounds tops into actually getting there, actually getting on the board.
An absolute necessity for the Ninjas to get something. They did pose a threat multiple times so far, but that's not enough, I'm afraid. They're gonna have to be better than that.
A lot better. Big problem right now. Joski 0-6, Note 1-6. We talked about both those players being stable rocks for the Young Ninjas. Joski being a more of a side anchor and lurk type player, so the thinking man's Young Ninja, while Note is, let's just say, a little bit more of the heavy fragger star player style. Dex burned away from his position inside the cave by Tane, and this is a bit of a pistol half buy with those suits of Kevlar. Bob with a huge flank out of A. This could absolutely annihilate the Ninjas' plans.
Ooh, Bob only good for 1. But at least some intel gathered. JW misses a sitter, and Note now with the AWP. This will completely discombobulate the difference, or rather the defense. Rolf looking to get a frag back, but loses so much health, and now Eyeballers scrambling for the round, making it work in the end. A 4v2, not collected by the Ninjas in another round where they will be kicking themselves for losing.
After a tactical timeout, they get all the way to a 4v2. Yeah, they don't have the weapons. Yeah, they don't have the utility or the equipment, but these shots were supposed to give them a chance in. And Rolf, what a god, 6 health. I don't need to see you to shoot you. Easy as you like. Didn't even break a sweat there. 7-0 for Eyeballers. They are cruising on Ancient. We said they might not wake up in time. We said that the Ninjas had a chance on this map. It's not looking like it, and Bob isn't giving them any time at all.
Yeah, straight in your face, Bob XD emoting around, no trouble for a triple, and Tane finally shuts him up. But still more Swedes yet to be found, and Dex takes care of Tane. It's only Rude left in a 1v4. It's I on 8, it seems.
Sure is. Rude with over a minute on the clock. Still can't get it over the line and can't find a way towards 1 round for the Ninjas. Gonna have to just save this AK for an excruciating long time. Maybe do some economic damage, but the money is well in control. Rolf saving for retirement. JW not far away from that. In either sense of the term, maybe. 50 seconds as Rude starts to push over towards elbow. And he's going to be taken care of by both JW and Maxter. At the same time, 8 rounds for I and no sense of a bomb plant, nothing to sniff at towards a round win. The Young Ninjas look like they are already down in the dumps. And for a young squad, that can really happen. That can happen so easily. You can lose control of the whole deal.
Well, there is no excuse for experience. Sorry, couldn't find the right word.
No replacement
JW
for it.
Yeah, no replacement. There you go. JW collects a kill once more. Needs to reposition now. But another +1 for Eyeballers. Estain will be destroyed by Bob.
Yeah, but they're getting blown apart just by the utility, just by the early engagements here in mid. What's the game plan that they can change at this point? Struggling so much.
Yeah, not even posing a threat to Eyeballers, and Bob continues. He has so much confidence. 11-4 his scoreline, top in the charts currently on the server. Dex to follow. Looking to make some space in Red Room. Vister and Rude trying to save their team from remaining on 0. Maxter zeroing in on their position. Should be spotting them. Not going to be the case. Missed timing, and that might allow a player to sneak in towards CT spawn. Now they notice 1. Can they expect both of them? Look at Bob already on the backstab, and JW has complete oversight of the site. Ooh, miss spray and a miss op shot gives them a window of opportunity, but JW not going to make the same mistake again and finds the other one as well. It's 9 for I, and this is becoming a stroll.
It was an honor to be opt by you, JW. Will you sign my profile? Somebody on the Young Ninjas, probably. I gotta tell you, at this point, it looks like they're starstruck and bedazzled. They have no way to make it onto a site. The T-side falling completely flat right now. 9 in a row for Eyeballers. This JW, is that really rolling back the years? I'd say he just gets some nice shots into him, but we'll keep an eye on him. Maybe later. Maybe on the next map of Anubis.
Tech 9's all around. Apart from that, no Deeg, and he has been very silent so far. His team as well. Looking to make a dent in the Eyeballers' defense. The 2 players defending Cave, these Tech 9s, will they even be a threat? Molly to Maxter's position. He'll extinguish himself. Dex waiting for somebody to pounce, and he easily finds them both.
You can't keep him down. He's been such a crazy caveman this game, smashing anyone who runs into his territory. Man, defend the home, the site. Bob is looking for anybody brave enough to step to him. He's got a couple of contenders, and finally he'll be overwhelmed. That is a real slim odds now. Tane, can you make a 1v5 happen for our first round? Well, you don't even have the bomb on you, son. So even though he'll clear 1 player, that is the end of that. JW's op should not even need to be recovered, so they can keep as many AKs in tow. That's how good they're looking. A flawless start, quite literally. 10 rounds to 0. We have 2 more at play before we switch halves.
That's pretty insane. In a match where, you know, it's a high-stress situation, Eyeballers, you'd expect they may even choke a round or 2. Yeah, it was close in a few situations, but Young Ninjas, other than that, didn't do anything. Being close is not enough. You need to win the rounds, and currently, you're out of contention to be content with the half.
Yeah. Bit of a fake towards the A site. Walt finally falling early, and JW, he is in a really tight spot. He's going to be calling for cavalry. Through middle they will go. The flank is not quite there thanks to that elbow smoke, and maybe Eyeballers can arrive before Young Ninjas can get their reinforcements into gear. It's going to be a weird who flanks the flanker situation.
Very awkward. Bob finds the first kill and another, and now they can't really defend the site as Jokski's dead. Now the T's arrive on ramp. Note first point of contact finds the first, but Dex kills Rude, and Note not gonna happen as JW gets the final kill. It's Eyeballers on 11.
I can't believe they actually managed to make that one happen. It looked so good for the Ninjas, and they just get trounced again, this time with a bomb plant. 11 rounds. Luba, they haven't scored a single one. I'm going to stop me if you guys would have thought this one yourself, particularly the home crowd, hoping for any sort of homie to cheer for. Unity would have gotten around.
Well, Unity ain't here. It's the Ninjas looking to do something to Eyeballers, but as you said a few rounds before, I think that they're going to wait for Anubis to try their hand at that, as this map has slipped through their fingers a long time ago. Looking to make space on B. Rolf again on the open. Way too much confidence, even though you're in that kind of lead. Dex there to do what his teammate could not, and ready for the second. It's Vister and Note trying to dig themselves out of this one and at least get that consolation point. Dex though through the smoke. Bob XD gets the final kill. It's 12-0 at the half. The Eyeballers strolling in the first map.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
If I told you that Young Ninjas were the ones picking this map, you probably wouldn't believe me. 12-0, Eyeballers cruising on map number 1, and it looks like they're already hoping to get their ticket to Prague because this seems to be an easy best of 3, at least judging by the first 12 rounds. Let's see if the Ninjas can make a dent and get some confidence back before we head into the second map.
Confidence is key, and even if Young Ninjas don't do the impossible 12-0 get back to overtime, it would be nice to get a round or two under their belts. Vister with the first frag with that USP. Rude fades away, clearing Bob out of the picture. Obviously, Eyeballers won the first pistol, but can they do it again? Well, it'll have to be JW with a 1-on-5.
Yeah, very low percentage, not looking likely. Let's see if he can do it. No. After the first kill, dissipates. But still a mountain to climb for the Young Ninjas. Eyeballers just waiting for their moment, biding their time, and enjoying this victory on map number 1.
Yeah, you guys heard the noise, that, other team on match point noise. We're going to be hearing that every round until it's all over and done. Gotta point out, really nobody firing on any sort of cylinder except for Rude. Tane started to come into it with a couple of frags in the last one, but Rude was the only blinking light on the side of Young Ninjas in that first half. Everybody else was dark, fully inert and inactive. Eyeballers looking for a little bit more here with just Glocks in the second round as they got no bomb plant. So they're basically locking in a Young Ninja second and then look to beat them up in a bye round after.
Yeah. No reason for the Eyeballers boys to rush into things. Should be, of course, at some point, the end of this map. Young Ninjas, of course, will have a quick and easy freebie here. Veister looking to farm up some cash with that MP7, and he might be provided the opportunity to do just that. See how much good that money will give him in the rounds that are yet to come, especially when Eyeballers get back on a bye.
Eyeballers are certainly talking over their options. This is the existence tactical. Old school stuff. This is like some strange summoning circle waiting for the sacrifice to walk into the army of Glocks so that they can perform their ritual to Baal, get JW back on land by any satanic means necessary. Either way, Eyeballers are going to be initiating the charge. Their ritual doesn't quite prove worthy. Bob gets a kill, that's about it, and he will not recover the weapon. Everybody is in the right position to clear the deck. Tane with that FAMAS. What's the finishing touches on this? They're talking over their strats, talking over their plans, and they are ready. Eyeballers are going to bring it to them in this next round.
Yeah, now when they have a bye, might be a bit of a different story. We can see some of the kills of the Young Ninjas, and they didn't get a lot of them in the first half, so they should be enjoying this opportunity as well. Eyeballers, 5 AKs, hardly any utility to boot. They want to just hit B and finish map number 1 as soon as possible. Of course, waiting for the CT utility to dissipate, but these are opening things up on JW. One Eyeballer out of the picture. Now they strike the site. Rude ready to receive as he finds a double. Maxter finally puts him out of the round, but this seems to be a dire situation. Well, at least in this round for Dex. Still asking questions of the Young Ninjas. Now the last one alive, struck from 2 sides and out of bullets in the gun. No chance with the Glock. It's 3 for the Ninjas.
All right, they're doing pretty well for themselves here. I mean, it's the only thing they can do is win rounds now. They lose and we go to Anubis. So at the very least, they're delaying what feels like the inevitable. Getting that confidence we talked about. Nice wallbang onto JW and from Cave. He's not going to be too happy about that angle. And that seems to have really put the kibosh on this plan real early for Eyeballers. Whatever they were planning did need JW for the beginning of it, and they didn't have him. Even still, seeing that the scoreboard was empty of Dex and Maxter's name, that kind of 2v5 is more than possible.
Ooh, that's a few easy picks for Tane. Veister there to help his teammate, but Tane doesn't really need any help against pistols. Note will steal the ace, and it's 4 for the youngsters of NIP, as they're hoping to make a streak out of this.
Do you think Youngster, the actual player, or Young Star, as I guess it's supposed to be, was ever on an academy lineup?
That's a good question. We should check that out.
No, we shouldn't. Eyeballers are 1 round away from victory, but they are held at the pass. JW with the T-side AWP. No utility for the man. He just wants to make his pick. Oh, he was looking for it. Oh, Rude had the better idea. Nope, pushing out of A main. Just making it go from bad to worse for Eyeballers. Struggling a little bit here. Looking, made to look a little silly, made to look a little foolish. This is confidence from the Ninjas.
Yeah, they're getting back into things. Imagine if they got a round or 2 in the first half. Maybe we'd be considering a comeback. Bob XD, well, still has a few things to say in this round as he taps away at Joski. Joski having a forgettable performance in this map. 2 kills only found so far in 17 rounds of play. Rolf and Bob looking to combine and maybe enter a site. Still a possibility in a 2v4 as the defense is spread 2 on each side. Veister might get double teamed in this one. Needs to take care of at least 1. There's 1 and the other. The Ninjas on 5. Sorry for the voice crack.
You're just as surprised as the rest of us here, man.
It's been a long day, okay?
Young Ninjas as chaining 5 together was pretty unlikely when we sat down to cast the rest of this particular map. Eyeballers not having a standout performance on the T side just yet. It is only going to take one round, but this could look like a really silly, much closer game than it ended up being by the end of it. Rude on the op, full buy for the Ninjas, of course, and nice money in the bank. No matter what comes of it, Eyeballers, their buy, not so good at the end of the day.
This is one of those rare situations where how much money you got in the bank is completely inconsequential. Oh, no, there to take on a fight, go through the molly and find another frag. It will be a cleanup as Dex hits the deck. And Young Ninjas, 6 in a row. This is looking a lot better. And one thing to note is the fact that this could give them a little bit of confidence heading into Anubis. If they lost 13-0, yeah, you're going to be down in the dumps when you enter map number 2. But this way, at least you get warmed up a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things you got to keep in mind, of course, the longer the series goes on. Your Young Ninjas weren't shooting back at all, and they probably have got plenty of energy to keep it going after they get started. Bob hits the deck early on. Nobody trying to flash or push Rude off the angle. Nobody there to trade in that position either. And now Visker activates from that cave position, pushing out over towards the overlook. Joski gonna burrow away and should even maybe have Maxter's number. Answer is no, but he sees that that's where the bomb is. The rotate will go over to the A side. I'm not so sure Eyeballers are going to be able to convert off of this one.
Well, at least JW gets a chance to tuck himself into the site, maybe expecting a player in Donut, and he's taking care of him. Now some trouble for the Ninjas, as another round looked like a shoe-in, seems to be slipping from their fingers. Joski spearheading what could be a retake. Bomb only now is going to get planted, but Maxter understands that there is no safe spot to do it in. 45 seconds on the clock. You don't really look for a plant, you look for a kill. Not going to happen for Maxter, and Rolf going to be a bit late for this one. Might even have to disengage, contemplate the idea of saving the AK. It's 7 for Young Ninjas. At what point do we consider a comeback being a possibility?
Probably if they hit 11 rounds and Eyeballers doesn't have money. That's when I would consider it. The problem is that it's the slimmest of margins, and Rolf is going to keep that AK into the next. They could win in the very next one with a hero AK buy brought in to the next round. It won't be the case because Rolf does end up going down, but it's something to think about. And this is really starting to build frustrations for Eyeballers. They were supposed to be on Anubis already, probably up by 6 rounds again.
Not really the best situation if you're Eyeballers. Yeah, you still got 5 map points, but you wasted 7 already. And looking to fire back. The problem is Young Ninjas have been looking more stable as these rounds went on. Back on pistols, Eyeballers go. And an opportunity to close the gap even further for the Ninjas.
And especially against just upgraded pistols and Kevlar. It's a fighting purchase. It's not Eyeballers allowing a walkover. They are looking for any opportunity to get into a site, grab a gun, start leveraging a better position, forcing the Young Ninjas' hands. No matter how dire the retake might look, it's necessary, compulsory. And see if they even need to worry about that, as the bomb has yet to go down in any of the recent rounds. 5-round gap, Rude. Down range, ends up taking care of one of the upgraded pistols. It's got 90 HP, still plenty to work with there, but still wants to be safe about it. Man advantage for the Ninjas in a round they already had the advantage in weaponry.
Let's see if Eyeballers can make a dent in this defense. I love the fact that not a single T round has been won so far this map.
Nope.
It's pretty incredible when you think about it, but that is what it is. Vister, next point of contact, and might as well be shooting blanks at this point, as rarely any bullet connects. 25 seconds on the clock as they're looking to climb up ramp and try to get to the site. Rolf out of the picture, JW. Ooh, Maxter actually hits down Rude. Team's still there, maybe shaking in his boots, but Joski wants to improve his stat line, and that will be the case as they clean everything up and hit number 8.
Yeah, a bit of a flaccid attempt at the end from Maxter. His opening frag of the round being something for Eyeballers, but they just kept getting stalled out without the ability to properly overwhelm, wanting to go more for long range. Only a few Tech 9s in that purchase. When Rude ends up getting this kill and getting away, that's where I think the round started to turn away from any chance for the Swedes to get it over the line. And listen, 13-8 or anything in that area is much more respectable for the Ninjas. I just hope they don't get heartbroken when the inevitable does occur. Eyeballers looking for it in round 21.
Yeah. Bob XD looking to make some space on mid. That will be the case with so many smokes blooming around that part of the map. A lean towards B as Bob will be looking to go through red room. There is a player protecting, but if his teammates actually hit B, then Joski might need to turn his head around, which could put Bob in a very good position. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. That will definitely be a B take with Bob XD currently just being the lurk. With so much time left on the clock, Eyeballers can set themselves up for a set piece execute on the site.
Yeah, that would be pretty good right about now, especially since you can always rely on Bob for a good couple of headshots. Well, at least you could on the CT side. It's a little bit of a different story now that we're on the offense, but nonetheless, this is going to allow Rolf to head in forward. Do the Young Ninjas know he's so far forward? The answer was no, but Vister stays alive with just a little bit of help, and Dex somehow managing to cross. That should have been where his life ended. Instead, now Bob has activated his lurk, and he is going to be isolating any of those attempted rotations. Bomb is down.
Yeah, Tane in trouble, needs to keep his head on a swivel, hoping to kill the XT, but Dex will be the death of him. Finally, it seems like this map is gonna hit its end. Note and Rude trying to climb out of this pit, but it's Bob yet again on the backstab, takes care of one, and there's nothing Rude can do. Well, you have to say a commendable performance from the Young Ninjas. Sadly, it seems was not enough. Ooh, for a moment there, you had a few hopes, but a 5-round gap, it ends as Eyeballers take map number 1, though fluffing a number of opportunities to do it sooner rather than now. What doesn't really matter is the map. It went in their favor, and they go to map number 2, hoping to hit Prague.
Anubis could be what decides the series. Young Ninjas are going to need to steal their opponent's map pick after conceding their own. In what was at first an absolute stomping, at the very least they found a little bit of footing in the series. I hope that they can take that momentum, shake off the shame of having a 12-0 start against them and feel like, okay, we're still in this, we can still win this series. If it doesn't matter that we might be able to go to a LAN, that would be nice, according to Tane. He didn't say that was his main motivating factor. If that's not the case, that's not the big motivation, just remind yourself this is a series of Pro CS. Maybe that'll do what it did against Unity earlier. But Eyeballers seem to be a cut above. Let's see if they can play a little bit more consistently even going into their second map.
Yeah, hopefully it should be a better position from them heading into their own map pick. Young Ninjas definitely not out of this one just yet, simply due to the fact that they've proven themselves as a team that doesn't really get completely unconcentrated, even in a moment where you know that the map is over and sort of you have nothing left to fight for. They'll be heading to the next map with their heads held high, and that's important given the fact that they also have the pick of the side, which could be consequential at the end of the day. Of course, everybody will be going on a short break, and we'll be back with map number 2.
Isten hozott híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it small. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. I was the real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Listen not the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't plan on slowing me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me.
Welcome back, everybody. Conquest of Prague online stage might end with this map. Eyeballers had an easy time on the first map, even though that second half was very strange and very weird. At the end of the day, they took it over the line. Pronogo, hopefully, our second map might be a bit more interesting competitively.
Yeah, you know, the funniest thing about that map that we just witnessed over on Ancient is that, realistically speaking, the constant factor of no T rounds for anybody until JW and company finally closed the lead, that was all we needed, guys. We just needed one T round, and it took so long. I don't think Anubis is going to be the same way. It is a T-sided map, for one, but for another, it just doesn't lend to the same level of streakiness. I don't even think you can call that a map thing. I think that was just eyeballers feeling it, and Young Ninjas only really arriving in the second half. But they're on form now. They started shooting back. Let's see how they can handle CT side Anubis.
They need this one. They need it desperately. The pistol round might tell us something, what we could expect out of this one. Young Ninjas on the CT side. They are ready to receive. Let's see, will they receive it well enough? No, completely blind. His teammates there to cover. It's all the kills go in the Ninjas' favor. Finally, Rolf answers back, but it's too little. It's too late. Maxter keeping it alive, it seems, and all of a sudden they turn it around. It was a 4 versus 2, and now Tane is alone. They can go to the other side, and they'll do just that. Tane, before he figures out what's going on, it had already happened, and that's the case. Bomb moving to A. Hopefully they can do it on time. But as I say that, they go back to B. Mind games in play as Tane enters an empty site yet again.
Oh man, it's deja vu for this guy. He's wondering where the enemies truly are. Now he knows it's back on the B site. A 1v2 clutch attempt from him. He's got Kevlar, not worth saving compared to the juicy prize of a 10-second defuse. No kit available. Definitely something he's going to need straight shooting for, and he couldn't even see straight, let alone shoot. Rolf takes him out, and that's him and Maxter combining. Taking care of everything that they need on the side of Eyeballers for a pistol round victory.
Full house for the two of those. It looked dire in a way. No, just easy headshots for the Young Ninjas. And then Maxter comes into play with that P250. Rolf lending a helping hand, and Eyeballers claiming round number 1. And this is not a good way to lose the pistol. That'll tilt you just a little bit if you're the Ninjas.
Yeah, especially with the way that Tane's suffocation was dragged out there, going from one site to the next. Pretty big alien here from Young Ninjas. They've read it correctly. Eyeballers are all grouped up into this one spot. It's a gamble. It's a read either way. It should be a Ninja's defense. They will, at the very least, activate as soon as the first nade is thrown, and it's a full wipe on the side of the Eyeballers in the market. They try to trade their way into proceedings, and JW, he barely manages to clutch it out. That was a heavy amount of casualties for a second round.
Yeah, a lot of kills in quick succession. At the end of the day goes Eyeballers' way. Young Ninjas, they could be considering another buy for themselves in this one, given the damage they've dealt to the Eyeballers' side. Ooh, that wolf triple was very important. JW just clutching it out in the end. And as I mentioned, Ninjas are confident. They'll have 2 M4s at FAMAS and 2 MP9s. Definitely a buy they can fight with, considering that Eyeballers are not in a perfect situation themselves.
Yeah, they almost have a better buy than Eyeballers, despite losing the first 2 rounds, and that's a lot of kill reward there. Cash bonus, courtesy of the MP9, courtesy of all of that crazy antics towards A. I mean, this is not a round that you see too often, correctly leaning to the right site and then everybody engaging from the same angle. It's really odd, little ARAM style for any League of Legends people out there. Note, as the first couple of frags, heads up wins with the A1S, one of the 2 in practice right now. The other one might be tested for Veister. He ends up making a successful evacuation, but Dex looking for more. He's actually run straight through. He's going way around town, but it's now a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. They can consider him being tucked away either CT or moving to the A bomb site. They know that Dex is sort of with his cover blown. It's Maxter that actually needs to make the next play, but do they expect Dex to go all the way around back to mid? Would they even check him? He can hear the footsteps. They want to check out. Oh, they're not even going to look that direction. And Dex finds a quick double, maybe even giving his teammate a chance in this round, as Maxter has a lot of space to work with. Molly to Temple, and he also has a smoke to boot and play around it on CT. Now lost his life. Against 2 is Maxter. Another crushing blow this would be to the Young Ninja side. Playing around the smoke. Can he find the first? That's the question. Poking his head and finding the M4, but Joski saves and Young Ninja's on the board.
All right, they're on the board. It didn't take 12 rounds for them to start posting back, but man, that was close for a 2v5. Joski thankfully was able to triangulate it based on all of the gunfire. Eyeballers within 1 body of winning that out from a 2v5 position. I mean, the fact that Rude was able to get that first, or that follow-up frag to Note's double, that should have sold it immediately for the Ninjas. I can't believe they almost dropped that.
And the thing is, with losing so many players, yeah, you got the better buy, but you're still facing a reset. Eyeballers can get back in the driver's seat with this round altogether, though. With 3 Tech 9s, a MAC-10, that sole AK in the hands of Maxter doesn't look the best for the Swedish squad, but they'll be looking to make the best of it as they make some noise toward the B bomb site, try to keep the rotators at it rather than going elsewhere, but they will be swinging towards B, splitting the site through the smoke. Bob XD wants to go. Note in trouble. Perfect flash. Bob takes his head. JW dead. It will be a 4-on-4, but they got a foothold to the side. Veister through the smoke, unable to find the frag. The bomb can go down. It is down, but not planted, Prono, though.
All right, 4 versus 3 on the retake for the Ninjas. Superior weaponry in their hands. A1S recovered for Bob, could be huge. He's not going to be a factor. Joski's eliminated 2 players through that smoke, and now it's all on to just Rolf and Maxter. They can't get anything done from their burrowed in positions. Needed to be able to be mobile after all that. And Veister hitting them with a little sass, says that puts us at a tie game.
Tied after 4 rounds played. Eyeballers not make the most of their opportunities 2 rounds consecutively, and Young Ninjas looking a lot better than at the beginning of Ancient, you have to say. They were a threat in the second round as well, something you need to keep in mind. All of the rounds so far were quite close, even the pistol. Yeah. So we should expect a tight-fought conquest, or rather contest here.
Yeah, and it's another thing to point out. Eyeballers, hopefully it's not a trend, but they did fluff that smoke on the T side over towards that canal position that connects CT spawn and everything else. And with Rude finding an opening in this upgraded pistol round, I guess you could say, a couple of deagles. 1 player still with Kevlar is Bob XD. But I don't think this is going to be too much of consequence, unless Joski ends up absorbing more damage from his ally. And it will not be the case. All on the Rolf with that Deagle in hand. He collapses to the ground without a shot fired. 3-2 for the Ninjas. As for the first time in the series, they have a lead.
Yeah. And this is what I've been talking about in the previous map. Even if you're going to lose that one, just get a few rounds on the board, get the feeling of things, get warmed up for the second, and it seems to be paying dividends for the Ninjas as they chain together 3. Back on a buy, Eyeballers go. 5 AKs and a lot of utility to boot. Let's see if they can use it to tie up the scoreline again.
That's what I need to see from my JW, that's for sure. 1-4 right now. He had an all right Ancient. Nothing too special to write home about, especially once the halves switched. It was definitely more on the side of Dex and Bob and Maxter. Everybody was playing pretty well for Eyeballers when it came to the CT side of Ancient. Now we come in a little bit deeper. Another A attack. Maxter brought down immediately. Eventually they trade their way in, but Rude is still activating. And that was it. It was a 3-man push to the market intended on clearing some kind of map control, breaking open this round. Falls a little flat, but the B site might still be open.
Yeah, but do they know it? Can they enter it on time? Rolf still forward positioning. He's looking to find a foothold to the site. Nobody there from the CTs. You could expect them to rotate quite quickly, but still 2 smokes available. Oh, not the best timing for Rolf as Joski strikes from Temple. And it's only Dex left. 1v4. Needs to get the double of his current kill count and fails on the first. Ninjas grab number 4.
Yeah, Joski had the right presence of mind to check when the timing was least beneficial for Eyeballers. Both Rolf and Dex falling at times where they were expecting somebody else somewhere else, clearing all these other positions. Calculated risk for Rolf to try to move in there, but there's so many angles to clear as you're moving in if you're trying to be responsible. And you were ignoring the one right in front of you. Joski punishes him for that. Having a nice map here. 3 members of the Young Ninjas have 6 kills, a kill per round. If that continues, it's going to be quite a lot of firepower to try to overcome. 1 tactical timeout now being burned by Eyeballers. They need to talk over their options because the T side is supposed to set the pace on Anubis. Yeah. And it was closer earlier. There were close rounds that went the Ninjas' way, but last few attempts have been pretty flaccid from Eyeballers.
Didn't really post up much, the side of Eyeballers. One thing to say is the fact that, like we talk about Anubis being a T-sided map, Young Ninjas have picked the CT side of this, and they're doing quite well on the defense.
Yeah, that's not something we see every day. Young Ninjas not really having the opportunity to make things work out on the T side to start. That's not where they want to begin. Instead, what they're looking for is something a little bit more bombastic. We are expecting Eyeballers to piece something together here, but they only have pistols to do it with.
Yeah. Tech 9s galore, all fear the mighty Tech 9 as they've got 5 of them. Dex wants to go through that smoke. They're looking to break open mid, and they'll be successful at that. No trouble found so far as the Young Ninjas pull back. Though that rude AWP can cause a lot of damage. Bob XD, again caught on a timing, a player of Eyeballers as they lose the first man. In these types of rounds, you need to get that first kill, get the ball rolling with something. This way, you got no utility. You want to enter the site, not going to be through the smoke. They're just waiting to group up, and now they pounce, but Joski at the ready. There's a helping hand from Note as well. Ooh, though, Dex finds a double, but that will be short-lived that round as Young Ninjas strike 5.
Pretty unfortunate for the Ninjas to constantly be being brought close to maybe will be overwhelmed, right? And then Eyeballers kind of flummoxed, constantly waltzing towards the site and maybe having an opportunity, but you saw it there from Note. He just goes right through connector, bops him immediately, and Bob has nothing to do. Then when they do decide to swing with 1 sacrificial lamb outside the smoke, Nobody can hit the shots properly. Joski stays alive. Young Ninjas have so much money in the bank, and we're only on round 8.
Yeah. Looks quite good for the Ninjas so far, as this CT defense has been impenetrable basically since the beginning. Yeah, they lost the pistol and the follow-up, but that didn't really faze them. Continued to buy, and then now continuing to win. Eyeballers looking for a reply. We'll see how long it's going to take them. A lot of ground gained by the Ninjas. 2 players looking at water, 2 players in front of A main, and that just means that as soon as Eyeballers poke their heads, it might be a crunch incoming, and will they expect it? That's the question. Bob XD, though, does. Takes care of Rude, and he's been a nuisance with that off, but does he expect another player in water? That's the question. The B side is completely empty, and lo and behold, Eyeballers are going exactly there. Nope. A freebie found. More where that came from is necessary. A 4-on-4 as Eyeballers want to strike B. Joski, not the best timing for him this time around, though not going through the smoke is the side of Eyeballers. 35 seconds on the clock. Maxter still playing the lurk and hoping that somebody walks into his crosshair, but that ain't happening, and this smoke will keep them at bay even longer, Prono.
They need to go through that. They need to actually execute onto the site. Note has picked up the sniper from Rude. That's not going to be expected necessarily. It is, of course, a possibility, and it goes wide. Maxter also found Vester outside water. That's a really big find for Eyeballers as they try to get back to winning ways. The fire will burn Rolf alive. And what was a 4v2 becomes a little bit more narrowed, and Young Ninjas have money to go for it.
Yeah, they can definitely commit to this. They even have a kit, but no utility to actually expel one of the T players out of position. They need to fire very well. Dex will be the first point of contact. Swings out, dies. JW in trouble. Legs a player, but is that enough? Time is ticking, and now finds a frag. There's the no-scope. And the JWP does enough work for Eyeballers 3.
Alrighty, we get that 3rd round for them, and it feels like they should have had way more than that. There were so many times where they were close but no cigar. To finally get it must taste sweet. Yeah, tricky plays here from Young Ninjas as well. Both Vester and Note being out here in mid at weird timings, in weird positions. Eyeballers do end up expecting that, so they've done their homework, they've done their plans, they've got everything drafted and ready to go, and Vester is going to try it again. Situation where Eyeballers might be caught unaware.
Nice plan from Vester. Getting a forward position with the cover of his teammate from Connector, though. Does he want to be a bit too nosy for his own good? The answer seems to be yes, but now he reveals his position and needs to pull back. Eyeballers take a little bit of damage, and when I say little, I mean it, as only losing 9 points of health in total. Not going to be much trouble for them.
Initial utility volley to clear out any of those close positions that could be giving Eyeballers trouble as they try to take control of water and outside the market. Smokes exchanged. Maxter and Tane just constantly locking horns with the utility battle. Tane already moving pretty close to that smoke of his own. He clears it and knows that nobody is inside market. This is allowing Rude to cheat away towards CT spawn. ETA of about 5 seconds for that op to be on the B's site, and I don't think Eyeballers are going to hit it until well after he's set up.
Yeah, those smokes might actually help them enter the site. Good utility usage, and now the CT's a little bit confused, stunned, though the attack's still not commencing. Now it does. Bob XD opening it up, and there's Dex through the smoke to take care of Joski. Vester, next contact. He's going to get his head blown off. Rude and Tane, yeah, you got the money, but against 5 Ts, you're not entering B-bomb site.
No, they're just going to look for exits at best, and it's going to be a 4th round for Eyeballers with a chance for 5 through another buy round. JW and Rude both whiffing their shots. That'll leave Handshake to get out of dodge and keep snipers into the next. Eyeballers have started to build up an economy with the win here that they've scored. This round was important for that. They didn't quite face a total reset, but it would have been bad. They probably would have had this weird situation where 2 players can force and the others can't. So, grateful for the Swedish side's perspective anyway. Grateful that they didn't need to worry about that as much. Looking for a tie game. And maybe, if everything goes well for them, a minimal lead at the half. But clearly a lot of work to do once the sides switch.
Yeah, absolutely. Young Ninjas, even though they got better on their own map pick, they're not budging. And they're not out of this best of 3 just yet. Let's see where that courage takes them. Still with a lead, but now a slimmer lead. Still with money in the bank. Not the best, though. Rude. Flick connects to Bob XD, left on 20 HP. The Rude left on 9 as well. No casualty found so far. 90 seconds on the clock. Eyeballers still waiting for a mistake to be made by the CTs. No reason to rush, just clearing positions. Tane not going to get cleared out of market, and he'll make short work of Maxter. But now, if you're Eyeballers, do you consider going to B? There's 3 players defending over there.
Yeah, Young Ninjas' playbook so far has been to get a kill in the A area and then send more players over towards the B site. It's just not an area that Eyeballers attack very often. Smokes are starting to dissipate. The heads-up duels are going to be necessary. JW traded out from the dark position. It's still a man up for the Ninjas.
Let's see how this is going to go. Missed shot from Rude, going to get punished. Dex and Bob combining. Bob left on 3 HP. Rolf, though, takes care of Joski. A lot of damage dealt to Beaster. 13 points of health, not going to save him. And Tane needs to tuck tail, run away. It will be a tied result after 10 rounds played.
Yeah, Maxter ended up taking out most of Tane's health there. So the fact that he ends up with 19 health and sitting there wondering, what do I do next? When the Eyeballers roll over the B site. Very, very good attempt on the defense up until the final hurdle. When Rude whiffed 2 opportunities, or 1 opportunity for either of 2 frags, that was the beginning of the end. Young Ninjas start to unravel as Eyeballers storm through the main. And that does give us a tie game, Yuba. Eyeballers happy to trade punch for punch, blow for blow on their map pick. We'll have to see what they can do on the defensive side, but for now, there's still a chance they can win the half.
Yeah, why not? When you got the momentum, it's definitely a good opportunity. Of course, Young Ninjas, with the money they had and the commanding rounds they'd won, not a big problem for them to buy into this one. Could be an issue should they be wiped in this penultimate round of the half. For round number 12, they might be lacking some cash, and it will be the case, judging by their economy. But in this one, they're still looking really, really good. With all the nades bought up, kits on only 2 players, which is a bit confusing, but they'll have that Rude AWP in play as well.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those slower default rounds where Eyeballers are looking for an opening. Rare time they're grouping up towards A, and it could conceivably finish there. Tane, shoulder was exposed. Maybe at the wrong place to stand. That's going to be precarious. A little bit of adrenaline dump, but he's at half health, and he will live to fight another moment.
And now you can see Young Ninjas not even considering taking an offensive action, looking for some intel, no info play made. They're just waiting for Eyeballers to strike, which puts you in a trepidatious situation. You need to get some info because most, or rather both sides of this map are very hard to hold with only 2 players and 1 gone from A. The rotate coming in, but Eyeballers, they're still not convinced that they want to go there.
This is so interesting. Eyeballers regularly pivot back to B even when A looks potentially open. I think it's because of how long it took them to find that frag. And now JW trying to entry while scoped isn't exactly the way that I would go about entering onto the B site. He gets punished for it, but Eyeballers still have control. The smokes are up. It's a 2 versus 3 for the Ninjas, and they're going for it.
Yeah, they want to get into the site as soon as possible, but bomb planted means that 3 barrels will be looking towards them. Veester dead.
Yeah.
Joski having one hell of a performance on this map comparatively to Ancient, but unable to do anything in this one. They'll concede and Eyeballers lead.
Not only that, but Joski clearly feeling a little bit of the pressure. Bob XD might be able to take his gun away. Oh, yeah. You could tell he's not happy about that. 11-7 is his personal score line, but his team is trailing him in a big way. He's added the jacket. Looks like fleece, maybe. It looks nice, you know. We're staying warm wherever he is. Finland, I believe, right? So
yeah,
it's gonna be pretty cold.
Eyeballers get themselves in front for the first time since the beginning of this map. Yeah. And for the first time since then, you also got the Young Ninjas having a bit of a broken bye. 2 M4s, a pistol, an SMG, a FAMAS, if you consider that a fully fledged rifle. And they need to make some space, and they're trying to do just that, but Utility stopping them. Rude somehow escaping with his head on his shoulder, still looking for trouble. Dex, completely blind, just jumps away towards CT. Bob XD, first point of contact, finds the first, not the second though. Trade happening, no problem for Rolf. Tane, under duress, finds the first through the flash, not the second. As Rolf finds another trade for his team, JW posted up and destroyed by Note. That'll grab that off. Now a lot of trouble for Eyeballers. Rolf somehow surviving that Note miss. Still playing around the smoke, but Joski will be the end of him. Maxter in a 1 versus 2. Young Ninjas looking to tie this one up, and it seems like they'll be successful. No chance of stopping the defuse. It's 6-6 at the half. Young Ninjas making Eyeballers work themselves for land.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Welcome back, everybody. It's all tied up at the half of map number 2. Eyeballers looking to take Anubis and go to Prague. Will they be successful? Well, I would assume that the Young Ninjas still have a few opinions about that, Proto.
Oh, they've got a lot of opinions, and they've got a lot of bullets. They've been shooting well enough in the first half. Remember that the CT side is not typically considered the favorite. Looking for a pistol round victory to make it more doable. Make Mirage a reality instead of just some strange hallucination. Maxter is traded out Rude, and that is going to be the 1-for-1. The P250 has hit the deck. I don't think we're going to be seeing that picked up anytime soon. Rolf's dualies, decks as well. And maybe Young Ninjas are thinking about moving over back towards the connector position.
Maxter knows that he's under duress. That's that P250 again in play. Ooh, though, Dex good on Vster. That's a man advantage for Eyeballers as Young Ninjas turn their sights toward the B-bomb site. Let's see if Rolf can actually keep them at bay with his pair of dualies. Dex maybe in no man's land, maybe over ambitious, runs away to fight another day. It's 60 seconds on the clock. Let's see what the plan is for the Ninjas. Tane took a few hits, left only on 2 points of health.
Yeah, I like Dex's position here. Are you really going to be checking out? Swings out there, and he can immediately bail if he wants to. Instead, his brains will be cast down to the water, and Note's going to go right in after them, trying to shoot Maxter away. Been such a pest from the connector position. Looking like a pretty convincing Eyeballer's pistol here, but Young Ninja still can do stuff.
Oh, yeah. They can definitely do some damage here. Maxter unable to connect, so they got a foothold to the site. Can even plant the bomb in this one. That's some extra cash at the very least. Maxter, again, not able to find the kill. JW there to support. Note with the dualies, finds a frag, and now it's all down to Joski. Been great so far. Can he clutch this out? Dancing around the site, around the obelisk, and unable to find more than one. All right, JW, oink, oink, bitch. Great job. You found a knife kill to end the pistol, and it is Eyeballers getting to number 7.
I like that one. The jumping knife coming on down adds a little bit of flavor to the kill feed every once in a while. He'll scoop a pair of dualies as well as his 1,500 cash bounty. And of course, the pistol round win. Young Ninjas do get the bomb plant down. Expect a buy going into the next one. But you might expect the sniper as well after that knife.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. No need for utility when I got my big green.
No utility, no problem, as long as you got the op in hand. And of course, at this situation, it is a profitable purchase, given the fact that you'll be up against a very well-equipped T side. Even though they don't got nades, they got rifles. Bob XD, first one to be tested, and he passes the test with a double. Not going to get the triple so easily, gets dinked, though only through the wall, so he's still battle ready. Dex there to help, but dies after one, though Bob completes his triple and leaves Note alone.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire already for the Young Ninjas. Definitely room to play thanks to their much better performance on Anubis as compared to Ancient. Two-man push down water. Note is aware that this is likely to happen, but they swing at the same time or slowly inch into frame at the same time, and either way, Note can't get any punish. 4 alive at the end of that, and plenty of rifles recovered. Eyeballers off to a great start in the CT.
Yeah. Very good beginning for Eyeballers on the CT side. Bob XD hitting his stride and a 2-round lead for his team. Let's see if they can extend it, especially now where Young Ninjas really don't have anything to work with.
Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse, it feels like, so far in this half, and the very, very close pistol round just turns over into force buy that goes nowhere, gets them 1 kill. There you go. Tane's already done the same. With Maxter out of the picture, they might postulate that B is an open possibility, but they have no utility to grab, and they certainly won't be taking that weapon as it's been stolen away by Rolf.
Yeah, this might actually give Young Ninjas a window of opportunity. These 4 Deagles looking to strike fast. Next kill could be crucial, and these rounds, even though they don't really seem completely dangerous for the team that has the better weaponry, you find the 2 opening kills with the pistols, and it can turn around very quickly. Rolf knows that. He wants to get some intel, and he'll do just that as soon as possible, though a Deagle facing him and still might be under arrest, but Rolf catches Joski nonetheless. So it is a 4 against 4 as they're looking to mount up a defense on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, the Ninjas execute, if you can call it that, is going to come on in. It's just bodies and pistols. That's all that they have to use. And even with Dex pulling out the USP, it's not quite sufficient. JW going to trade up for the rifle, but he spent so much time and made so much noise that in this 2-on-2, he actually has to wait out the flames. No could swing on him anytime, and Feaster has forced the issue. It's the pistols for the Ninjas, Young Guns, and they're able to make it a 1-round game.
There you go. A few kills found. They found the opening on the site, and afterwards a 2 versus 2 against these young up-and-coming players. Always difficult when they're wielding the hand cannons. Look at that. Yeah, you got a couple of kills if you're Eyeballers, but now you're in trouble, and only a 1-round game awaits.
Yeah, some very flashy kills at the end, in particular. Low percentage chance headshots. JW fumbling instead of just using his op or his dualies and having a little bit more confidence in his aim in that situation, I think honestly gave Eyeballers his round away to the Ninjas. That would not have gone the same direction. And now JW is just straight up dead. Opt by Rude. Mid is open for business. Eyeballers are going to need to have a multi-frag very, very soon here on the A site.
Some damage dealt. Bob XD through the smoke catches Rude. So that brings us back into a 4 versus 4. What's the next play for the Ninjas? They want to break open one of these 2 sites, but the CTs seem to be at the ready, covering all the choke points. The problem is, if you're doing that with a pistol, you're going to need to have high hopes for your endeavor. And Maxter posted back Forced back, though Dex there to help. That SMG doing damage. USP takes care of Note. And oh, how the tables have turned. It's Teen against 3 and unable to find 1. That will be an Eyeballers 9 as they keep their lead alive.
Yep, and an AK and Op recovered as well, so no worries there. Rude essentially delivered that weapon directly to them. Eyeballers happy to enjoy that. Here's where it all stalled out in camera. Bob getting a nice shot straight through the smoke, and then they decided they wanted to attack both camera and the entrance to Temple at the same time. A very ill-fated play that does end up backfiring. The Young Ninjas now once again down by 2 rounds and with a weird buy.
Oh yeah, it's very strange. You got an op on Rude, you got a Tech 9 on Joski, though that op is out of the picture. Some damage to soften up Vister. Not a lot of damage dealt by that HG. The rope out of the picture. JW with the USP, but the bomb is down, and Maxter has it beneath his feet. That smoke will keep them at bay for a while, at least long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Maxter, that's dirty. Finds only 1, though, and only Bob XD left in a 1 versus 2.
He should go for this, even though the odds aren't the best. Seems like what he wants to do is blind the op on the way in, but he didn't clear Temple, and Note takes him out. That's 8-9. Young Ninjas bringing it back, and that's a reset on the economy. CT in shambles.
Young Ninjas make it work even with a broken buy. A few discussable situations here made by Eyeballers. A few plays that maybe should have went the other way. Maxter going through the smoke. I mean, you have to say it's creative, but at the end, it did more damage than help in his team. Now JW with the op, his teammates with basically nothing. Legs Rude, leaves him on 9.
Difficult situations for Eyeballers to piece together a victory with a round that looks like this. I don't know what infinite money glitch they got to give JW another op, by the way, but MP9s and 5.7 Deagle around it. I think they're putting a lot of faith in their veteran captain. Leg to Rude is something. Much prefer an opening kill.
Very curious. Young Ninjas as to what's going on towards B, leaning toward that site. The problem is JW's op is posted exactly there. Gonna be forced off the angle along with Rolf back to the site, which will allow a little bit more presence of Young Ninjas closer to B. Now JW can post back up in connector as the main part of the site has been smoked off. Vister wants to break in, unable to take care of Rolf. There's Bob with the D. JW, though, dies, and now they know where Rolf is. Sees the shoulder and takes him out. Now a man advantage, short-lived for Ninjas. Bob XD is gonna get taken out, and it's only Dex remaining. No kit, no utility, hoping to surprise them with this MP9.
Well, they're not looking at him yet. He might be able to scrape something off the floor here and turn it into a MacGyver-style solution to his problem. Maybe some toothpicks and bubble gum, but no, not looking the right way. He still slow walks into connector anyway, which partially due to tagging just ends up looking pretty funny. Anything but laughs, though, as 9-9, we are all tied up, and the Ninjas want in. They want LAN, but most importantly, they want a decider.
Oh, yeah. It'll be fun if we see map number 3. Joski doing incredible work on this map. Again, the hero of the Ninjas, dragging them to a tied result. And it is all tied up at 9 each. Well, it is going to turn into a Young Ninjas lead, given the fact that, well, Eyeballers got nothing to play with. That was a nice opportunity for Dex, an opportunity not utilized. They did get the opening pick, courtesy of Bob XD's Deeg, but rest of the players only on USPs. You'd think that this isn't dangerous for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, Joski is watching that gun on Overwatch between mid and B main. Looks like he's going to cheat away now, so maybe Eyeballers will be able to scrape that off later and either use it as part of an attempted defense or something else entirely. I do agree that Dex had an opportunity there, but Unfortunately, the flashbang discombobulated him more than his opponent. And you need to be a little discombobulated to lose to just a USP. The Deagle goes down empty-handed in mid. Bob's got his one shot. That's all he had. And now an execute onto an empty site. The A play is done today. Eyeballers will have the one gun over in B main. And that is it. That's their only consolation prize. Young Ninjas hit double digits first.
Yeah, well, at least they can grab that gun. Save it for the next. Joski already on the hunt, maybe hoping that they got more than USPs in their hands. Take out at least that rifle-wielding player of the side of Eyeballers, but the Ninjas really biting hard, biting back, even though they... I mean, you could say that Eyeballers had the upper hand for most of this map. Now that we enter the tail end, it's not looking so good for them, as Young Ninjas really want to force Mirage. Joski in trouble. Well, takes down 2, but Rolf still with that AK, and he'll keep his hands on it for the next.
Yeah, some good damage. Eyeballers still have a couple of rounds here to play with. Obviously, they have lost their lead and need a little bit of that stoic veterancy that should be a part of their DNA by now. But the Young Ninjas could start to show signs of an economic collapse a bit earlier than expected if they're going to lose players like that left, right, and center. Eyeballers need to start posting up dubs soon. If not right now, then they're not going to have too many better opportunities.
You could already see the odds tilting in the favor of Young Ninjas. Let's see how they're going to look after 20 rounds have been played fully. As now, again, Eyeballers have a bye. JW not on the AWP, and the attack commences towards B. Rolf good on the first frag. Dex there to lend a helping hand, but both of them dead, and Maxter smoked away. JW looking to find something, maybe just a distraction for Maxter, but he only finds one. Stops the plant, though, and that'll let Eyeballers have a few more seconds to close in on this site.
Yeah, JW made a lot of noise running away, and he's going right back to his old tricks. Problem is Bob is pretty far afield himself. Now, they're going to go over towards this connector position. They had already thrown a smoke over there. JW can box them in. There's an incendiary and a smoke on Bob XD. We need to see them be used. I think JW is sussing it out. Is he going to calm it over? They've cleared Glyph. They know exactly what's happening in the back of the site. Oh, Bob, he's got his gun out instead of throwing any bit of utility, but he burns run backwards. The smoke, the flash, the full utility dump, and JW with the kit is on for the defuse. Less than a second left. Eyeballers, they've got the defuse. They tie the game up at the last possible chance, and with the worst economic impact, but they're still in it.
Oh, that was so close. A split second took Rude to kill JW before the defuse timer was up. Eyeballers tie it up, but as you said, not looking good in terms of money, and this is still a Young Ninjas opportunity. Great from Tane, as he did everything in his power. Sadly for him, everything wasn't enough. Look at that. Just a fraction of a second that made a difference.
And even though they won the last round, they've got 2 SMGs going into this one, had to fully rebuild their war machine. JW needs this kill. He has it. That's the opener that he needed to provide his team many rounds in the past and wasn't always so successful at. A straight up head-to-head duel where someone peeks into him. Rude hits the deck early, and a second for JW.
Yeah, that one was easy though. No stress for JW as Teen hits the deck, a +2 for Eyeballers, and that op making quick work of the Ninjas. Still, I would assume that they have some fight left in them, and Joski confirms. Bob XD, do you want to swing? Good. A swing and a hit, as Joski is dead, maintaining the 2-man advantage as Eyeballers.
Yeah, and Rolf and Maxter can upgrade their guns, so it's okay if... Oh, no more than one more falls away. JW, no! The slow peek, no, takes advantage. He's going to plant the bomb, and this is turned into a 2 versus 2. It's only the SMGs here. At least one can be upgraded. That's going to be Maxter if he wants it. Instead, intent on throwing out utility. Rolf cannot die here. The Young Ninjas are on the precipice of an upset of a round.
Yeah. In a very difficult situation, they were cool, calm, calculated, and they managed to take it. Maxter, no kit, no utility. You can't enter the site with 2 barrels facing you. Time is running out, and he just wants to take them out. Won't have an opportunity. Will have to run away. It's Young Ninjas on 11. 2 rounds to go to take us to Mirage.
This is dreadful, but both teams were facing a reset there. Eyeballers looked like they could keep 3 alive, maybe 4. But the Ninjas found the only path to victory, not just victory of a normal sort, but one that could crush the economy and basically guarantee 12 rounds for the upstarts.
Joski starting, note ending. And JW can't peek at a young gun like that. He'll take you every day of the week. 1 M4. That's all that Eyeballers players have in this one. They are looking to concede number 12 and fight for overtime on map number 2. And it was all laughs in map number 1. It was 12-0 for Eyeballers, but Young Ninjas, now that they got warmed up, they are more than a threat. And JW doesn't seem to be posing a threat of himself. No trouble for Joski as he collects a double on mid. Dex with the USP, not finding a headshot, and otherwise this gun is not making any difference. And Maxter can only hold on to the M4. It will be 12 for the Ninjas.
We are looking at a very likely map 3, Mirage, looming in the background here. Eyeballers should have put these kids to bed when they had the chance. That seems to have slipped away. They will have something resembling a buy going into the next round. If Rolf can get his hands on a proper weapon as an exit, that would be wonderful. But Maxter surely needs to keep that rifle so that Eyeballers have their best chance at fighting for victory in overtime. Young Ninjas will have a pretty big injection of cash. It's quite likely that no matter the outcome of the next round, even if Eyeballers end up getting themselves to 11, Young Ninjas will still have a bye for round 30, if it's even necessary.
Let's see if the Ninjas can make quick work of Eyeballers to send us to Mirage. That was funny. Joski really doing well in this one. I mean, I know I've said it a few times before, but he's cruising through this map, topping the charts of the entire server with, what is it, 25 kills to his name after 22 rounds have been played. I mean, you got to be happy if you're Joski, especially after that map number 1 that really didn't do you any favors.
That's right. Didn't do the whole of Young Ninjas any favors, but him and Note are back in action. Rude's cooled off a little bit. Earlier half was a bit better for him. Such a nuisance. CT side opping. Feaster trying to be tip of the spear. He'll clear Bob XD. Dex has a lot to work with here. Lots of work cut out for him. He's found a double already, but the op is trained on Rolf's position in mid. Oh, and he even legs Dex. He pulls out the sidearm, but the instant headshot in reprisal, and even then a flashbang to try to blind Note, or at least discombobulate him. Dex on for the ace, and Tane has the bomb as his charge.
Ooh, Dex 1v9ing this round, looking to equalize his kills and deaths with an ace. And Tane wants to stop this defuse, but there's no way of doing that. You're gonna get shot in the face, my friend. Well, not the face, but it is a Dex ace. And Eyeballers keep themselves alive. One more round to go to send us to overtime.
Hey, overtime or a third map, either way, we get more Counter-Strike. Choose your adventure here. Dex choosing violence. A full wipe of the enemy team all by his hand. First couple with the A1S. Trade me up to an AK and I'll take care of the rest of you. Phenomenal sidestepping and play there from him. He scores his ace in the tournament. And we need one more showing anywhere close to that. And Eyeballers, you have to imagine, would have qualified for extra rounds. Full buy against a full buy.
Oh, yeah, you want it like this in round number 24. A boost happening on mid, but that is the space already left by Eyeballers. They're okay with Young Ninjas taking mid, which I'm curious to know why, because the Ninjas have abused this part of the map multiple times before.
See how they want to use it this time. A little bit of a different look, it feels like. Young Ninjas being very tepid towards middle. now falling back into the waterway, hoping that the current will bring them towards victory. Right now, they're stagnant as opposed to mobile, but slowly inching towards JW's position. And why is he alone?
That's very deadly, though. Two players rotating back to B just in the nick of time, because this will be a B strike. JW, maybe not the best timing. He goes back, but gets shot in the face. Rolf trying to survive, finds one. A lot of damage on the other. Maxter now yet to show his face, show his hand, finds the head. Rolf dead. Maxter still alive, and Dex there to help. It will be overtime. Rude goes down. 24 rounds were not enough.
Never enough. Not when eyeballers need a little bit more time to get things finished on their map pick. Bob XD is very pleased with this outcome. Everybody else maybe a little bit more on the tired side. Joski can't believe his 25 plus frags were not enough. A replay on Rolf's kills compulsory if they wanted to do anything here in this round. He not only gets the double, but tucks himself away until Tane sacrifices everything to get around the corner and blow him away. Dex finishing us off, and we are on to OT. That last round was a full buy versus everybody. A taster, little pre-game for what overtime is offering us.
Let's see what it's going to bring us. Now a lot of confidence on the side of eyeballers. Let's see if Young Ninjas can keep cool heads yet again. And now even presence on mid. You don't want to pull back to the sites. You want to have some control of the map. Bob XD a bit too nosy for his own good. No. He's going to die. No chance of pulling away, though, after finding a frag. Good on Bob. And JW rotating back to A main.
Yeah, JW is going to need to roll back a few rounds ago when he had those two frags in this exact same position. If he can do that, we can be sitting here talking just a little bit longer about his role in their victory. Maxter kind of being tested on multiple fronts as the sole B player. Need a little bit more from the Ninjas before they decide where to go. It's a 4v4, so you'd think the numbers would favor them, but they need to make the right calculation, and nobody's here to support Maxter. Rolf is still sort of aloof in middle. That's a shot! Outrageous in the air. Rude hits the deck, and everybody's bowling through the same damn hallway. Connector leading you to hell. Joski, 27 frags. Can he get to 30 in the round?
Looking to bait them out, looking to get 1v1s. Not going to happen as JW's ready. 13 for eyeballers, and Maxter the hero. I said it a few times during this broadcast, the B-bomb side of a noob is hard to defend, sometimes even with 3 players, but not when you got Maxter on the roster, as he saves his team from conceding another.
That's an outrageous tracking of the velocity, the directionality of that jump. Rude probably doesn't feel like he did anything wrong, but that's the reaction time you're dealing with some of the younger guns on eyeballers. 13 is theirs for the taking as the first round of overtime goes their way. They've now won 3 in a row on the CT side, and they're looking for 2 more to give them the best possible chance at closing it out.
Feeling quite good about this one, the side of eyeballers. JW with that smoke forced back. Still some room to maneuver with the op. Ooh, that Molly left a gap for him to exploit. Unable to connect, gets shot through the smoke. Still battle ready and out on the open. He's inviting them to battle. But will it be enough? Joski gets tagged down to 45. Might be another op v op duel as Rude is just around the corner.
Yeah, scorched earth policy in middle right now. It's been more of a utility battle than an op fight. Maybe there will be some lucky lead to change our minds about that. Tane, Bob looked like he was ready for it. Dex certainly wasn't. That's a 2-piece to open things up for the Ninjas.
Ooh, JW through the smoke he goes, unable to find the kill. It's a 2-man advantage for Young Ninjas as they make the way to the site. Rude takes care of JW. Rolf and Maxter, nothing you can do in this one, I'm afraid.
That's what it feels like, yeah. And, you know, they'll have money for another buy if they want to go for it. But what are the odds? Are you really going to be getting much done? Instead, it looks like they want to talk over their plans, use this as an extended timeout, a free timeout, because it's not of consequence if you stay alive or not, besides the fact that you can't buy AKs on the CT side. What is of consequence is what are you doing in that last round of OT CT side? How are you going to go up against Young Ninjas when what they need is some stiff resistance before they get to the site? This is too easy for them.
Yeah. No resistance made by eyeballers in this one as Young Ninjas just snowball over the mid position and get themselves to the side. I mean, you got to hand it to Tane, clearing out A main in a situation where the CTs should be expecting him. A few nice shots go his way, and it's all tied up after 26 played.
Still waiting on what is to come. Somebody's got to be the winner. Somebody's got to go to Prague, and eyeballers look like the more likely of the two. Joski on his 28th frag after the cleanup crew hit middle. AW trying to give himself a better look at it. Technical pause, Tane bathroom break, or something like that.
Always a possibility.
In overtime, it seems like a surefire thing here in these online games. You never know how long a map of Counter-Strike is going to last, let alone a series. Starting to get dark out there.
We can get to see some replays of the map so far, and it was an exciting map of Counter-Strike. Still, one more could be left for tonight. Unless eyeballers make it work in overtime. They saved a couple of map points, but now they're looking at match points of their own.
There's a bit of a struggle that I'm seeing unfold before us all here as we wait for Note's camera to charge. Always something when it comes to those pesky cameras. But eyeballers have really not been able to put their best foot forward when it came to defending the sites proactively. I talked about how they needed to put up some resistance beforehand, and we're kind of seeing that in display in the early rounds of Young Ninjas, where a lot of the kills that were coming on through were way before the T's actually made it to a bomb plant. They were way before the T's made it even to one of the major choke points, B main or okay, whatever, but water. The whole water area, Young Ninjas were constantly throwing pesky crawlers into, hoping to distract and nibble at eyeballers' ankles. And it worked out fine. It gave them a lot of early success. Feels like eyeballers haven't even really tried that kind of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Maybe an adjustment necessary. Technical break still going on. Hopefully we should be getting back into things relatively quickly. You said it yourself, Note. A necessity to fix his webcam so everything can be on fair play, and this is one of the reasons why I can't wait for the LAN to start. Simply because we are not going to have these types of technical pauses, as there's not a lot of dirty things going on LAN as much as there is on online Counter-Strike, so these things are not really necessary. The players are on camera whether they like it or not.
A lot of the times they do like it. We know a few showmen when we see them, and I would say JW is certainly that. But a little bit more so when he's on LAN instead of plummeted online Counter-Strike style. Not his favorite. He said that before as well. Kill farming, aura farming from Joski. I feel like some of the Young Ninjas players really are straight shooters, really are pretty good when it comes to the firepower side of things, but I always do wonder how they're going to filter up. Ninjas in Pajamas doesn't typically promote from their academy roster. It has happened before, but since their ownership structure changed, it feels like maybe Young Ninjas is a little bit more of a farm team. Any impressions on that one, Yuva? Any thoughts about how these talents might distribute through the rest of the scene?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, they got a few very nice players here, and especially the main roster being in a situation where they have been for a long time. I think that it probably would be of consequence for NIP to promote some of their players, something that, as you said, they didn't really do for a longer period of time. Yeah, there are instances of a player being promoted, but not in the same sense as it happened for Mouse, as it happened for Navi at points, where they really have some super talents in their roster that once they actually get through the threshold of tier 2 and show that they can perform on that tier of Counter-Strike, then they actually go to tier 1 and prove themselves very nicely.
With any luck, we will see a bit more of that proof coming in the pudding. By all the chats, I'm guessing that either there's a really entertaining conversation being had, or everybody's getting ready to get back to playing. Then a lot of them are probably quite surprised to be here after the way the first half went of not this map, but our first map. I'm pretty excited to imagine Eyeballers on LAN if they're going to be able to do stuff like that. Problem is, this team has always had issues of consistency, if you think about it. You're talking about a squad that takes a good deal of time to heat up into a tournament on the best of days. And while they comfortably made it out of the Swiss stage 3-1, losing only one overtime match to Unity, the format of that match was, in fact, a choke. That's how they even got to overtime in the first place. And we started to see something resembling that choke factor alive on Ancient, where the Young Ninjas were able to score 8 in a row unanswered. That's not something that you would typically find in any given team, and Eyeballers seem to have a little bit of a habit of that, but in this case, they actually came back into overtime. So with any luck for them, we'll be seeing them finish their meal and punch their ticket over to Prague for their next one.
Yeah. Hopefully they do that for their own good, for their own benefit. It's getting late in Europe, so you want to finish things up soon enough. Of course, Young Ninjas hoping to get this map and send us to Mirage, in which case I would say that maybe even we should consider the Ninjas being slight favorites in that map number 3. I know it's a bit of a hot take, but they play a lot more Counter-Strike. They play a lot more Mirage. They are a young team that, you know, obviously this point in time, if you're an up-and-coming player, you've played Mirage countless times, whether it is on official matches or in pugs. So I would consider Young Ninjas to be a team that can definitely do some damage if we go to map number 3. But for that to happen, well, they need to win this one.
And for that to happen, they all need cameras on.
Yeah. So note, if you would please join us, that would be perfect.
It would be awesome. Otherwise, we're going to start having Pronogo set the rule book. No camera, dead camera. Well, get your coach to play in instead. Get him in the server, swap him out. No, that's zero tolerance policy for low battery phones. Figure it out.
I mean, it's completely understandable to set a rule like that, but sadly, things like that do happen from time to time. And something that we didn't discuss so far, yeah, we talked about Eyeballers being the favorites because they have more experience and they did prove themselves to be better during this competition, but there's a big discrepancy in VRS between these two teams as well, something you have to say. Eyeballers on one hand being 31st on the VRS, Young Ninjas looking to break in the top 100 and still not being that close to doing that as well.
I don't think the Young Ninjas organization, like as a team, as an academy project, has ever gotten very far when it came to that sort of thing. It always felt instead like they were one of the more middling of the pack academy lineups, especially when you compare them to the likes of Navi Jr. went on to become Foot's core. You're also talking about going a bit further and thinking about Mao's NXT further back in history.
Yeah.
Basically became the Mao's lineup that everybody loves to bag on for having no aura, and deservingly so. Get him out of here. Speaking of no aura, the way that organization resolved their roster lineup is the most aura-less possible move, where they don't even have a proper lineup for several events, including the major. Just wanted to say that out loud.
It screams suit and tie management, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, for an organization where like they are a German organization in terms of where Maus is headquartered, and so they're just like, our home major. Yeah, we don't need a proper lineup for that.
No reason for that. Absolutely. I mean, I have a few things to say, but I probably shouldn't say it. And luckily, we're back in the freeze time. It's 13-13. Eyeballers needs 3 rounds, to make it to the Prague LAN. Young Ninjas, should they collect the next 3, they'll be going to Mirage to fight for their ticket to Prague.
Let's see what we can do here. Young Ninjas looking to put the pedal to the metal after all their camera issues. Vster, first they go dark yet again, and JW is here for reinforcements. A full wipe. They just decided to call a simple out-of-spawn strat. Go right through B main, and it's over before it started. Rude 1 versus 4, and he smoked off with no chance in hell of getting that bomb and putting it on the site.
Yeah, and he knows it. Of course, he's in a necessity to commit to this round, but really, unless Eyeballers make a catastrophic mistake, there's simply no entry toward the site. You can't get yourself that bomb. And already, Eyeballers may be giving him an opportunity. Bob putting himself on a silver platter. Makes it a 1v3.
I'm a little bit puzzled as to why Rolf and JW don't immediately push B when Bob ends up losing his life there. Easy way to get a 2-man looking right at him from the same angle, but instead they smoke it off and are preventing him from seeing into the site. Dex still pretty far away, but as footsteps are heard, that's going to expose where the enemy is. Molly gets extinguished, as do Young Ninja's hopes in the first half of OT1. We are going to switch sides with a minimal lead on the side of the Eyeballers, and their T side is going to need to post up 2 rounds out of 3 in order to guarantee Prague attendance. Anything less than that, it's either extra rounds on top of extra rounds, or a flawless Young Ninja's side on the CT can guarantee Mirage.
Yeah. Rude on the AWP. Same could be said about JW on the other side. Struggling a little bit with hitting his op shots. Maybe some faster paced Counter-Strike wouldn't be too bad for Eyeballers, but they will commit to that big green in JW's hand. Rude already posted up in connector. Maxter, of course, due to spawn already toward A main. Rest of the Eyeballers players looking to snowball away through mid as they want to connect that A take. Only one player defending. All of the other Young Ninjas cut off the site. This is very dangerous for the Ninjas, and Maxter's lurk pays off. No chance of survival for Attain, and Eyeballers will be hitting match points.
Look at that. They're going to have 2 more opportunities to finish it off right here and now on Anubis. This could be the end of the whole series and the whole escapade that Young Ninjas tried to pull. A great heist for a LAN attendance over a Swedish organization that has, up until this year, been starved of showcases of their talents on more LAN-oriented environments. We want to see JW hooting and hollering on LAN. We want to see him in Prague. And that's the case here today. The Young Ninjas fight well, and now they're going to need to go very far uphill if they want to secure 15 and push us to another overtime.
Well, I can see a world where that happens, but they're going to have to think of something. This CT side cannot be idealist. You need to find that extra man. You need to find the first kill of the round, sort of toss a wrench into the gears of Eyeballers and find a way to dislodge any plan they might have. This way, Eyeballers could just stroll across the map and take anything they wanted. They took everything they needed. And look at the odds. Not in the favor of the Young Ninjas. It's Eyeballers with a shoo-in of making it to Prague. Let's see if they can confirm it.
Sure would be a nice way to make things happen. Eyeballers are up against a double op setup from the Young Ninjas. Bob, he's lurked through the smoke at the perfect possible time. It's just Joski here. He ends up with another frag, but he might be stuffed at 30. Feaster, he's trying to crawl his way in, but it's so dark he can't see a thing. Bob has his number, and so too does Rolf have Rude's. Tane, 1v4, op or bust.
No chance, no way. Bomb almost taking the half. Tane blocked off by the fire, and still utility available for eyeballers. They don't even need to fight him, but fight him they will at some point, and it's only a matter of who gets the final kill. Well, it has to be JW. 16-13, this map ends, and we have our 4 teams that will be battling it out in Prague. You gotta hand it to the Ninjas. They fought hard, but JW and the boys will be going to land where they'll be looking to make even more damage happen.
Eyeballers might be one of the favorites, one of the preferred teams to win the whole tournament. We talked about Alliance as the biggest dog, the Sashi team as a bit of an upset, and Walczaki are just happy to be there, but JW, everybody's happy he's there. Eyeballers making it in. Really fitting and poetic that he gets the final kill there in overtime. Of course, Yuba, I am a fan. I am glad to see those living fossils find success and make their way onto a proper LAN showcase. And now, with all the online games done and dusted, while we do unfortunately say goodbye to those nice straight shooters from the Young Ninja side, we gotta ultimately say we're glad to be going to LAN.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun. Of course, everybody wondering, the LAN in Prague will be held from the 22nd to the 24th of May. So first you can go and check it out if you live close by. We spoke about this. There's food, there's drinks, and there's some very nice looking Counter-Strike. We can, of course, see the decider stage this last and the penultimate day beforehand. Walczaki, they beat Trick, they beat KOLESIE, and they're going through. Eyeballers had a bit of an easier showing, going 3-1 in the Swiss stage afterwards, only needing to beat Young Ninjas. Even though it was close, especially on map number 2, Eyeballers were the better side through and through. And Young Ninjas, I don't want to say that this is a moment where you need to go back to the drawing board. Things are looking good. Hopefully we get to see them on LAN at some point this year. Alliance Walczaki, that'll be our first upper bracket semifinal on LAN. Sashi versus Eyeballers, and we have a heck of a tournament. Everybody, it will be, of course, the upper and lower bracket, rather double elimination bracket. So 3 days of LAN, 2 best of 3s a day, and a fun time for everybody.
I'm really looking forward to this, and I think the seeding worked out wonderfully. Exactly how you would do it if you're assessing it based on team strength. Alliance versus Walczaki is supposed to be the most one-sided matchup in favor of the ultimate tournament favorites, and then you put seeds 2 and 3 against each other for a nice middle-of-the-road sandwich there, and that is going to be the Sashi Eyeballers match, which to me looks like it could go either way, so that's pretty exciting. Either way, I'm sure the polls are going to be excited to move over there. It will be really interesting to see what happens with their show up on LAN. I'm really looking forward to that. I think their style could do a lot of damage on a LAN environment, and Alliance are going to need to give them some respect. So Eyeballers, congratulations, as well as to Walczaki, and I have to say I'm very pleased with the caliber of the teams that made it to LAN.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun time. Of course, everybody, from the 22nd of May, we get to watch these teams play it out on LAN. It was a long day for both the teams and your casters here, so we'll be going on a deserved break. Everybody, as we've already mentioned, at the end of May, there will be a lot of fun Counter-Strike at the Conquest of Prague, brought to you by Tipsport. That is it for today. We wish you the best of nights.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.